51 Breath of Thunder Fire God of Thunder. As soon as the voice fell, Yuzuke threw out the 3 flying thunder god kunai between his fingers. The 3 generations of Fenning who saw this trick for the first time frowned subconsciously, and some of them didn't know what Yuzuke wanted to do with this sparse and ordinary trick. Magnetic escape controlled the iron sand, dropping black raindrops as if it was raining, and easily knocked the 3 flying trigeminals away. 2 flew out to the left and right, and 1 flew over the head of the 3rd generation Fenning. In an instant, in the unbelievable eyes of people around, Yuzuke disappeared instantly, appeared on the head of the 3rd generation Fenning, and caught the trigeminal kunai in midair. What? 3 generations of Fenning's face suddenly changed. When he raised his head, Yuzuke had already threw the trigeminal kunai at himself again. Can you instantly transfer to the technique of kunai position? In less than a second, the 3 generations of Fenning had figured out the principle of Flying Thunder God. Quickly control the iron sand to gather on the top of his head, forming a rectangular protective wall, to resist Q-Wu. Sure enough, when the trigeminal Q-Wu was inserted on the iron sand, Yuzuke instantly flashed to the side of Q-Wu. That's Grandpa Fagian's Flying Thunder God. Tsunade also saw the principle of this trick, and immediately, she discovered that Yuzuke's Thunder God and her second grandpa's were different. Yuzuke, who had just stepped on the iron sand, pulled out the trigeminal kunai before a blink of an eye, and disappeared again. The 3 generations of Fenning who were planning to launch an attack were taken aback again. Where did you go? Too fast. Bah, bah. The sound of lightning and thunderbolt sounded on the right. Turning his head to look, Yuzuke suddenly teleported to the other trigeminal kunai that had just started to be hit by iron sand, and his whole body was wrapped in electric light. It's like the kicking style of thunder's breath. Whoosh boom! Exclamation mark. When Yuzuke jumped up, there was a roar from where he was standing. The whole person rushed straight like a thunder dragon. Sand iron when it rains. The gesture of the 3 generations of Fenning Jian changed, turning iron sand into countless raindrops. Because of Fulshan, Yuzuke was too close to himself. There is no time for Jian to use more advanced attack ninjutsu. However, those torrential rains formed by iron sand were like real raindrops, hitting the Thunder Dragon, and they couldn't slow down the opponent's speed at all. Wow! Thunder Dragon passed by the 3 generations of Fenning. Guang disappeared gradually, revealing Yuzuke's figure in a posture of drawing swordsmanship, and the head above the neck of the 3rd generation Fenning was chopped and flew off the neck. Are the 3 generations of Fenning dead? The Konoha ninjas around were ecstatic for a while. But Tsunade does frown secretly. Isn't it that simple? Russell. Sure enough, before the head fell, the 3 generations of Fenning's body turned into iron sand and disappeared. Iron sand clone. When? A Konoha ninja exclaimed. At the beginning of. At this time, the 3 generations of Raikige's deity emerged from the iron sand, manipulated the iron sand under Yuji's feet, wrapped his feet, and sneered. From the beginning of the battle, I myself have been hiding in the iron sand, and those who have fought with you until now are all clones. Be careful. Tsunade exclaimed in exclamation, and rushed up quickly. The ability to teleport is really troublesome. In that case, let's get rid of your feet first. 3 generations of Fenning manipulated iron sand, intending to let the iron sand enter Yuzuke's skin and flesh, and destroy it from the inside of the body. In this way, even if Yuzuke used Fulshan to escape, iron sand could still stay on him. His iron sand art attack range is not as good as Gaara, but his single attack power is above it. Do you think I have only one move from Flying Thunder God? Yuzuke couldn't help smiling when he heard the words of the 3 generations of Fenning, and took a breath. Boom boom! Exclamation mark. The light of thunder appeared regularly around the body, and in the next second after the light of thunder, the flame of morphology as if adding earth fate, merged with the thunder and lightning. The 2 most aggressive attributes fused around Yuzuke. This is what people who have mastered the change of perfect form and change of nature can do. The breath of thunder, god of fire and thunder. Yuzuke looked like a missile, and the flames under his feet broke out, rushing towards the 3 generations of wind shadows in the iron sand in the air. Whether it is speed or strength, it is better than before. As false breath, the name Yuziuk used directly from Blade of Demon Slayer, he didn't bother to think of a name for himself. 3 generations of Fenning didn't dare to attack at all in this situation, because the opponent had already rushed in front of him before blinking an eye. His attack speed must not be as fast as his opponent. Before Yuziuk's feet are abolished, his head will really be cut off this time. Magnetic escape middle. Iron sand wall. 3 generations of Fenning put their palms together. The blade of White Fang, which exploded with thunder and fire, slashed on the black wall, and was temporarily stopped. Okay. Yuziuk snorted and suddenly increased his strength. At the intersection of the tip of the knife and the iron sand, the fire broke out again. How is this possible? The sand-hidden ninja below shouted in disbelief. Under the thunder and fire, the iron sand wall was actually cut open! Him not only able to escape magnetically. Behind the incision, 3 generations of Fenning's face appeared, and he made a seal with one hand. Wind escape middle. Gale cut. Thunder's breath middle. Fast speed. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 52 Killing the shadow. Puff, puff. 2 sounds that resembled a torn cloth sounded at the same time. The ninjas of Konoha and Sane, who were in the confrontation stage, raised their eyes to look up at the same time. 3 generations of Fenning's Feng Dun and Yuziuk's sword Chi hit the opponent's arm and shoulder at the same time. Blood burst out, and both sides landed almost at the same time. Master Fenning. Several sand-hidden ninjas hurried forward. 3 generations of Fenning covered her shoulders and frowned. It's okay. It's not a fatal injury. Yuziuk shook the blood on his hand. It was just an ordinary wind escape, and it didn't have the effect of iron sand to destroy the inside of the body. It doesn't hurt or itchy at all. Hey, bastard, are you okay? Tsunade had already landed next to Yuziuk, saw his bloody right wrist, wrung his brows and shouted, "Hey, raise your hand quickly." With that said, Tsunade immediately started chakra, preparing to treat Yuziuk with palm Xianzu. No need. A smile appeared on Yuziuk's face. The outcome has been divided, and it is not too late to rule after killing Fenning. As soon as this was said, the faces of all the members of the battlefield changed drastically. 3 generations of Fenning couldn't help but sneered. The victory is divided. You are too arrogant, right? You think this injury can kill me? 3 generations of Fenning shook his shoulders, and under the treatment of the medical ninja next to him, he had recovered 80%. Is it? Yuziuk laughed back. 3 generations of Fenning's eyes narrowed, and her eyes widened suddenly in the next moment, because Yuziuk, who was standing next to Tsunade, suddenly disappeared. Then a fierce murderous aura came from behind him. As a shadow-level powerhouse, the reflex nerves that have experienced many battles made the 3 generations of Fenning not turn their heads. So they closed the seal for the first time. Wow! The iron sand gathered behind him instantly, when a knife from behind blocked it. However, this sword energy drew through the air in a circular arc shape, and had already taken down the first level of the 2 sandy medical ninjas who had just treated the 3rd generation of Fenning. It's worthy of being the strongest wind shadow. If this hand is replaced by Onogi, it will be head down. Yuziuk smiled. Turning his head to see the other party's smiling face, the 3 generations of Fenning couldn't believe it and thought, what? How did he come here? Through the previous rounds of battle, the 3 generations of Fenning have already understood that the coordinates of Yuziuk's teleportation are the locations of those traits. But until just now, he was completely sure that there was no kunai behind him. So how did the other party transfer to behind him in an instant? Boom, the 2 attributes of thunder and fire were fused on the White Fang blade, and this time the iron sand shield was cut open more quickly than before. Hateful. 3 generations of Fenning's extremely fast seal. Magnetic escape middle. Sand iron wing. Part of the iron sand floating in the sky was concentrated behind the 3rd generation of Fenning, forming a pair of huge wings and flew back in the air. On the way to escape, the three generations of Fenning changed. Jai-in again. Magnetic escape middle dot sand iron falling off. With the seal of the three generations of Fenning, a large amount of iron sand fused together to form a giant triangular pyramid, which spun towards Yuzuke frantically. This move is pretty terrible, facing the destructive power that might be able to crush the first form of ninjutsu. Yuzuke calmly said, "The question is, did you hit it? Then you can experience it yourself." Three generations of Fenning gave a cold voice, and the sharply rotating iron sand triangular pyramid fell like a meteorite. Rumble! Exclamation mark. The earth vibrated violently, and the ground within a radius of several miles was shattered like a spiderweb pattern. Is that guy dead? I didn't see him escape. It should have been broken down into minced meat by Master Fenning's magnetic escape. Finally dead. Huh. But if you can force Master Fenning to this point, he still has some ability. However, compared to her own group of third-rate subordinates, Fenning's expression did not show a trace of joy. There is no touch of a hit. How? Do you feel the joy of victory? Suddenly, the sound coming into the ear from the ear was like a death knell from hell. For the first time, the three generations of Fenning felt that the breath of death was so close to him. The first reaction of the three generations of Fenning was to escape. At the same time, Jai-in defended. Do you think you can use the same move twice in front of me? Yuzuke plays with the taste. A faster and more violent attack followed. The last picture that Fenning three generations saw with his right eye was a blow. Wow! Even if it was Feng Ying, she couldn't help but let out a violent cry of pain at this time. Thousands of ninjas on the battlefield were diverted by the screams from the three generations of Fenning and turned their heads to look. In the middle of the battlefield, three generations of Fenning knelt on one knee, clutching the blood-flowing right eye, and the blood was constantly pouring out from the fingers. Yuzuke shook off the blood on the blade of White Fang, smiled and said, "Run again you are moved behind me. Difficult, could it be said?" Three generations of Fenning panted, suddenly thinking of a possibility, and suddenly tore the cloth towel on his left arm. The spell mark of Fulshin suddenly came into view. Three generations of Fenning's body trembled. No wonder she could teleport to her side anytime and anywhere. Actually, he stamped his mark on himself. That said, the knife in midair just now was not to attack yourself, but to imprint the curse on yourself! Exclamation mark. Oh, I was discovered. The white tooth blade in Yuzuke's hand shot out a terrifying cold light, and approached the third generation Fenning. But for someone who is dying, it doesn't matter if you know it or not. Right? First there were three generations of Tuiying, and now three generations of Fenning. Already this time, it was really Shadow. P.S. Immediately, the evaluation votes broke 3,500, and at least 7 more by then. Thank you everyone. 53 Not a Super Shadow, can play a Super Shadow Flowers plus more Master Fenning. Seeing Yuzuke raising the white tooth blade high, he was about to cut down the first level of the three generations of Fenning. The sand-hidden ninjas all around screamed in exclamation. However, in a short time, hundreds of Shikara ninjas rushed towards Yuzuke, trying to rescue the three generations of Fenning from the other side. Don't think of getting in the way. The Oshmaru, who had destroyed the three puppets of the 1,000 generations, suddenly bit his thumb. Tsunade bit his fingertips almost at the same time. Psychic Art. 10,000 snakes and slugs descended on the battlefield at the same time, forming two walls, blocking the Sanbi ninjas who wanted to rush up. We loose. However, just when Yuzuke's blade was less than 1 centimeter away from Sandai Fenning's neck, the surrender of the three generations of Fenning followed. But the real reason why Yuzuke did not cut off the neck of the third generation of Fenning was that at this time, the system actually issued a prompt: open Sinin location, three generations of Fenning Sinin completion reward. Magnetic escape can control metal materials such as steel, iron, sand, etc. Hearing the Sinin task from the system, Yuzuke instantly retracted the white tooth blade into the scabbard and kicked the third generation Fenning's abdomen. Bang! Before the opponent flew up, He took another blow and slammed the opponent under his feet. Damn it. Master Fennying, asshole. Let go of Master Fennying. The sand-hidden ninja who was blocked by 10,000 snakes and slugs roared with split eyes. Start Sin and Plassi 3 generations of Fennying, 59 seconds remaining time for Sinin. Hee hee, it looks like it's over. Do you want to continue playing? Standing on top of Wonsh's head, Mari laughed coldly when seeing the scene of the capture of the 3 generations of Feng Ying. Hey, you guy asked me to come out to solve the trouble. Believe it or not, I ate you. Wonshi was unhappy and glared at the Daishiwan who was standing above her head and shouted, "It's so noisy, rotten snake, be careful, I will make you soup. Believe it or not?" Yuziuk raised his eyebrows and said to Wonsh, "What are you talking about, little?" Wow! Just when one snake turned his eyes and wanted to swallow this kid who didn't know who it was, but dared to speak rudely to him, a spatula flashed, directly cutting off Wonsh's tongue for several meters. Well, under the pain, one snake suddenly took the snake letter back into his eye. "It's best not to mess with him. That's someone more dangerous than me." Daishiwan sneered. Sinin is successful. Sinin reward magnetic escape. To be honest, Yuzuki is not interested in the blood succession boundary, unless the level of yin and yang escape. No matter how bad it is, it has to be an eternal kaleidoscope or a wooden escape. But after getting the flying thunder god, the combination of magnetic descent, the blood succession boundary and flying thunder god, is enough to become the blood succession boundary that is not inferior to the eternal kaleidoscope and Mudan. Think about it, control countless flying knives like Magneto, and then add flying thunder to shuttle. Is it okay to hang an ordinary kaleidoscope completely? Inheritance of White Fang, self-made swordsmanship, fusion, magnetic escape. These 4 sets of skills are combined into one, although I dare not say that they have reached the realm of Super Shadow. But Yuzuki dare to say that he can already play Super Movie. Don't kill, Yuzuki-kun. Noting that Yuzuki's knife hadn't cut off Sandai Fenning's neck for a long time, Dashimaru couldn't help but ask. "No, it's no good for me to kill this guy," Yuzuki replied. "The reason why I killed Old Man Nonoki before was because the 3 generations of Hokage promised that as long as I kill him, he will hand over the God of Thunder to me, and killing the 3rd generation of Fennying, he did not promise me any benefit." Tsunade was completely speechless. This guy is really a total interest activist. The other Konoha ninjas on the battlefield heard Yuzuki's remarks, completely stupid. For him to be able to kill Feng Ying, the trace of worship that had just risen for Konoha to bring victory also disappeared. I want a mercenary more than a ninja. If there is no benefit, don't want him to do things, don't do it. We are willing to sign a surrender agreement and pay war reparations. Chio hurriedly put away the 10 people near Songshi, and shouted instead of the 3rd generation Fennying. With the lessons learned from Onoki, Chio didn't doubt that Yuzuki would dare to pierce his sharp knife named White Tooth directly through the heart of Sandai Fennying. The country of wind itself is the weakest of the 5 major countries. If you lose 3 more wind shadows, the strongest wind shadow in the past. Can't imagine what the future of Shane Village will become. Give me the practice scroll of magnetic escape, so I can let you go. How about it? Yuji looked at the 3 generations of Fennying Dao who had been trampled under his feet. Although the magnetic escape has been mastered through the system, after all, the differentiation of the blood succession boundary is very complicated, and Yuzuki still wants to see the content of the practice scroll. Of course, there is another reason, that is, Yuzuki wants to get some oil and water. It is good. 3 generations of Fennying, who had one eye removed, did not hesitate for a long time, and directly agreed. Although magnetic evacuation is only the fusion of Feng done and done, but the requirements for cultivation are extremely demanding, and he does not think that he can learn it by handing it to Yuzuki. More importantly, I don't want to die now. Don't leave, ask your subordinates to take it over, and I will let you go. Yuzuki didn't take his feet from the belly of the 3rd generation Fennying, and raised his hand threateningly. 3 generations of Fennying gritted his teeth. As the strongest Fennying, He has never been subjected to such insults. But the most important thing now is to survive. Thinking of this, the 3 generations of Fenning had to bear the humiliation and nodded in agreement. 54 Chain of Hatred flowers plus more. The next day, the news that Sane surrendered to Konoha quickly spread to the 5 major countries. No way, there is no way to hide such a big thing, not to mention the presence of spies. Yuzuke first kills Onoki of the 3 generations of Tuing and 2 Libras, and then defeats the 3 generations of Fenning, known as the Strong Fenning. Abolish one of its eyes. If it is said that 3 ninjas and White Fang are the 2 most dazzling new stars in the early stage of the Second Ninja World War, then Yuzuke is undoubtedly the star who came from behind. But it is extremely inversely proportional to Sennin. Even if he made such a contribution to Konoha, his reputation in the village is far less than Sanrin. More is ore. When you meet him, walk around quickly. This is the attitude of most Konoha people. As for the letter of surrender presented by the Shiyuki side, Sarutobi Hiji appeared to be very big. Said that there is no need to surrender, but is willing to form an alliance with Shin. The 2 sides established a trade relationship to assist the country of Wind to solve the problem of water and food. Of course, it costs money. In this regard, the 3 generations of Fenning is of course willing to accept. However, Chio, as the head of the Shin Elders group, expressed strong opposition. Because once you form an alliance with Konoha, it is equivalent to the next battle in the ninja world, and you can no longer go to war with Konoha. This made her uncomfortable about the death of her son and daughter-in-law. Although Bai Fang died, her hatred was not eliminated, and she vowed to vent this hatred on Konoha. And the 3 generations of Fenning's choice to form an alliance with Konoha undoubtedly completely shattered her thoughts. But for this matter, the victory of the 3 generations of Fenning ended. Chio and his younger brother Ilozang were deprived of their power as elders and retired for retirement. And this incident also caused a teenager to hate the 3 generations of Fenning. This shadow, known as the strongest wind shadow, hasn't noticed that the crisis of death is quietly approaching behind him. I thought that this time, besides us, the other 3 powers would unite to attack Konoha, and as a result, only the country of the earth and the country of the wind would act. In Union Village, the soil platform is a little pity. It's a pity that I couldn't weaken Konoha's strength in one breath. Obviously, Union also got the news that Konoha had defeated Yanin and Shane successively, and survived the cracks in this war. I said Konoha is not so easy to get rid of. 3 generations of Liang smiled, and then he looked at him. But it will be different next time. Tutai nodded in agreement. Yuzuke killed Onoki. This definitely made Konoha and Iwaken forge a bloody feud. The next battle in the ninja world, Iwaken and Konoha's war, is inevitable. After a short pause in the middle, Tutai said again, in addition, we Union launched a war against Konoha. The Liangzai formed during the 2nd generation of Reikage Summer will now be settled together. Now Yunyin is ready to go and has accumulated enough strength, and they intend to vent this power to Konoha. During the 2nd generation of Hokage and the 2nd generation of Reikage, these 2 villages forged a bloody feud. And Union, who rarely had an owner of the blood succession boundary, also coveted Konoha, who has rich blood succession boundary. Coupled with Onoki's hatred this time, Konoha will have to deal with at least 2 large villages, Iwayan and Union, next time in the Ninja World War. And the 3 generations of Reikage are very confident about the next Ninja War. He has the strength of the peak of the Shadow rank himself, and his son has now reached the threshold of the Shadow rank. The village is also headed by 2 Tails and 8 Tails. It can be said that in addition to Konoha, the 3 generations of Reikage did not pay attention to the other 3 ninja villages. Although the 8-tailed man's Zuibaru is more unstable than his ability to control the tail beast. But now he has found the next generation of humans Yulai, a kid named Kairabi. 3 generations of Reikage felt that this kid was very talented. Maybe he could perfectly control Yao, and it's not enough to have 2 tail beasts. The 3 generations of Reikage also aimed at Kyubi. who now fled from Konoha and wandered on the border of the country of fire. He wanted to include the strongest of the 9 big-tailed beasts in Union's hands. After all, war is the fusion of hatred and interest. This is what Uchiha Madara said. The chain of hatred. On the other side, Tsugo and Yanin high-level parties are also arguing fiercely about the candidate for the 4th generation of Chuaing. There are 2 candidates. One is the son of Onoki, Hwang Tu. 3 generations of Chuaing died, so it seems that there is no problem in inheriting the 3 generations of Chuaing's son. But now the Lois is still too young, and more importantly, the strength has not reached the shadow level. The other person is Laozi. There is no doubt that this person has the power of a shadow. However, he is also a man of strength. Let him be a shadow. To be honest, Yanion's senior executives are really uneasy. In this way, the Second Ninja World War is also over, right? After Konoha and Saguro had formally determined that they would sign a truce alliance agreement, Yuzuki in the barracks shifted his gaze from the contents of the magnetic escape scroll given to him by Mizu's and Daikasuke, and looked at Tsunade and Oshimaru. The large army is going to return to Konoha, and Union and Huayin will probably not make a move anymore. Konoha barely escaped. When Oshimaru said this, he couldn't help but smile, but it's only temporary. Obviously, Dashimaru also noticed that although Konoha could take a breath for a while, it was far from settled down. Never mind, Tsunade yawned, and the next second he excitedly said, after I go back, I have to take a good gamble. As he said, Tsunade rushed to Yuzuki's side again, rubbing his hands and said, boy, you took up 1,000 hands and made a lot of money, right? This depends on your performance. From the perspective of Oshimaru, Yuzuki squeezed Tsunade's fold in an unkind manner. You guy, want to die, don't you? Tsunade covered the pinched place, and shouted as he wanted to kill. Daishiwan got up and left. Boredom, there is eternal life, that is the truth. 55 I like to speak with a knife evaluation ticket plus more. Sarutobi Hizen's latest order was issued. The troops headed by Yuzuki, Tsunade, and Oshimaru must be sent back to Konoha. However, Yuzuki, Tsunade, and Oshimaru will serve as envoys representing Konoha, escorting the 3 generations of Kasuke to Konoha, and sign the alliance agreement between Konoha and Saguro. 2 days later, with the support of several guards from Saguro, the 3 generations of Fukiage met Yuzuki and the others again after a few days. The left eye, which was destroyed by Yuzuki's white tooth blade, had already put on a blindfold. Please, Master Fennying. Yuzuki smiled. However, compared to the 3 generations of Fennying, he stopped a few more times on one of the 3 generations of Fennying's guards. He has short dark red hair, a face somewhat similar to Gaara, and his age, only about 20 years old. There is no doubt that this person is the next 4 generations of Fennying, Gaara's father, Lyuosha. Master Yuzuki, do I have any questions? Noting that Yuzuki's eyes stayed on him for a while, Lyuosha asked with some fear. If this lunatic spotted him, Lyuosha said that she couldn't sleep at night. Nothing is nothing. I just think you are a talent. Yuzuki smiled and retracted his gaze. To be honest, this man is indeed a talent. Send my brother-in-law to assassinate my son to confirm whether Gaara has the qualifications to be an outstanding person. This hand operation is really beautiful, and Yuzuki said that he couldn't learn it. Later, he wanted to break the alliance with Konoha and cooperated with Oshimaru, but was killed by Oshimaru and sneaked into Konoha with his appearance. This is really a dramatic sound. A few days later, under the escort of Yuzuki, Tsunade, and Oshimaru, the 3 generations of Kasuke and a group of people came to Konoha on behalf of the Sand, and the Konoha villagers who already knew that Sane was here to ally with Konoha, also stood on both sides of the road to greet him early. When the 3 generations of Fenning's team arrived, the audience burst into cheers, and Sarutobi Risen also saved face, and bought the ribbon in advance. When the 3 generations of Fenning's team stepped into Konoha, Ribbons fluttered all over the sky. It seems that Konoha was indeed damaged by Kyuubi not lightly. While raising their hands to respond to Konoha's people, 3 generations of Fenning and Liu Osho and other sand-hidden personnel were also secretly observing Konoha's situation. Through the buildings that have not yet been rebuilt, it can be roughly judged how much impact Konoha was caused by the Kyuubi incident a few months ago. However, the Hokage Yandiao has already been rebuilt, without losing Konoha's face. Haha, how does this feel? Yuzuke-kun. Amidst the cheers of the villagers, Basilisk asked Yuzuke with a smile. I feel the will of fire that has been passed down from generation to generation. Do you believe it? Yuzuke responded in a serious manner in the first half, but suddenly asked at the end. Oshamaru sneered twice in response. To be honest, he was also quite unhappy. Originally, he wanted to imitate Yuzuke's hand operation of knocking away the magnetic escape training scroll from the 3rd generation of Fenning. He also brought the resurrection forbidden technique called already reincarnated from Chio into his own hands. But because of the alliance between Konoha and Seiji-un, Sarutobi has resolutely stopped Ozema's rip-off behavior. This makes Dashwin extremely unpleasant. He is even more respected by the Konoha people than Yuzuke. But what's the use? Can it be eaten as a meal, or can it be burned as a firewood? When arriving at the door of the Hokage office building, headed by Sarutobi, the long-lost Konoha F4 combination has been waiting in front of the door for a long time. Sarutobi Hero smiled on his face, and took the initiative to step forward and stretched out his hand. Master Fenning, welcome. Hokage-sama. 3 generations of Fenning stretched out his hand and shook the opponent, seemingly provocative, saying, for the rest of this war, Konoha, the 3 generations of Hokage must be able to retreat, right? The expressions of Shimura Danzo and others next to Sarutobi Izumi changed slightly. Are these 3 generations of Fenning giving them a good start? It's completely ironic that Sarutobi is getting old. Where else, we Konoha are full of talents. With their assistance, this old man of mine can still work for a few years. Sarutobi Izumi smiled as before, with no anger at all. But in fact, it is indeed against the 3 generations of Fenning. It means that no matter how old I am, your village still surrenders? Master Naruto, I'm sorry I'm too tired, so we'll leave first. Yuzuke didn't bother to watch these actors' performances, and before Sarutobi Izumi could answer, he took Tsunade and left directly. He prefers to speak directly with the knife than to fight these meaningless verbal battles. Seeing that Yuzuke left without any fear, Tsunade had a similar attitude. Sarutobi Hisaki, a politician who is regarded as a kind grandfather, has always performed extremely generously. However, Shimura Danzo, turning to Koharu and Maito Menyon, his face was a little darker. Of these 2 people, one was dissatisfied with Konoha's senior management. The other is a rupture. In a sense, it's a perfect match. Sorry, teacher, I'm also a little tired. 2 seconds later, Dashimaru also turned and left. Hey, Oshawan, why are you? Jilei also eagerly said. However, Dashimaru didn't listen at all, and left without looking back. At this moment, the smile on Sarutobi's face was a bit unable to hold on. P.S. The evaluation votes have been met, and there will be at least one more in a while, thank you. If you have any ideas, please put it up in the book review. It's so empty, and I am a little worried about the number of readers. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 56 temporary relaxation evaluation of votes over 3,500 plus more when returning to the Thousand Hands clan. When Yuzuke's name was added to the logo of his Senju family, Tsunade Yanagi raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. If she doesn't do this, maybe she's gone. What else does she want to hope for? The remaining 100 people from the Kaienza family have also gone to the village center to welcome the 3 generations of Fenning and his party. The huge clan land is empty and quiet. Now that Konoha's reconstruction work has been completed more than half, Yuzuke used to rent the vacant house here to Hyuga at a high price, and the village's wealth for profiteering by the Inuzuka family is basically in vain. He has to think of a new means of making money. Give me money. I'm going to the casino to play dice. Just after returning home, Tsunade unceremoniously stretched out his hand to Yuzuke, with an expression of getting the money on his face. Looking left and right, she found that Uitaka Little Lori was not there, and looked at Tsunade's unrefined hand that reached out to her. Yuzuke laughed. Why should I give you money? Originally, the family land here should belong to me. I used him to collect the rent. Of course, I should have a share, but I am a very big person, so I can only collect 3 things. Tsunade heard a lot of wind on the way back to the village. Especially Yuzuke took advantage of Konoha's reconstruction period, renting the house of Kaien's family land to the big family in the village at a high price, and made a fortune. That's something Tsunade has been thinking about for a long time. It seems that you have to know who is the master of this family. Yuzuke stretched out Tsunade's hand, and suppressed the opponent, smirking directly. Playing dice. Then I will play with the 2 dice on your body first. As early as in the barracks, Tsunade guessed that there would be such a day sooner or later. But he didn't expect Yuzuke to be so anxious. He just returned to the village one day. He couldn't wait to start. Hey, Whitem. Just as Tsunade tried to speak, she felt her dice caught. Unprecedented feeling, blocking all the things I want to say later in the throat. Come, take it. A few hours later, Yuzuke handed the 5 million pills to Tsunade refreshingly. At this time, Tsunade was wearing a pure white bathing cell, walking out of the room. Seeing the large stack of banknotes handed over by Yuzuke, his face was full of black lines. Bastard, how does it feel so like a female ticket? But even though he thought so in his heart, Tsunade was not slow at all to take the money away. As for the first injury, just kidding, is that injury more serious than the battlefield? What's more, for the first time, it didn't hurt to the level of exaggeration in some novels. At most, it would be a little difficult to walk. Most women scare themselves. Seeing Tsunade's new skin version of the ship, Yuzuke said that he was doing it again, and he hugged it over and laughed. Wife, give you another 5 million. Let's do it again. Roll. Tsunade was silent for 5 seconds, and returned a word coldly. 2 hours later, Tsunade went straight to the casino with 10 million. Oh, prodigal wife, this is a loss. Yuji checked his deposit. Although I made a huge profit by collecting rent, the income was 100 million less. As a result, 10 million was gone in one afternoon. No matter how much money you have, you can't afford to spend it like this. And now that Konoha's reconstruction work has already passed halfway, more and more families are no longer renting houses. The road to rent collection is nowhere to go. Hey, I think there is still a long way to go in the days of Dragon Man. Yuzuke lay on the tatami and groaned. At this time, he was also able to relax for a while. He can't remember exactly how many years passed between the second Ninja War and the third in the original book. Anyway, it can't be less than 3 years, and the cause is the mysterious disappearance of the 3 generations of Fennying that caused the fuse. Although you can't relax during this time, you can at least relax. Brother Yuji. The familiar lali sound came into his ears, and Yuzuke turned his head and looked at it, and it turned out that it was Yurong's red. Long time no see. Yuzuke held Yurong's armpits and laughed high. Hey brother Yuji defeated the 2 shadows, I have heard about it, it's amazing. Zyrong little Lolita said with a look of admiration. But just after these words, little Lori frowned slightly again. Kaien twitched her nose, and muttered, Brother Yuji's house smells so strange. As soon as this remark came out, even Yuzuke King was a little embarrassed, and he found a reason to drag little Lori out of the house. Let the house smell first. Brother Yuzuke, do you know, when you were on the front line, Kakashi had already become Shinenu by graduating early, breaking the record of mine in Tsunade-sama. Yurong little Lori chatted with Yuzuke about what happened to Konoha during this period of time. I'm also going to apply for Konoha in advance. What do you think? Little Lori's eyes beamed. Red don't have to be a ninja. It's no good anyway. Learn to cook more and become a full-time wife in the future. Yuzuke smiled and ravaged Laura's slightly curly-haired twice. Ozirion nodded obediently. P.S. The 7th update is on offer. It should be on the shelves in the last 1 or 2 days. It has been updated continuously. Please beg for the first order. It's dead or alive. Let's try it out, please everyone. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 57 Do they think about you? Early this morning, Sarutobi Rizchi and Sandai Kazkage announced that the alliance agreement between Konoha and Sane had been completed, and the people of the village burst into cheers again. The damage caused by the Nine Tails incident is like a knife selected on Konoha Quainmin's head. Now that Shane is an ally, they can feel at ease a lot. And Sarutobi Hizen immediately announced that he would carry out a funeral for everyone who died in the Second Ninja World War. Once again, the ecstatic villagers returned to the sad reality. Give me money. And just this morning, watching Tsunade's hand extended to him, Yuzuke even wondered if he was hit by the loser Shishin, and asked with black lines on his face, "Where is the 10 million that I gave you yesterday?" Tsunade was a little embarrassed to pin the pretty face to another fat, and said, "Then, how can that little money be enough? It's over soon." Grass. Hearing Tsunade's words, Yuzuke couldn't help but cursed in his heart. 10 million you can't play in one night? Although you know that you have a buff that you will lose every time you gamble. It is too exaggerated, right? You know, even for sleevel tasks, the rewards are only 1 million tals. In other words, Tsunade lost the rewards for 10 sleevel missions in one night. And her own deposit is about 100 million, so she barely enough to play for 10 days. Thinking of this, Yuzuke realized that he could no longer be used to this prodigal lady, and shouted coldly, "Come!" Tsunade's stubborn temper came up when Yuzuke was drunk like this. "What are you fierce? I have to ask you to learn what is women's way today." Yuzuke immediately reinvigorated Futsuna, looking at Tsunade's pink mouth. Despite Tsunade's unwillingness, he still strongly experienced the taste of a princess. 2 hours later, Tsunade was holding the toothbrush and didn't know how many times he swept his mouth, and stared at Yuzuke bitterly. However, Yuzuke relentlessly slapped her on the top. "Dare you still dare to ruin Humphrey?" Tsunade snorted coldly. The next second I suddenly felt cold below me, and I was so scared that I begged for mercy. "Ah, don't dare. You, don't come." She was able to walk yesterday, but now she is really dying. "This dead man stop you for a month. Dare to go to the casino again and see how I can deal with you." Yuzuke walked out of the house refreshingly after tumulting on Tsunade for a while. Staring at the other person's back, Tsunade sipped in disapproval. "Cut. Won't I go out while you are away?" Seeing that Yuzuke's figure disappeared completely within the scope of realization, Tsunade immediately prepared to sneak away. But as soon as he took a step, a tingling sensation followed. "Well, I really can't get out for a short time." Quickly waking up from the wind and snow with Tsunade, Yuzuke planned to go to the training ground to test the magnetic escape he had just mastered. Although he yearned for the corrupt and extravagant life of the Tanlongrun, he didn't completely want to become that kind of person. If you really want to become like that, you will not be far from death. On the way, Yuzuke suddenly heard quarrels not far away. He didn't bother to deal with this kind of meddling, but one of the voices made Yuzuke very familiar, and out of curiosity, he went up to see what was going on. By the side of the street, 2 adult ninjas and a child who looked less than 7 years old were engaged in a heated argument. And that child is Kakashi Hagai. Damn it. "Kakashi, what do you kids say? Dare to insult the dead companion?" The 2 adult ninjas stared at Kakashi in anger, and the dead fish eyes above Kakashi's mask were full of thick disdain, and said coldly, "If you want me to say it several times, I won't go to any funerals. When a person dies, it is because of his lack of strength. If he has time to do this kind of thing, he should hurry up and practice, lest he die like that." Damn it. Don't think you can do whatever you want at a young age. Today I must teach you a lesson. One of them was furious, twisting Kakashi's collar with his left hand. and trying to hit him with his right hand. Hello, stop. At this moment, two voices sounded at the same time. The three people who were arguing turned round and looked. It was Yuzuke, and Bo-Feng Shui men. At this time, Bo-Feng Mizuman was wearing an ordinary Konoha vest, without the costume and mask of Anbu. Wu, Lord Yuzuke. The two Konoha ninjas were trembling with fright. Kakashi frowned, but bowed politely. And Bo-Feng Shuiman also bowed slightly, and then walked up and asked seriously, "What happened?" Konoha is strictly prohibited in private fights. Don't you know this? It's all because this kid is too much. That's right. Even if you don't pay attention to the team in normal tasks, you still insult your dead companions now. The two adult ninjas said indignantly. "I'm just telling the truth," Kakashi Leng responded coldly. Soon, Yuzuke and Heifeng Shuiman knew the cause and effect of the whole thing. The captain of the investigative force to which Kakashi belonged was killed in the mission a few days ago. Therefore, the team members suggested that everyone join the funeral of their captain. The other team members agreed. Only Kakashi rejected the proposal with shame, and he ruthlessly claimed that he died in the mission because he was too weak to mourn, or something would be a waste of time. The two parties quarreled because of this. Kakashi, everyone is Konoha's companion. You are really too much to say that. After understanding the causes and consequences of the matter, Bo-Feng Shuiman frowned and educates Kakashi. Well, I was wrong. I will go to the funeral. Kakashi Leng responded coldly, but he was obviously reluctant. But he didn't dare to argue with Bo-Feng Shuiman. Although he has not yet received the nickname Yellow Flash, the current wave of Watergate is already well known in Konoha. You are really affectionate and righteous, Prajanam. Yuzuke walked up at this moment, hooked Bo-Feng Shuiman's neck and smiled. No, everyone is Konoha's companion. Should we care about each other? Bo-Feng Shuiman said, ashamed. Kakashi is afraid of him, but he is afraid of Yuzuke. But you said, you think so for Konoha's companions, do they think so for you too? Yuzuke asked with a look of a conspirator. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 58 Uchiha's bloodline is outrageous in NM. This, of course, everyone, are all Konoha's members. It should be. Speaking of Bo-Feng Shui men behind, he also softened. Even close relatives and friends have the possibility of anti-purpose, let alone this kind of relationship with the village. It seems that you are not as stupid as you can be. Yuzuke patted Bo-Feng Shuiman on the shoulder, with a teachable look on the face of a ruin. Bo-Feng Shuiman's face is full of black lines. I always feel that you are insulting me, but I have no evidence. All in all, Prajanam, as a senior, I kindly remind you, Yuzuke kindly said, before doing things, think about the consequences. After saying this, Yuji left without looking back. Bo-Feng Mizuman silently stared at the other person's back, thinking about the meaning of Yuzuke's words alone. Then, Yuzuke-sama, won't you go to the funeral? Suddenly, Bo-Feng Mizuman thought of something, and Chong Yuzuke shouted from the back. No one I care about has died, so what am I going to do? Yuzuke's voice came from afar, and the figure quickly disappeared from Bo-Feng Shuiman's vision. There is a training ground inside the Kaienzu clan, but Yuzuke doesn't like that kind of lifeless place. Outside of Konoha village, the public training ground that Kakashi will use to grab the bell from the 7th class in the future. I have time to pass the 3 wooden stakes in the center of the training ground, and there is a hero monument with many names inscribed not far away. I know it is here. The bell robbing test of Sanin and Sarutobi Hitoshi took place here more than 20 years ago. Hero monument. Seeing the stone stele made of deep blue ore in front of him with the name of the ninja who died for the village, Yuzuke couldn't hold back the name Kato-dan on it, and sneered. I don't know how many unlucky people on this stone tablet die in the same way as Kato-suan. Yuzuke immediately walked to the center of the training ground. With a wave of one hand, Fushinkyu tied to his back waist has dozens of pieces in succession as if being held by an invisible hand. floating neatly behind Yuzuke. Yuzuke picked his finger slightly. The tip of the trigeminal kunai suddenly faced straight ahead. This scene is almost like the treasure of the King of Golden pickup. In the next instant, Yuzuke's pupils suddenly tightened. Behind him, dozens of tridents came out together, flying like a forest on the other side of a creek. However, just before hitting the trunk, he flew in a different direction. Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Yuzuke himself disappeared in place. The whole person turned into an electric light to shuttle between those tridents. And as magnetic escape can control Fushinkyu to fly to different directions at will, Yuzuke himself can also jump in space in different positions. The cooperation of magnetic escape and flying thunder god. In addition to the eternal kaleidoscope writing round eyes, done, and above, there are only 6 levels of yin and yang ninjutsu. Yuzuke really couldn't think of any other ninjutsu tricks. Well, the trick of the seduction technique that even Dodongma I can't bear is not counted in it. Okay, awesome, really awesome. At this moment, a shout full of worship came from behind Yuzuke. Turning his head to see, it was a little devil who was about 5 years old. A seat in black, with a broken knife on his back, is somewhat similar to Yuzuke. The clothes on the body also have the flame fan logo of the Uchiha clan. Yuzuke has already met him once, the third Uchiha ninja who was born decades later after inheriting Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Senna. Uchiha Shisui. Now he is just a kid who is less than 5 years old. That's amazing. Yuzuke-sama, what kind of technique was that just now? Uchiha Shisui ran up and asked admiringly. Why didn't you go to the funeral? Yuzuke lowered his head and asked this little bit. It's over. Shisui touched the back of his head, then said with a straight face, this time the ending of the Ninja World War Konoha made me feel deeply. Although I haven't entered the ninja school yet, I think I can start to cultivate my own strength. Yuzuke stroked his chin and thought, this kid, maybe it can be used. Do you have a brother? The kind of deer? Yuzuke asked suddenly. Aha! Shisui was taken aback, wondering why Yuzuke had asked this question suddenly, but he answered obediently, no, I am the only child. Well, no brothers, it means you can only be limited to the extent of ordinary kaleidoscope. In other words, the peak of the shadow class is also the highest. To be honest, the lineage of Uchiha's family is outrageous in NM. Just fusing the eyes of the two brothers to get a pair of eternal eyes that won't be blinded is enough to force countless Uchiha people into cannibalism, right? That. Master Yuzuke, why don't you speak? Seeing that Yuzuke hadn't spoken for a long time, Shisui couldn't help asking. I'm a little afraid that I am annoyed by this master. That's a bit bad. After all, Yuzuke's reputation in Konoha is a bit fierce. Okay, I can teach you. Yuzuke nodded. Huh? Really? Shisui looked unbelievable, never expected the surprise to come so suddenly. Yuzuke smiled. After all, the old man Sarutobi Risen had already begun to cultivate the Feng Shui Gate. Then it's better to cultivate a genius by yourself. Although I don't feel like I need it much, I don't lose money if I take it. The only flaw is that this kid is a man, not seductive. Gee. Sexism. 59 Tool Human Wave Feng Shui Men. The Second Ninja World War came to an end as Konoha and Seiji formally signed an alliance agreement. On the other side, Iwakura Village lost its shadow in the Second Ninja World War. After more than 2 months of intense discussions, the successor to the 4th generation of Mudokage was finally finalized. At present, even the neck is not black. Of course it will not be his turn. He was elected as the number 2 master of Yanin village during Onika's tenure. Yotsuo Shili allows it made people behave like a shadow, and this matter also made the entire senior staff of the country hesitate for a long time. But as one of the hot candidates, Huangta has only the elite of Shangnin, which is really not suitable to promote him to the position of shadow in one breath. After all, in the original work, Danzo was killed by the second pillar, and during the period when Tsunade was in a coma, Kakashi, who was elected as the 6th generation of Naruto, had the quasi-film ability. Although he hits everybody at half-century. And if Lois is really allowed to sit in the position of Earth Shadow, it will not be enough to deter other countries. Although Laos is a human force, he can still control it well. The land of the land daimyo hesitated for a long time, and finally handed over the position of the fourth generation of eyes to Laozi. And the first thing Laozi did after he took the upper hand was to select a new candidate for the five tails, who had no one. In fact, Laozi is not comfortable sitting in the position of the earth shadow. Although the daimyo of the earth country chose him as the shadow, he also allows Huang to as a watcher, enjoying almost equal power with him, just to prevent the tail beast in his body from running away. This is the same reason that Shein village had no choice but to recommend 16-year-old Garo as Fennying. No way, there is really no other person to choose. On Konoha's side, Sarutobi Hisaki also knew very well that after the Kyuubi incident, his movie could not be taken anymore. For such a big thing to happen, his shadow must be held responsible. It's just that although Konoha has several movie-level powerhouses, they are not suitable. Dashimaru's character has gradually become perverted. Since the end of the war, no one was seen all day long. I don't know what he is doing at all. Jai Lai also made it clear that he was not interested in the location of Naruto. After the war, I traveled to various countries, but no one was found. Tsunade, that was the one who hated the current high-level Konoha the most, and it was passed to her that she was definitely fighting against the elders. Therefore, Sarutobi Hizen did not want to pass the throne to Tsunade. And at this moment, a genius who inherited Zillai's mind and will, Bo Feng Shui men appeared. Sarutobi Hitoshi hits the Bo Feng Shui man at a glance. There is no doubt that he is a commoner and possesses the will to fire. It is simply the perfect candidate for the fourth generation of Hokage. Therefore, since the end of the war, Sarutobi Hichi has begun to focus on cultivating the wave of Feng Shuiman. After the war, Haifeng Mizuman retreated to Anb under the guidance of Sarutobi Hitazumi and acted as a normal ninja. He has been able to gradually use Thunder God, not only in the country of fire, but also in neighboring countries. It is said that Konoha has an extremely powerful young ninja. The mission success rate is 100%. As for Yuzuki, who is known as the Butcher, the heat has dropped a lot in the past few months. The reason is simple, because he doesn't take the task at all. Nonsense. With such a big clan, even if Tsunade is a ruin, he can't run to pick up the task to make money. Since the end of the war, he has not taken up a mission. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hizen to find him or Tsunade. All the high-level tasks are undertaken by Haifeng Mizuman. The purpose is to let the Bofeng Water Gate grow as far as possible to stand alone. After all, in the Second Ninja World War, in order to get Yuzuki to fight, the price of the elders was too great. They really don't want to use him anymore. Isn't Bofeng Shuiman a perfect tool man? Nor will he bargain with the elders group on the strength of his strength. Do whatever you ask him to do. What you want is this kind of subordinate. How obedient. Thousands of hands. Inside the casino. Ha ha ha. My old lady is a flush. How come I am bigger? Tsunade showed the last poker card, and one shouted frantically. That's right. This casino was opened by Yuji. Since this prodigal lady intended to steal the family's passbook to gamble on money, Yuzuki found out and swollen her skin. Yuzuki also found that the woman was hopeless. Simply take out the remaining money and open a casino. Anyway, the wool is on the sheep, and this prodigal lady is in his own casino. Although I still lose every bet, at least I won't lose money. And Yuzuki, who had watched a series of gambling films in his previous life, threw in the Russian turntables, stud, and Texas that Naruto World did not have. In addition, Tsunade, the fat sheep, is really making a fortune. Tsunade basically spent everything here except sleeping with Yuzuki at night. This addiction, I feel that I need to be electrocuted by the Lightning King. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, I have a straight flush. The villager opposite showed his whole card. What? Tsunade roared, you kid is a big one, right? How can a flush be possible? The villagers were frightened and their feet trembled, and they quivered all over and said, no, no. Who dares to go out of Yuzuki-sama's casino? And, The croupiers are all from the Hyuga family. Here comes the member of the Hyuga family who was hired by Yuzuke as a croupier, standing in the middle of the gaming table was speechless. Tsunade-sama, he really didn't pay 1,000. Although I heard that Tsunade would lose every bet, I didn't expect to be able to reach this level. What a fat sheep. PS should be on the shelves in the early hours of tonight or tomorrow, and there will be 10 updates in 24 hours today. Just ask for the first order, please everyone. This book is dead or alive, in one fell swoop. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 60 I appointed you to be Hokage, coming soon to be ordered in the public training ground by the creek outside Konoha village. Uekai Hashishui, who was less than 5 years old, took a deep breath, and suddenly pulled out the short blade on his back. The left hand made a seal with one hand, and the short blade's blade instantly burst into flames. This is the Uekai Naruto art. Yuzuke, who held an apple-cutting knife in his hand, smiled slightly. He just wanted to experience what it's like to abuse Sauron with an eagle eye. Shishui flew out, and the burning blade in his hand slashed towards Yuzuke, but it all resolved easily. It was indeed very similar to the scene where Sauron fought Hawkeye for the first time. After Shishui hacked hundreds of knives, Yuzuke suddenly raised his corner. For the first time, he took the initiative to attack, picking up the short blade of the water stop, and hitting his neck with the handle of the knife with the backhand. Bang! The water stopped flying upside down and fell heavily on the lawn. Okay, it hurts. The short blade of Shishui fell to the ground, clutching Zongzou's neck and screaming in pain. Stop playing. Your kid is really good. Yuzuke flicked the fruit knife into the wooden stake next to him. Brother Yuji, Zairionk Xiaololita ran into the training ground and said sweetly, "It's time for dinner." Okay. Yuzuke rubbed Xiaolora's head and said without emotion, "Boy, go home by yourself." Reluctantly raised his head to look at the back of the two of them leaving. Shishui was crying without tears. Okay, that's too much, teacher. On the way home, Zairong bounced and said, "The feeling is back." That prodigal lady, have you lost all your money again? Otherwise how could you come back so early? Yuzuke had already seen through Tsunade's urination. Although the casino is its own, it does not mean that Yuzuke will indulge Tsunade's gambling indefinitely. After all, every time this fat sheep goes to bet, everyone buys it from her. Let her gamble too much, and the casino will have to pay clean. I heard that after Tsunade-sama lost all the money in the casino today, because Yuzuke's brother ordered the casino not to borrow money from Tsunade-sama, she made a lot of noise in the casino and smashed the casino door when she left. Zairong little Lori said again, Yuzuke. But it won't work anymore. After being speechless, Yuzuke thought to her, Suna, this woman is going crazy in the casino all day long, and this kind of ban is of no use. I still have to find something to do for her. Just when the two were about to return to the clan, they didn't expect to encounter a face they hadn't seen for a long time. Okaimayu. Yurong's little Lori immediately hid behind Yuzuke. After all, the temperament of Dashwin has gradually begun to move closer to perversion. Oh, Senior Roshimaru, it's been a long time since I saw you. Yuzuke took the initiative to beckon. The last time I met, I remember it was at the end of the Second Ninja World War. Haha, Yuzuke-kun, it seems that you have had a good time recently. Compared to a few months ago, Dashwin's temperament has become more gloomy, and her voice has become more somber and hoarse. With each other, Senior Roshimaru has not acted for a few months. As a popular candidate for the fourth generation of Hokage, they will lose the hearts of the people. Yuzuke half-joked. Seeing Dashwin like this, he must have begun to study life taboos. I remember that Oshimaru killed the guard ninja of the Sarutobi clan in the original work to obtain forbidden techniques such as reincarnating from the filthy soil, and went to peek at the Book of the Seal. I don't know if he has done it now. Hee, Minkson is the most useless thing. Didn't you say that Yuzuke-kun? Dear, she once sneered. Before Yuzuke could answer, Oshimaru said again, what's more, the position of the fourth generation of Hokage has long been out of my turn. From your eyes, It is impossible for Yuzuki-kun to fail to see this, right? Yuzuki did not answer. But in fact, anyone with a little bit of brain can see that Sarutobi hierarchy is now more important to Feng Shuiman. Will this go on? Yuzuki-kun, Shimaru suddenly asked mysteriously. What do you mean? Yuzuki raised his eyebrows. If you really follow Sarutobi-teacher's idea and Heifeng Mizuman inherits the position of Hokage, then Konoha will be the elders in the final analysis. This is not a good thing for you and Tsunade who hate the elders, right? Shimaru said without a word. To be honest, the current Feng Shuiman is just a 16-year-old kid. In the original book, he became the 4th generation of Hokage, which is also the reason why he made great contributions to Konoha in the Third Ninja World War. Even now Sarutobi Hizaki has the idea of establishing Heifeng Mizuman as a 4th generation Naruto candidate in advance. He won't be in his turn in a few years, so Yuzuki is not in a hurry. If you are interested in this topic, you can come to my research institute to discuss it. Haha, goodbye. After speaking the last sentence, Daishiwan turned and left. Brother Yuzuki, what is Lord Oshimaru talking about? After Daishimaru left, Yuri Honxiaolori got out from behind Yuzuki. For the 6-year-old, this problem is a bit more advanced. Red, don't worry about it. Yuzuki hooked her little nose, and the two wandered back home. As soon as she entered the house, Honxiaolori ran into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tsunade in the living room was still sulking because of the casino. Yuzuki, who had been thinking about her Samara's words all the way, had been staring at Tsunade since entering the house. What do you look at, perverted? Tsunade was uncomfortable being seen and couldn't help but shouted. I made a decision. Yuzuki raised his finger and pointed at Tsunade. I have appointed you to be the 4th generation of Hokage. 61 Just kill the current Hokage, huh? Fire, Hokage? Tsunade was frightened by Yuzuki's sudden suggestion. What? Naruto? Well, when she was very young, it was not that she did not yearn for her grandfather and second grandfather to become a Hokage of Konoha, but the more she got older, the more she lost interest in the position of Hokage. Especially after seeing the dark political struggle of the basic Konoha high level, it completely wiped out the idea of being a Hokage. With that spare time, she might as well go to the casino to gamble 2 more. I'm wrong. The next second, Tsunade chose to refuse without saying a word. That won't work. I have already decided. Yuzuki is full of machismo. This home, what I say is what I say. Tsunade took a deep breath and said that he wanted to hit someone. But considering the strength between himself and the other party, he immediately dispelled this idea. Rather than running to the casino all day long, you might as well find something proper to do, Yuzuki said. But immediately, he found Tsunade looking at him with a disdainful expression, as if saying, my mother gave you the most important things. What's wrong with spending some money? You really don't want to take back the village that your grandfather created? Seeing that this set of reasons didn't work, Yuzuki immediately changed his statement. As soon as he said this, Tsunade's eyes trembled. Although it was only a short moment, it did not escape Yuzuki's eyes. This village is supposed to be yours. So why let the people surnamed Sarutobi and Shikan take care of it? Don't you want to take it back? Yuzuki smirked like a trafficker who used sugar to abduct children. For a long time, Yuzuki's idea was to kill the elders, then take control of Konoha, and then advance and control the entire ninja world. But Dashimaru's words today gave Yuzuki a feeling of divine enlightenment. To get Konoha, you don't have to kill the elders first. You can get the position of Hokage first, and then slowly deal with those old foxes. This is also a way. What's more, let our own woman sit in the position of Hokage. Then her life in the village will definitely be 10,000 times better than now. Get the position of Hokage ahead of time. How can you not lose? And under Yuzuki's non-stop persuasion, Tsunade has completely hesitated. Yes, this village was originally created by my grandfather. But now the Kaienza clan has not continued as the Konoha clan as before. Instead, They became victims of dark politics because they were involved in high-level political struggles. As the only surviving Thousand Hands tribe, shouldn't he bring the village back? Yuziuk was not in a hurry to ask Tsunade to give an answer today. After all, even if Tsunade agreed now, it would not be a day or two to take away the Hokage position. Hugging Tsunade in his arms, Yuziuk snatched her red scorpion fiercely, and chuckled, "Think slowly, don't worry." Immediately, he whispered another word in Tsunade's ear, then got up and walked towards the kitchen. "Red, is the dinner ready, rascal?" After Yuziuk left, Tsunade said two words in a low voice with a flushed face, because what the guy said in his ear just now was, "Remember to wear a nurse's uniform tonight." Early the next morning, Lori went to school after having breakfast with Yuziuk and Tsunade. Tsunade, who was tossed last night, is still a little sluggish. Recalling what Yuziuk said to him yesterday, Tsunade couldn't help but said, "Last night, huh? Are you going to change to a ninja suit today?" Yuziuk asked. "Who told you about this topic?" Tsunade picked up the water glass and poured it directly at Yuziuk, but was avoided by the opponent in advance. Tsunade was ashamed and angry. Him talking about the topic of the fourth generation of Hokage. "Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about clothes," Yuziuk deliberately teased. To be honest, Zifu is a bit tasteless, although it is really eye-catching at first glance. But in the end, isn't it the same to take it down? It's really uncomfortable to wear that thing to do business. It's not expensive, but Yuziuk said that he is a person who has the courage to try, and he plans to try Cheongsam later. Although it feels more suitable for the Cheongsam to be worn by Hinata. Tsunade struggled and said, "Even if you want me to be Hokage, will the old man take the initiative to abdicate? If it's Jiraiya, he might still be willing. It is absolutely impossible for me." Tsunato reached this topic, and Yuziuk also thought about it. Indeed, if you do something when the Kyuubi incident occurs, there are still some opportunities. But it has been almost a year now, and it is unlikely that Sarutobi will be attacked by that incident. Why didn't Yuziuk and Tsunade have this relationship at that time? I will figure out a solution for this matter. Yuziuk stuffed the toast into the bowl and got up to go out. "Don't mess around." Tsunade couldn't help but exhorted. Tsunade always had a hunch when thinking of Yuziuk's usual chaotic behavior. What else this guy is going to do? "Do not worry." Before leaving, Yuziuk walked to Tsunade's side, holding her pretty face, and berserk for a while before leaving with Tsunade's punches and kicks. Half an hour later, there were incomprehensible bottles and jars everywhere, in the -1 research room of experimental utensils. When Yuziuk asked Toshawan what could be done, Daishiwan smiled sullenly. "That's not easy. Just kill the incumbent Hokage." 62 Planning the Third Ninja War in advance, coming soon for subscription in the Research Institute of Dashimaru. Upon hearing Yuziuk's question, Dashimaru still played with the bottles and cans that Yuziuk could not understand, and responded with a sneer, "Indeed, it is impossible for Sarutobi to abdicate early. If this is the case, just kill it directly." Yuziuk grinned. "Wow, this is really a good way. Senior Orochimaru is really a filial piety. Then ... you do it." In the original work, Orochimaru does plan to kill Sarutobi. However, although Sarutobi Rizchi has entered a regressive period from its peak due to aging, it is not -1 that can assassinate it. Yuziuk himself did not dare to guarantee that he could complete the assassination without being noticed by any of the Anbu who was personally protecting Sarutobi Hisaki. The difficulty of killing a shadow publicly and assassinating a shadow is completely different. Although Yuziuk doesn't care what others think of him, but there must be a degree. At least it can turn into a rat crossing the street like the future Danzo, before getting the power that can be invincible in this world. If you really want to kill Sarutobi Hichi publicly to grab the position of Hokage, then the road after myself is not easy to walk. Hee, kidding. If Mr. Sarutobi stays in Konoha, no one can assassinate him. Orochimaru put down the measuring cup in his hand, turned his head and smiled. "But if it is a war period, then there are too many opportunities. Will you start the Third Ninja World War ahead of time? Yuzuke instantly understood the meaning of -1. Calculated according to the timeline of the original work, there are at least a few years before the Third Ninja War. As long as the war is launched, even if the assassination is not successful, you can use the means of war to force teacher Sarufai to abdicate. There are many ways. Daishiwan is extremely confident. Originally from the Kyuubi incident, the position of Sarutobi Hizen's Naruto was already in jeopardy, and now it just needs a fuse. Now, the most effective fuse is undoubtedly war. The most effective way to provoke a war is nothing more than a civil unrest in another country, which rouses the coveting of other countries. Yuzuke shrugged and smiled. The most effective way is to kill a few big people from other countries. The Third Ninja War was originally caused by the mysterious disappearance of the 3 generations of Fenning. With this precedent, the best way to start a war is to kill a shadow. Wind shadow, earth shadow, water shadow, thunder shadow. Yuzuke read out the target one by one, then raised his eyes slightly and said, "Which one should I aim for?" "Don't worry, as long as it can cause civil unrest in other countries, it is enough, and it does not necessarily mean killing the shadow." Dashimaru grinned and said, "I have already sent someone to collect information." "You don't need to worry, Yuzuke-kun. You just need to wait for my good news." "Senior Orochimaru is willing to cooperate with me. Can you tell me what your purpose is?" Yuji put his hands in front of Iksan, and asked with interest. In the original Orochimaru, he wanted to kill Sarutobi Hizen. He claimed that it was only a whim. Many people think that it was because Sarutobi Hizen chose Fang Shuiman instead of him when he was running for the 4th generation of Naruto. Resentment. But now it seems that Dashimaru is not very concerned about the position of the 4th generation of Hokage. "Recently, my research has encountered a bottleneck." Daishiwan leaned on the experimental platform with both hands, adding a bit of unwillingness to his tone. "The toy-level experimental product of the White Mouse is no longer enough. It takes real life to break through this bottleneck." Speaking of this, Daishiwan added her lips like a snake, and then said, "People like Sarutobi teacher will not agree to this matter." "In other words, you want to find a Hokage who can agree with you to do this kind of thing? You deserve it." When Yuzuke heard this, he smiled knowingly. "Yuzuke-kun won't stop me, right?" Daishiwan couldn't help but sneered. "For the future development of the world, some small sacrifices are necessary," Yuzuke said with great righteousness. Hee, I feel so relieved for people like Konoha Yuzuke-kun." Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. At present, he has no hatred for his mentor Sarutobi Hizen, but he has no feelings at all. In other words, in the eyes of today's Dashwan, the self who will be immortal does not need to care about feelings at all. On the other side of Konoha village, inside Hokage's office. "Prachanam, I heard that you have been very close to Juxinna recently." Sarutobi Hizen smiled and looked at Fang Mizuno who was kneeling in front of him. "Ah. Yes." Fang Shuiman was a little embarrassed. "Juxinna's hometown and family have died. You have to treat her well, you know?" Sarutobi Hizen asked. Fang Shuiman immediately looked straight and nodded. "But there is one more thing, I hope you can understand." Sarutobi Hizen's expression gradually became solemn. "Kushina has another identity." 9 Trenzuli. The water gate of Bofeng bites slightly. Although the previous Renzuli transfer ceremony failed, it doesn't mean that the village has given up Kyuubi. On the contrary, Konoha will definitely retake Kyuubi. Sarutobi Hizen stared at Fang Mizuno. "So you understand? Kushina will become Konoha's ultimate weapon. That is a certain thing." "Yes, I understand, Master Naruto." Hearing Fang Mizuno's answer, Sarutobi Hizen nodded in satisfaction. Because of the death of Onoki, Konoha and Yanin have already forged a bloody feud. The accounts of the second-generation Hokage and the second-generation Reking have not been settled yet, and Yanin is eyeing again. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Hizen must retrieve Kyuubi as soon as possible in order to achieve the goal of deterring the enemy country. P.S. It's basically determined to be on the shelves tomorrow noon. Then I beg you to make a first order. It's really important. It's about life and death. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 63 The three who refused to obey orders coming soon. Please order first with the gradual arrival of winter. It also symbolizes that the old year is about to pass, and the new year will follow. In this new year that just ended, the Second Ninja War, book reviews can make many people feel once again how difficult it is to live in this ninja world. But for Kakashi, this was his first belief to lose his father. Although Admiral Zhang called White Teeth a waste of violating the rules, only he knew what he thought in his heart. A person walks aimlessly on the street that exudes a strong New Year's celebration. The lonely back figure is incompatible with the festive and riotous atmosphere around him. When Kakashi came back to his senses, he unexpectedly found that he had walked in front of the ninja cemetery without knowing it. After struggling for a few seconds, Kakashi finally walked into the cemetery. Since his death with White Teeth, he hasn't come to sweep the grave for his father once, and now he doesn't know how. When Kakashi first walked into the cemetery, he found a familiar figure standing in front of a tombstone in the distance. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly and walked up. It was discovered that Yuzuke had placed a bunch of white flowers in front of the white-tooth tombstone. Master Yuzuke. Before Kakashi could speak, an Anbu member had appeared next to Yuzuke with a flashing technique, and said, "Master Naruto wants you to come and meet." Before leaving, Yuzuke also noticed Kakashi who came by. But Yuzuke didn't say anything. He had no interest in Kakashi, he just cast a calm look, and disappeared into the cemetery at the same time as the ANP player who came to spread the word. "It's so amazing. I can't catch up at all." The member of ANP who was in charge of spreading the message saw Yuzuke disappearing in front of him in an instant, secretly marveling in his heart. No wonder it was possible to kill one shadow and severely damage another shadow in the previous war. Soon, when Yuzuke came to the Hokage office, as soon as he walked in, he saw several familiar figures: Tsunade, Osamu, Jiraiya, Heifeng Mizuman, and Uzumaki Kushina, who have not met since the Kyuubi incident a year ago. It can be said that the strongest group of Konoha young generations are gathered here. "Oh, Senior Jiraiya, come back." Yuzuke smiled slightly and greeted him actively. Jiraiya also glanced at this kid with a bit of resentment. When he came back, he had heard from Senju's clansmen that Tsunade had been living with this guy for more than half a year. I also noticed that Tsunade, a 30-year-old woman who seemed to be in a second-degree developmental state recently, didn't he know what happened to him, an old driver who wandered around the place all day long? By the way, do you want to read my perseverance and endurance? Jiraiya also said, taking a novel out of his arms and selling it to Yuzuke. "Oh, I have already watched that." Yuzuke smiled. The protagonist's name is Naruto, and the original Fang Shuiman named his son because of reading this book. "Oh, how about it?" Jiraiya also excitedly said. "Is boring." Yuzuke showed a harmless smile of humans and animals, and critically said, "It is completely chicken soup without any nutrition." Although it depicts an ideal world without disputes, if you just think about it, you will know that the world where people understand each other is fundamental. It can't exist. Jiraiya's face suddenly became ashes. Fang Shuiman chuckled and said, "You, Lord Yuzuke, isn't it that bad, right? After all, it's my teacher's book, so let's show some face. Everything is here. So let's get to the point." Sarutobi Risen interrupted everyone's chat, took a pipe and said, "Jiraiya is also back, and now the strongest combat power in the village is gathered together. I think now is the best time." Halfway through, Sarutobi Hisaki's volume suddenly increased, and Payan shouted, "Catch back Kyuubi who escaped from Konoha a year ago." Bofing Watergate and Uzumaki Juxina look sad. Is it still the day after all? Jiraiya's mood is also very complicated, and he certainly understands it. Once Nine Tails are captured, Kushina will inevitably become a new force. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama, I'm very busy lately, you can find someone else." Yuzuke twisted the bridge of his nose, turned and left. Old man, don't call me if it's okay. I feel lucky today, and I want to bet on 2 rounds. Tsunade rubbed his hands to indicate that his hands were itchy, and followed Yuzuke. Give me home and stay honestly. How much have you lost recently? Outside the office, Yuzuke twisted Tsunade's back collar, who was trying to escape. Long-winded. Only 30 million tals. Tsunade pouted, snapped, snapped, snapped. The next second, a crisp ear-flapping sound came from outside the door. My surname is Yu. My old lady fights with you. Tsunade's roared. There are also Bo Feng Shui men and others who listened to Jilei's horns. Teacher, I can't get out of my research recently. It's enough if I have my own self. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Yuzuke and Tsunade were fine. Even Dashwin didn't give face at all and left directly. Oshimaru, Jilei also wanted to hold the opponent, but Oshimaru had already disappeared faster with an instantaneous spell. Looking at the remaining Bo Feng Shuiman and Uzumaki Kushina, Jilei also scratched the back of his head. Old man, this matter. Just put it aside for now. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hizen's face darkened. When Hokage is for this purpose, there is no one but himself. After Jiraiya left with Bo Feng Shuiman and Kusanai, Danzo went to bed with Xiao-chan, and Maito Menyon walked in. Even Oshimaru is starting to be disobedient. Maito Menyon said earnestly, Kyuubi must be recovered as soon as possible. You also understand this truth, son slash. After all, it is the strongest tail beast. It has been left outside and it will definitely cause other villages to covet it. Sarutobi Hitoshi also felt a headache. It's not that the kid started, even Tsunade and Oshimaru were affected. When it really arrives, the ninja will not listen to orders. What is the significance of the position of Naruto? Tuanzang scolded coldly. Although no surname was named, the other 3 knew who he was talking about. In this regard, Sarutobi Hisaki also felt a headache. If an ordinary ninja dared to disobey Naruto's orders in this way, he could directly deprive the other ninja of his position. It can even be locked into the police department. But Yuzuke and Tsunade didn't care about the title of Konoha ninja at all. Not afraid of the police department. Do you dare to call the police department to arrest people? I'm afraid it's not because someone didn't catch it. The police department will be caught in a pan first. P.S. Today, the 7th update will still be released, and tomorrow morning, we are expected to present another 2 to 3 updates for everyone. Success or failure depends on this. Even if you want to get fat, don't forget to subscribe in the first 3 days of launching. And the author's update speed is not slow, is it? Please. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 64 As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. Coming soon. Please first order teacher. I heard that you, Tsunade-sama, and Oshimaru-sama rejected the orders from Naruto-sama personally. Is it true? The year is not over yet, so I happened to meet Yuzuke Suikai Shishui today and asked enthusiastically. On the short body of Shishui at this time, his thin arms held a vegetable basket. Obviously, he came out to buy groceries. How did your kid know? Yuzuke raised his eyebrows and asked with a hint of playfulness. The whole ninja circle of Konoha spread. Shishui scratched his head and said, everyone said. You two are very, snapped. Yuzuke slapped the kid directly on the head. Don't talk if you can't speak. No wonder they came out this morning and found that some Konoha ninjas looked very clear when they saw themselves, and the reason was found. At this time, Yuzuke noticed that several Konoha ninjas passing by took a peek at him, whispering, not knowing what they were talking about. What are you looking at? Get out of here, Yuzuke shouted. In an instant, the ninjas were so frightened that they were peeing their pants and ran away. Awesome. Shishui was startled. Immediately, Shishui's expression turned. But sir, recently you and Tsunade-sama's comments on Konoha have been getting more and more. It's worth noting. Oh, ethical kidnapping? The saying goes well, as long as I am a waste, no one can use me. In other words, as long as I have no morals, No one can kidnap me, Uji said righteously. Zishui said that his 3 views had been brushed up again. Brother Uji, are you back so soon today? Hearing the sound of the door opening, Zai Ryong Xiaolori ran out to greet her. It happened to see Shishui being lifted by Yuzuke. Are you, Uekai Shishui? Xirong was slightly startled. It was not the first time she met each other. Hello, the teacher invited me to have a New Year dinner. Shishui nodded politely. This kid is an orphan, and the one who celebrates the New Year is still alone. It's pitiful. Yuzuke patted Shishui on the head. So I brought him back for a meal. Shishui was a little embarrassed. I don't know why, but I always feel that the word orphan is a bit different from Yuzuke's mouth. Although he is indeed an orphan. First, I refused the order of Master Naruto, and now I have accepted a child of the Uchiha clan as his disciple. You must pay attention to it. If you continue like this, you will easily be targeted by the people above. After the rare holiday, Yuri Zenhong looked at Shishui for a while. He said to Yuzuke with deep meaning, the grievances between Uchiha and Konoha's high-level leaders are already an open secret in Konoha's ninja circle, but everyone is tacit understanding, and no one takes the initiative to break it. For this reason, Konoha's other ninjas, including civilian ninjas, didn't want to interact with the Uchiha clan. Have you been spotted a long time ago? Yuzuke yawned and lay on the tatami. Didn't find Tsunade's shadow. Did the prodigal lady go to the casino again? Teacher, after the start of this year, I will officially enroll in the ninja school. Zishui took the initiative to find a topic and said, but I feel that what I learned in school should be very simple, and I also want to fire up Senior Kakashi to graduate early. Graduate early? Then I want to. Hearing this topic, Zai Ryong little Lori ran out of the kitchen. Red, don't make trouble. You are not strong enough. Yuri Zenhong said funny. I hate dad the most. Zai Ryong shouted angrily. Graduate early. Yuzuke thought for a while, and nodded. All right. The third ninja war is coming soon. Don't waste time in kindergartens like ninja school. Take part in the mission early. It makes sense for you to go to the battlefield in the future. Hearing Yuzuke's words, both Shishui and Yuri Zenhong were taken aback. Yuri Zenhong couldn't help asking, the third ninja world war is coming? How did you know? Less than a year after the end of the second ninja world war, is the third time here? Are you kidding me? I just know it. Yuzuke smiled mysteriously, watching Yuri really red and Zishui's heart straightening. There is another ominous hunch. The joyous atmosphere of the new year passed quickly. The arrival of the new year also means that the ninja school has begun to recruit new students. Out of curiosity, Yuzuke also looked at the list of freshmen this year, but apart from the name Uchiha Shishui, there was nothing worth noting. Okay. At this time, Yuzuke noticed a few familiar names: Mitarai Red Beans, Moonlight Blast. What do these people say? It feels like a cold dish on the New Year's Eve. Do they have the same role for the New Year? Especially Moonlight High 8, if it weren't for the name Shifeng. Yuzuke said he didn't remember who this person was. After reading the list of freshmen, Yuzuke crumpled it into a paper ball and threw it into the trash can aside. Dear Shiwon said that there are new breakthroughs in research, and I want to talk to myself. Yuzuke said that he really hated going to his ghost place, but this time Dashimaru was very excited. There should be a new research breakthrough. Tailed Beast. Yuzuke looked slightly startled when he heard the 2 words mentioned by Dashimaru in the Research Institute of Dashimaru. Yes. Daishiwon looked a little excited, and raised his arms. You should know about Yuzuke-kun. Tailed beasts have a peculiar ability to resurrect. Even if they kill them, after a period of time, they will resurrect and descend somewhere in this world. It can be said to be a kind of unkillable creatures. So, what do you want to do? Yuji said with an empty eye. Dashimaru doesn't really want to catch the 9 tails, right? I am not interested in this matter. I got the information. The next generation of AI, who has been designated as the son of the 3rd generation of Reikage of the 4th generation of Reikage, will escort an important caravan to Yonokuni next month, together with the incumbent Yamanzu Liberubai. Oshimaru sneered in an arc. Yanokuni is a subject of the Fire Land. If we make some noise there, the long-standing conflicts between the Fire Land and the Thunderland will be ignited for many years. The Third Ninja World War, isn't it just around the corner? P.S. The countdown is counting down. It is expected to be on the shelves at noon. At that time, I ask everyone to order a wave first, please. This book comes from wap.follow.com. 65 It's too easy to promise coming soon. First order. Yanokuni is a small country located between the two big countries of the country of fire and the country of thunder, and mainly trades in commodities. But compared to the country of thunder with sturdy folk customs, the country of Tang is more dependent on the great country of the country of fire. On the surface, it is an allied country, but in fact it is a dependent country. If the land of thunder wants to attack the land of fire, it must pass through the land of Yun. Just like in the early days of the Second Ninja World War, the land of fire, the land of the earth, and the country of wind fought, and the land of rain pitifully became the main battlefield. If the people of the Kingdom of Thunder cause trouble in the Kingdom of Yano, then Sarutobi Hizen will never sit idly by. Coupled with the old feud between his mentor, the second generation of Naruto, and thousands of hands, it is very likely that a war will break out. Although Oshimaru's strength in the later stage has been completely reduced to a tool for resurrecting the four Hokage. But when it comes to conspiracy, I'm afraid that only Danzang's old negative coin can be compared with it. It's just right. Anyway, I also hate Union's black-skinned savages, so I'll send them on the road. By the way, Yuzuke agreed with the plan of Oshimaru. Once the mark of Flying Thunder God stays on the target, it is impossible to erase it unless you use yin and yang to escape. If Yuzuke wanted to provoke the third ninja battle ahead of time, he could use the Thunder God to teleport to the third generation Fenning and kill him. Using this method can also provoke the three wars in advance. But the problem is that Konoha has signed an alliance agreement with Sane. Even if Shayuki started a war because of Fukage's death, she would not direct her spearhead at Konoha, because the best target is Iwain and Onion, who are enemies with Konoha. Of these two villages, one was Cage died in the hands of Yuzuke, who was a Konoha ninja, and the other was a feud. In these two villages, Yuzuke hates Union even more. So he agreed to Dashwin's plan and took Union's knife. A month later, after the ninja school graduated from Hagai Kakashi 2 years ago, another genius turned out to be born. Compared to Kakashi Hagai, who was a civilian, his identity has undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. Uchiha family, Uchiha stop water. That's right. Since Uchiha Madara died in battle under the original Naruto Senjujima, after nearly 30 years, Uchiha finally gave birth to another genius. The Uchiha clan, hoping for the stars and the moon, finally figured out a genius. Just enrolled a month ago, and then directly applied for early graduation. Once he succeeds, he will break Kakashi's record of 6 months of enrollment and application for early graduation and success. Become the fastest graduating student in the history of Konoha and Ninja School. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hizen looked at Shishui's files in the office. The name Uchiha made him frown. But what makes Sarutobi Hizen more alert is that in the data column below, there is a line of words written like this: "We were personally guided by Yuzuke Minino." Are you a disciple cultivated by Yuzuke? Oh, Lord Naruto, I heard that Shishui boy is about to graduate early. Suddenly, Yuzuke walked into Hokage's office from outside the door, not too young, and smiled. Then let me come, graduate alone, and there is no way to join the 3% team of ordinary graduates. Right? Seeing Yuzuke, who didn't want to take the initiative to see him once for a year and a half, actually came in person, Sarutobi Hizen frowned. There is no doubt that Uchiha Shishui is a genius. As for the genius, Sarutobi Hizen naturally tried his best, hoping to recruit him under his command. Not to mention, he is still a descendant of his former teammate, Uchiha Mira. Although not a genius, Uchiha Mira can be regarded as a talent. More importantly, he inherited the will of fire, so he was valued by thousands of hands. and he was exceptionally promoted to be a member of the Naruto guards at that time. At that time, Uchiha Mirror was criticized as a traitor by many people in the Uchiha family. Although Uzuke was extremely transgressive, he did not openly confront him. But even so, Sarutobi Hizen was not willing to give him such a genius. Master Naruto isn't willing? That's okay, I'm still having fun. Seeing Sarutobi Hizen hesitating, Uzuke was not aggressive either, but instead immediately chose to give up, turning around to leave. I originally planned to give Shisui to Uzuke for your cultivation. At this moment, Sarutobi Hizaki smiled suddenly. It's just that I want you to be responsible for the more important task of capturing Nine Tails, so I hesitate. I don't know if two such important tasks are entrusted to you. Will it be too stressful? I'm going. This old man is playing yin again. Sarutobi Hizaki's meaning is very clear. Uchiha Shisui can give it to you, but help Konoha get Kyuubi back. One thing for one thing. I have to say that Sarutobi Hisaki, this old fox, really knows how to do business. Uchiha Shisui, a genius who has not yet grown up, wants to change to Nine Tails? How can you do that? Ding. Open the Sinin location 9 Llamas Sinin reward 9 Tails mode. The system prompt sound that hadn't been heard for a long time sounded in Yuji's mind. So awesome! Exclamation mark. Here the reward for the new Sinin. Uzuke held back his inner ecstasy. 9 Tailed mode. That is enough to make one's breakthrough from the peak of the shadow level to the super shadow in one go. And the perfect 9-tailed mode is even more capable of reaching the level of completeness, which belongs to the kind that has to reach the 6th level threshold. Hokage-sama, you are too polite. I originally planned to help Konoha regain the 9 tails, but it was because I was too busy some time ago, so I didn't agree. Since you said that, then I should be respectful. Up. Uzuke smiled. If you like acting, I will act with you. Now that such a lucrative mission reward has arrived, even if Sarutobi Hitoshi didn't let Uzuke take a shot, he would go to Kyuubi himself. Now it's just taking the sheep by hand. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Uzuke incredulously. Unlike Danzo, Sarutobi Hizen himself is actually a person with a B number. It is also clear that the condition he just put forward is really unacceptable. No matter how genius Uchiha Shisui was, he was just a 5-year-old kid. How could his value be comparable to 9 tails? What's unbelievable is that Uzuke actually agreed! Exclamation mark. What does he want to do? Then leave it to me. Goodbye. Uzuke waved his hand, and then disappeared into a flash. Sarutobi Hizen sat on the office chair, silent for a long time, smoking more and more fiercely. Uzuke promises to arrest Kyuubi. But why can't he be happy? The reason is simple. The promise is too easy. P.S. The last chapter before the shelves is dedicated. It is ready to be put on the shelves at noon, and then I really ask everyone to order it first. I've really been on the street for a long time. This time I don't want to rush. Of course, I also rely on the story to speak and write the best plot to give back to everyone. Thanks. This book comes from wap.follow.com. Shelf testimonials. Reader, please see, this book can be said to be the fastest one on the shelves since the author wrote it, with 120,000 words on the shelves in 10 days. This is also to satisfy the fast-paced habit of current fellow readers. The update speed will definitely not be faster than this after it is on the shelf. The outline of this book has been completely prepared, and you don't need to worry about the author's decision to change or even the eunuch. All the way to the present, to be honest, the author's heart is quite bumpy, because Fellow no longer pushes his colleagues, and the author started his career with others. Now it's finally time for a showdown on the shelves. Nothing else. Broke out and walked away. Because the speed of the release this time is very fast, the manuscripts are not as full as before, and the release of the manuscript broke out 10 times the first time. First, I will give you 6 changes, and then send the code word. Anyway, today it is impossible to be less than 10 changes. Readers and friends who want to get fat, please order the first wave in these 3 days, because the first order and the recommendation are enough to determine the life and death of a book. but in fact, there is no need to get fat at all. The author will explode every day with all his strength, so he gets fat very quickly. Thanks. 66. Being alive is the most important thing first on the shelf. More seeking subscription before Kakashi. Sanin graduated with 1 year of enrollment, which is the fastest graduation rate since the opening of the Konoha Ninja School. And just a year ago, it was broken by Hagai Kakashi, who graduated in half a year. Today, Uchiha Shisui applied for graduation in advance of 1 month, and will break Kakashi's record again in all likelihood. Although in the eyes of Yuzuki, this kind of record is as boring as some of the weird Guinness records in the previous life. But the little devil is very concerned. On the day when Uchiha Shisui applied for early graduation, the little ghosts who should have finished school did not rush home, but waited at the school gate. I just want to see if Uchiha Shisui will come out wearing a forehead. After a while, Uchiha Shisui walked out. But on his head, there is no forehead guard. Oh, you failed. Daita next to Yu Anlin said excitedly, I said that kid is still far away. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he is the tail of the universal crane, while Shisui is a genius that has attracted the attention of everyone. This makes the heart of the soil very unbalanced, especially afraid of losing face in front of the goddess. And most of the students around are in the same mood as the soil. Secretly relieved. If a 5-year-old boy graduates successfully in advance, many of them who have not graduated at the age of 10, how to live? Are you ready? At this moment, a figure that everyone in Konoha respected like a ghost and god followed. It is Yuzuki. Yes, teacher. Shisui replied with the short blade behind him and the ninja bag tied to his leg. Mr. Yuzuki, why are you here? Taito and Rin Nohara, 2 students who knew Yuzuki, ran up and asked curiously. The chief examiner for this kid graduated early is me. If he graduates successfully, I will also be my guide to Shinobu. Yuzuki looked at Nohara Inkzuo, who hadn't seen him for a long time. Really? So envious. With a sour tone of soil, slid down the road. Although his reputation is not very good, Yuzuki is so powerful that no one in Konoha dared to refute. Suddenly, Daita's eyes lit up and asked, if I apply for early graduation now, if I succeed, can Mr. Yuzuki be my guide? Yuzuki laughed and said, but, do you want to come together? Stop making trouble, bring dirt. Nohara Lin glanced at the soil with an anguish, and asked politely, is the assessment of Mr. Zishui conducted outside? I took a job, a group of bandits who made trouble in the border area of Yonokuni. A hint of conspiracy flashed in Yuzuki's eyes, but no one noticed it and said, the content of the assessment of Shisui is to wipe out all this group of people. On the surface, Shisui was taken to participate in their mission, but in fact it was used as a cover to go to Yonokuni and clean up the 4 generations of Reikage and his party. And in this operation, Oshimaru will also act secretly together. That guy really wants to investigate Yao, and it's best to get some specimens for research. The task is too difficult. Nohara Lin has something unspeakable. Generally, Shinin just graduated from the most basic level. Only when he has accumulated a certain amount of experience, he will start to take over the task and it will be performed in a 3-person team. And Zishui hasn't graduated yet. It's hard to imagine that he is required to perform level tasks alone. If he doesn't have this ability, I won't bother to spend time on him. Yuzuki Kyondon was about to leave with Shisui with a wounded face. Before leaving, Yuzuki suddenly remembered something and looked at Nohara Lin. Yuzuki-sama, what's the matter? Looking at Yuzuki's 4 eyes, Nohara Lin said nervously, bringing soil is an instant alert. Is it an abomination to grab a goddess with yourself? Even Mr. Yuzuki, he will not let it. Living is the most important thing. Yuzuki only left the words that made Nohara Lin's head scratching her head, and then left with Shisui. For Nohara Lin, Yuzuki's feelings are only a trace of sympathy. After all, she is just Uchiha Madara, and even said that Kurizatsu used a pawn to execute the plan. But in this world, how many people can avoid the ending of being a chess piece? Unless Rin Nohara is tied to her side, She can't avoid Uchiha Hamadara's black hand in all likelihood. Uziuke didn't want to and couldn't do it. All he could give was these words. After all, if you put yourself in the situation wherein Nohara was at that time, I'm too lazy to care about whether the three tails in his body will damage Konoha. Anyway, Uziuke will never give up his life because of this. A week later, the border mountain area of Yonokuni, the whole eyes were full of corpses, stumps and broken arms scattered all over the ground. Zishui fell to his knees and tried to cover his mouth at first, but couldn't help but retching behind. This is the first time you kill, you will get used to it right away, Uziuke said calmly, sitting on a rock not far away. The people of Union are here too, the son of 3 generations of Reikage, the 8-tailed man Zulai Burubai, and a kid named Kairabi. At this time, a python the size of an index finger swam to Uziuke's feet and uttered something. It is the psychic snake used by Oshimaru to communicate. Location, Uziuke said succinctly. In a small town 30 miles away from here, the group of people from Union have already lived there. Master Dashimaru said that they would meet up with Master Uziuke there and act tonight. The psychic snake said. 10 cereal, finally put on the shelves, begging for the first order. Please. 67 I'm not the naive batch of Danzang. The second one is on the shelf, more seeking subscription. Yonokuni, a small town, with 4 generations of Reikage, Burubai, and Kairabi as the leader, the Union troop consisting of more than a dozen people, after the escort caravan mission level ended, decided to rest in this small town for one night and return to Union tomorrow morning. Village. Even in their dreams, they couldn't think of it, but the two troublesome duo Uziuke and Oshimaru had already focused on them. In the room of an inn in town, Uziuke threw a protective forehead to Shishui. If it passes, take it. Thank you, teacher. Shishui took the forehead protection and worked it on his hand for a while before putting it on carefully. This thing, the little ghost was so careful when he first got it. And after a while when the freshness is gone, it will be thrown everywhere. It is called mobile phone in the previous life. The same thing. There was a knock on the door, and then a middle-aged woman's voice came across the door. Excuse me, your dinner is here, coming. Uziuke replied. The door was opened, and a woman with a blessed figure carried a dinner plate, put 2 fried rice in front of Uziuke and Shishui, and smiled. Please use. Without saying anything, Zishui picked up the spoon and delivered it to his mouth. After taking a couple of bites, I only felt that my head was getting heavier and heavier, and the whole face was locked in the rice bowl in the next second. Do you like to be a woman? Uziuke turned to look at the woman. Ha. The woman's original soft tone suddenly changed. The gloom became cold, and the Ani hand did not cancel the transformation technique, and changed back to the original appearance. It's not the big snake pill. And who is it? I have already investigated the address of AI and theirs. I have developed a special illusion drug. Using this can make Zili temporarily lose consciousness, and then I will use what I learned from the Book of Seals. If the iron armor is unblocked, you can make the 8 tails run wild. Dashimaru quickly explained his plan, and then said, at this time, I will find a way to get a specimen of Yao. Isn't the heir to the next generation of Reikage appointed by the 3 generations of Reikages also here? If he can be killed here, Union will definitely start a war desperately. Uziuke was about to kill a shadow with a relaxed tone like drinking water. As for Oshimaru just now, the unsealing technique he obtained from the Book of Seals was consciously ignored by Uziuke. The sealed book is guarded by the Sarutobi clan. Since the Oshimaru can see it, it shows that it is conceivable. If Uziuke cannot expose himself, kill them under the circumstances. Of course I have no objection. Oshimaru sneered again and again. Of course you can kill, but you can't identify. Otherwise, after returning to Konoha, how can the group of people explain that even if Uziuke is not afraid, it will cause endless troubles for himself? Forget it, I'm not Danzang that nasty batch. Or I don't do it. If I do it, I should do it thoroughly. To kill 4 generations of Reikage without exposing the White Fang knife technique and the Flying Thunder God technique, Yuzuke said that it was indeed more difficult. Now let's focus on Yao for the time being. If the 3 generations of Raikage can fight against Konoha because of this, that would be great. In the middle of the night, the 4 generations of Raikage, Kairabi, Burubai and others fell asleep in their respective rooms. At this moment, Burubai, who was drowning in his sleep, suddenly widened his eyes because of the sudden pain. At the moment when he opened his eyes, 2 shadows appeared on both sides of him at some unknown time. Before Burubai made another move, one of them had already pulled out the short blade around his waist, covering Ladun chakra and piercing his throat, and said coldly, "Shut up." Because of the severe pain, Burubai's eyes widened suddenly, but because the throat was pierced, he couldn't make a sound. Yaozuke-kun, don't be too cruel. If he dies, Yao will die too. Dear Shimaru said unhappy. Wow, it's not yours. Broken 5. The effect of the medicine is too bad, so this guy wakes up midway. Yuzuke said displeased. Hurry up. Don't worry. Dashimaru made seals with both hands extremely fast, and the right hand burst out strange chakra energy, and smiled evilly. The iron armor seal is originally the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. After Union wiped out the Wuchao village a few years ago, he learned this trick and used it on the seal tail beast. In the next second, Daishiwan suddenly put his hands on Burubai's abdomen, and shouted, "Unblock the iron armor." Rumble. A thunderous tremor was accompanied by the fierce tremors of the earth. Under the moonlight, a behemoth with a bull's head like a hill descended in this ordinary town. This scene is very similar to the scene of the release of the 9 tails with soil in the original book. The Yao who had just arrived is still in a state of mental violence, just steadily destroying everything in his line of sight. And at this moment, a thunder light flashed like a meteor, directly cutting off an octopus leg from the 8 tails. Yuzuke retracted the white tooth blade into the scabbard, looked up at the violent Yao, and asked slantingly, "Will the wild beast remember us?" "You can rest assured of this. My request will temporarily lose the memory of both Renzu Power and Tail Beast. Yao will not remember who released him. He will only think that he broke through when Renzu's willpower is weak." Oshamaru replied with a smile while putting Yo's legs away with a scroll prepared in advance. "You're broken 5. I doubt the efficacy of the medicine." Yuzuke's eyes were slightly contemptuous. At this time, Burubai, who had a knife in the throat behind him, let out a painful groan. "Oh, I'm still angry." Dashimaru looked at it and raised his eyebrows. "Leave the corpse, too. Renzuli's body may also have research value." Dashimaru added a wicked smile to her lips. "It's up to you, but clean it up." Yuzuke turned and left, disappearing into the moonlight. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 68. See you on the battlefield. Lacks third more seeking subscription then? What is that? Under such a strong shock, Zishui had already woke up from his coma. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a behemoth rushing towards me through the window. Nani. Without time to think about anything, Zishui suddenly pulled out the short blade behind him, pierced the ceiling and jumped into the air. Boom, boom. The 8-tailed octopus legs swept over, directly destroying nearly half the area of this otherwise not very prosperous town. Zishui lowered his head and looked down. Countless townspeople have been crushed in the ruins, and many of them are already in different places. Is that a tail beast? Shishui stared at the 8 tails who roared wanton in the moonlight. Judging by the tail, it should be the 8-tailed beast, the second most powerful among the 9 beasts. But shouldn't Yao be in Union Village? Are you still alive, Zishui? Yuzuke's voice suddenly rang behind him. Teacher. Shishui turned his head in amazement, and Yuzuke had already strolled to his side. Hey, what is going on? Shishui, who had just woke up from a drowsiness, couldn't figure out what happened. It seems that Union's Renzulai came to Tangzigo on the mission, and it happened that the tail beast's runaway happened. Yuzuke said nonchalantly, "Let's go." Originally, Yuzuke thought that taking advantage of the chaos of Yo's rampage, he would kill the next 4 generations of Raikage who was also in this small town. In order to intensify the contradiction between Union and Konoha, But just like Oshimaru said, it is too risky to kill a shadow rank without revealing his identity. What's more, there is a Kairabi and several other Union ninjas with the 4th generation of Reikage. However, the country of Tango can be said to be a subject of the country of fire. Union's tail beast is making trouble here, and the country of fire will definitely not give up. The start of the war has made the 10th, 89th, the thing. The purpose of initiating a war between the two countries has been achieved, and there is no need to stay here. Zishua couldn't bear to look at the townspeople buried under the ground by the ruins, and said bitterly, "We don't care about those people." Boom! The huge tail of the 8 tails danced wildly again, and fell crazily around the town. Rubble splashed, houses were as fragile as tofu, and countless townspeople died on the spot. "How can I manage this?" Yuzuke asked back. Less than 5 minutes after being released, this small town was almost completely destroyed. If you have time to care about people in other villages, it's better to worry about the upcoming Third Ninja World War. After Yuzuke finished speaking, he pulled Shishui's back collar and prepared to return to Konoha. The Third Ninja World War. Like a rabbit, Shishui was screwed in by Yuzuke's hand and was shocked. Yanokuni is a subject country of the Fire Country. Now that this kind of thing has happened, you think the Fire Country sits idly by. Heard this? Explain that Shishui swallowed his saliva. It only took a year for the Second Ninja World War to pass. Is it about to start the third time again? Feeling the air pressure coming from above his head like a meteorite, Yuzuke looked up. I saw that Yo's giant fist had already hit his side. Using the ninja bag around his waist, he quickly took out a flying thunder god Kumu and threw it out, and Yuzuke flashed to 100 meters away. Boom! Yosuke's fist didn't hit Yuzuke and Shishui, but this punch also destroyed the entire town. Master Burubai. Can you still hear Master Burubai? At this moment, Shishui noticed that several ninjas wearing cloud cover were constantly shouting at Yao. The leader is the 4 generations of Land Kairabi. But to their shouts, Yao did not respond at all, and instead raised his fist and hit them. Damn it, how can you run away at this time? The next 4 generations of Reikage gritted their teeth. However, the current 4 generations of Reikage didn't know that Renzilla Burubai was dead. What is raging now is only Yao himself. It's really making a lot of noise, Yun Yin. At this time, Yuzuke fell behind the 4th generation Reikage and others. Konoha's. The 4th generation of Liang turned his head to look, noticed the forehead protection sign on the water stop head, and subconsciously frowned. AI. He is Yuzuke. In the Second Ninja World War, he killed 3 generations of Tukage, and also severely injured the man of the 3rd generation of Fenying. Ayunian shuddered and shouted beside the 4th generation Liang. It's you. The face of the 4th generation of Liang changed slightly, and he had also heard of the other's name. But this was the first time that he met. Before Union tried to take Konoha's candidate, Zulai candidate Uzumaki Kushina, and the account is not over yet. Now this is happening in Konoha's allies. Yuzuke said amused. It seems that Union really want to fight Konoha. Who is afraid of who? Originally we wanted to clean up you two. The 4th generation Reikage shouted angrily. AI, calm down. The other Union ninjas next to him were taken aback. Although you are telling the truth, you can't say it publicly. You really are a reckless man. Yuzuke was funny inside and looked at each other contemptuously. Okay, remember what you said. See you on the battlefield. With only one last sentence left, Yuzuke turned and left with Shishui. There is no need to stay here anymore. And the 4th generation of Reikage and others have no intention of controlling Yuzuke now. With just a few of them, can you bring Burubai back home? Brood. You immediately returned to Union. Asked my father to come and help. Before this, I will hold Burubai with them. Hurry up. The 4th generation of Reikage promptly ordered. Although he is a reckless man, the 4 generations of Reikage are quite close. To stop Yo's rampage, he can only ask his father to come and reinforce this method. 69 Only promises to the enemy. strikes out against one's own people. The fourth one is more seeking subscription when Uchiha Shishui returned to Konoha village wearing a protective forehead. The Konoha ninja circle, especially the group of ninja school. The little ghosts who have not yet become ninjas, are all shocked. Uchiha Shishui succeeded in applying for a month early graduation, breaking the record of Hagai Kakashi's half-a-year early graduation. Presumably after this, the Uchiha family will also regard him as Uchiha's trump card for full cultivation. Even want to cultivate it into Hokage. But now the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha has begun to take shape. Whether it can survive this time is still unknown. However, in less than a week, another piece of breaking news completely replaced Uchiha Shishui's 5-year-old and weak-year-old young man's garlic-skinned trifle Yao violently walked in the country of Yano, and had to rely on 3 generations of Reikage to heaven. When the teleportation arrived, he was reluctantly suppressed. But even so, Yanokuni suffered a disaster. Yao ran away in the country of Yanokuni. Sure enough, human strength is a factor of instability. In a restaurant, a few Konoha ninjas gathered at a table and discussed fiercely. Yanokuni and Fireland have always had a good personal relationship, and presumably our daimyo will not just sit back and watch. Right? Difficult. Can it be said that the third ninja war is going to start? Crazy. The second ninja war has only passed less than a year. Although on the surface, this matter has nothing to do with Konoha. However, as an ally of the country of fire, Yasugo is unable to challenge the country of thunder, and will surely ask for help in the country of fire. Once this kind of diplomatic incident is not handled well, it is really not impossible for it to evolve into a war. What's more, the relationship between Konoha and Union is the same. It's not too late for the second generation of Hokage to die in the hands of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and the account of Yunyin's attempt to abduct Uzumaki Kushina a few years ago has not yet been settled. If you change to Hokage, who has a militant character, you will definitely seize this opportunity and start a war without saying anything. Fight. Union repeatedly bullied my Konoha head, and won't take care of your Losey as the leader of the shinobi world. Where did Akainan village's name go? And Yuzuke thought so from the beginning. New hatred and old hatred. Now such a good opportunity is presented, of course it should be started. However, something embarrassing is that things seem to have not developed as expected. Sarutobi Risen has not assembled an army for a long time, and there is no sign of war with Yunyin. You did this thing, right under the moonlight, after a burst of clouds and rain. Tsunade lay on Yuzuke's body and said, "Hey." Yuzuke patted Tsunade's shovel and asked her to get up. The thing was too big and it was uncomfortable to press. You don't understand the old man's character too much. He is not a main battle group at all. As long as things can be solved without war, you will definitely not use force. Tsunade swears. For a while, Yuzuke couldn't help sinking into a sink, recalling some of the details in the original book. Sarutobi Hizaki really didn't take the initiative to launch an offensive against other countries. The most refreshing thing is that after the end of the Third Ninja World War, after the Kyubi incident, Union sent messengers to Konoha. The envoy tried to kidnap Hyuga Hina, but was killed by Hyuga Hizu. In the end, Union raked back and demanded to hand over the body of Hyuga Hippocampus. Otherwise he would fight Konoha. This is simply crawling on Sarutobi decapitation and shit. He could endure such an insult. He dared not go to war with Yunyin, but obediently handed over the body of Hyuga Rizai according to the other's request. A few years ago, Union almost abducted Uzumaki Kushina too. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hisaki did not launch a war against Union, or took any other measures. How should I say that I only promised to the enemy, and attack Yunyin with a heavy blow to his own people. This time, Konoha's interests were not directly damaged. No matter how much Yao made up, it was only in Yanokuni. It seems really impossible for Sarutobi Risen to take the initiative to fight Union. The more Yuzuke thought about it, the more he felt that Tsunade's words made sense. Thinking of this, Yuzuke felt that Danzo's comment on Sarutobi Hizaki was really correct. Too weak. The enemies are all shit on your head, and you swallow them all. When I handed over the body of Hyuga Nisari, why didn't I see you such a soft-hearted talent when the clan killed Uchiha? How long did the eyes of Senzuji and choose such an air? No, I have one more trick. Yuzuke's spiritual light flashed, holding Tsunade's hands, and completely showing the smooth jade in front of him. What? What? Tsunade trembled. I'll talk about it after finishing the business. Yuzuke gave a smirk and started to exercise again in the Naruto office. Haefeng Mizuman returned to Sarutobi Hisaki on one knee, and obeyed Hokage's orders. In addition to Haefeng Shuiman, Yuzuke, Kudao Tangdong, who were his teammates at the same time, are also following the order. Sarutobi Hizen quickly explained the content of this mission. Let Haefengman lead the team as an envoy to Yonokuni and negotiate with Yonokuni on the Yao incident that happened some time ago. Hokage-sama, do you not need to start a war against Yunin? After listening to the command, Bofeng Shuiman raised his head in surprise. You know, because of Juxinai, Bofeng Shuiman also hates Yunin. Seeing that Sarutobi Hizen didn't plan to go to war with Yunin, he couldn't help but complain. However, Sarutobi Hizen had no intention of launching a war with a strong village like Yunin for the sake of a Yano country. Anyway, the fire did not burn into the country of fire, and there was no need to turn against a big country like the country of thunder for a small ally. Watergate. At this time, Sarutobi Hizen's face faded from the old kindness, showing a trace of his heroic demeanor. As the position of Hokage, everything must be conceived from the perspective of your own village. You are a candidate for the future of Hokage. Some learn this. Yes, Bofeng Mizuman also knows that Sarutobi Hizen is deliberately nurturing himself, and he naturally has a deep gratitude for the other party. Immediately, he quickly pressed back the trace of dissatisfaction that had just risen in his heart. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 70. This group of wolves who can't feed enough. The fifth one is more seeking subscription eventually. The Yayu riots in Yonokuni. Konoha sent Haefeng Mizuman as an envoy to assist Yonokuni in negotiations with Rei Inokuni. After more than half a month of talks, it was finally settled by the country of thunder to come up with a compensation. As for the amount of indemnity, it can't be worth the loss of Yonokuni anyway. After all, the character of Union and the group of people suffered. When did they suffer? From several incidents in the original work. Whether it was the robbing of Kushina, the captivity of Hinata, and the Five Shadows conference later. Union did all these messy things. Master 3 is a little too gentle this time, so I will let go of those guys in Union. Then what you want to do is not our country of fire. Master Naruto has sent people to assist in the negotiation already. Very kind. Okay, Konoha and ninjas have been discussing this matter during this time. But in the final analysis, this incident can be big or small, and it is not enough to shake Sarutobi's position, not to mention forcing him to abdicate. Oh, Naruto-sama is really kind. Don't you think it's Watergate? In a tavern, Yuzuke sat opposite Haefeng Shuiman, and without grace, he picked up the flask and directly poured it into him. This kind of sake is almost like an alcoholic drink compared to the old cellar that he drank in the past life. If you don't drink it very much, it means that you don't even have a bit of alcohol. Bofeng Shuiman laughed and said nothing, indicating that you are a big brother and you have the final say. He just came back as a representative of the envoy, and happened to meet Yuzuke, so he was pulled over to drink. By the way, Juxin now was taken away by Yunyin a few years ago. At that time, didn't Hokage-sama say anything? Although he has known the causes and consequences of this incident through other channels, Yuzuke is still a little curious about this incident. The importance of the candidate of human pillar power is self-evident. If it weren't for Bofeng Shuiman, Kushina would have been arrested. Union did such a big thing, but Sarutobi Hizen didn't start a battle against them back then. The Feng Shuiman smiled bitterly. At that time, the teacher, Tsunade-sama, and Oshimaru-sama were fighting Sancho Hanzo on the front line of Uain, if they were to fight again. The start of the war in the Kingdom of Thunder may result in a situation where the enemy will be attacked, so Yuzuke was a bit disagreeable with the saying of Haefeng Mizuman. At that time, even if Sannin was on the front line of the Rain Country, didn't Konoha still have Sarutobi Hisaki and Shimura Danzo? And the White Tooth is not dead yet. It is Konoha, the most prosperous period after Senjujuma's death. Under such circumstances, Sarutobi Risen was afraid to fight Thunder Country. It's no wonder that after the end of the Nine Tails incident, Konoha only had one shadow level left, and he didn't dare to say a word when Yunyin shit on his head. It's no wonder that their fault that Tuanzang commented on him in the original book is too weak. Although Danzo is not a good thing, I heard that Yuzuke-sama has taken on the task of capturing Kyuubi. Do you need my help? Bo Feng Shuiman tried to change the subject. He felt that if he continued to discuss this topic, Anbu would have to drink tea by himself. Yuzuke is not afraid, he is a little afraid. Why are you so anxious to send a fox into the belly of Juxinai? Yuzuke Yangfeng smiled. No, that. Bo Feng Shuiman wants to cry without tears, and feels that no matter what he says, he will be biased by the other party. Master Yuzuke. At this moment, an Anbrili appeared beside Yuzuke and Haefeng Mizuman, and said in a low voice, Hokage-sama, please go. It's boring, it's urging me to hurry up and attack Kyuubi again. Without needing to say Sarutobi Hizen, Yuzuke can also guess what Sarutobi Hizen wants to say. Go back and tell Master Naruto that I'm already preparing. If he is in a hurry, he can go and arrest Master Danzang together. Yuzuke drank the last bit of wine in the jug. Obviously, he didn't even plan to see Sarutobi Hizen at all. The ANB team members did not dare to refute, so they could only leave obediently, and follow Yuzuke's words to give back to Sarutobi Hizen. He is just a messenger, and he doesn't want to get involved in the fights of these big guys. Hold on, come back. Just when the ANB member was about to leave, Yuzuke stopped the opponent again. Please, is there anything else? ANB only promised. Did you find out where Kyuubi is now? Yuzuke asked sideways. Yes. Wandering in the northeastern border zone of the Land of Fire. The ANB player replied, isn't the northeast the area adjacent to Thunder Country? Hearing this answer, Yuzuke's expression moved, and he smiled at Bo Feng Shuiman. Being gentle with the enemy is cruel to yourself. What do you mean? Bo Feng Shuiman asked in confusion. The Land of Thunder. Yuji smiled even more. Master Naruto doesn't want to fight with them, but this group of barbarians is a group of wolves who are not fed enough. If you don't hit him, he will come to hit you sooner or later, and wait for a good show. Originally, I saw that Sarutobi Hisaki did not intend to go to war with the country of Thunder for the Yoi riots in Yonokuni. Yuzuke decided to change his strategy and killed the 3 generations of Fenning with Flying Thunder God, and then threw the corpse to the Land of the Earth. This led to a war between the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Earth. In today's form, the national power of the Land of the Earth is far better than the country of the Wind. As an ally, the country of Fire will naturally not sit idly by, will also intervene in the war. Thus, the Third Ninja World War was launched in advance. But now it seems that Yuzuke doesn't need to take a trip to the Kingdom of Wind by himself, because years ago, a group of hungry wolves like the Huns in the history of Yuji's previous life, will help him ignite the fuse of this war in advance. As a result, it really developed as Yuzuke expected. Konoha for 40 years. 2 months after the end of the Yonokuni Yao riot, Union sealed the 8 tails from the body of Kyuubi, who had been selected as a candidate for the pillar power of the 8 tails long before they were still there. Unexpectedly, Kyuubi, who had just become Renzulai, had better compatibility with Yao than Burubai. This also gave Yunyin a sigh of relief. At the same time, because Kunio, who escaped from Konoha 2 years ago, has been hovering near the border between the country of Fire and the country of Thunder for a while. 3 generations of Raikage gathered a kind of Union high-level ninja headed by his son to hold a high-level meeting. In the end, I decided to shoot the case, and I personally led the army to quickly attack the country of Fire, and snatch the 9 tails. Flu reminds you, 3 things to read. Recommended. 71 The Prologue of the Third Ninja War. The sixth more seeking subscription. The 3 generations of Raikage personally led 100 elite ninja troops, hurriedly passed through the country of Yano that was just about to be rebuilt, and invaded the territory of the country of fire. The goal is straight to the 9 tails. This incident naturally aroused the collective anger of Konoha's senior management. Sarutobi Risen became older and younger, and Hokage became less and less courageous. After learning about this, he was furious for a while. 2 months ago, your Union Tail Beast caused trouble in the allied countries of the country of fire, and we Konoha have not yet asked you to settle the account. In the end, the enthusiasm of this matter has not yet dissipated. You actually led the army to rob our tail beast. It is true that Sarutobi is good to bully. It's not that Shimura Danzo, turn to bed, and Maito Menyon 3 people have not seen for many years. Sarutobi Hisaki looked so angry. When Sarutobi Hisan offered to send troops to fight the Union Ninja Army, no one in the meeting room refuted it. Originally, Konoha and Yunyin had been in a state of resentment for many years, but now it is almost enough to detonate Mars. Since the other party took the initiative to send it to the door this time, there is nothing to say. Who should I send to charge? The spectacles on the bridge of Mitomonitis reflected a gleam of light. That also means, isn't there someone who has already expressed that he is willing to catch the 9 tails, but he hasn't left yet? Turning to bed, Xiao-chun looked sideways at Sarutobi Hisaki. Of course it is appropriate to let him go, isn't it, Hisaki? 9 tails must not fall into Yunyin's hands. Sarutobi Risen reversed his former weakness and shouted angrily, come here. Master Naruto. Now that he took over the position of Shiraito in a few seconds, Sarutobi Shinosuke, who was the captain of ANB, flashed out, kneeling in front of Sarutobi Hisaki. Immediately, assemble 1,000 ninja army, inform Uzuke to lead Union, and tell them that they can only win but not lose. On Sarutobi's increasingly old face, flames burst out of his eyes. Yes. Sarutobi Shinosuke left immediately with instantaneous spells. 9 tails are naturally going to be retaken, but you should also know what it means to go to war with Union. Danzo squinted his eyes and said, in the First Ninja World War, we and Yanian have forged a bloody feud. They can't let this opportunity pass. I know. Sarutobi slashed his teeth and said, Oshimaru led 2,000 troops to be stationed at the border between the country of fire and the country of grass, to prevent Iwayan from backstabling while we are at war with Union. Thousands of hands, in Uzuke's home. At this time, Uzuke Masaru, Tsunade and Uetumi Little Lori are sitting in a triangle shape, sitting opposite each other. Fight the landlords with playing cards. Both Tsunade and Uehong used brushes to draw charms on their pretty little faces. But on Uzuke's face, everything is 17 cards. Can you beat me? You can beat Tsunadeheim with 17 cards today. Do whatever you want tonight. With only 2 cards left, Tsunade looked at the 17 cards in Uzuke's hand and couldn't help shouting triumphantly. After losing dozens of games in a row, she is set to win this time. Uegari, who is sitting on the other side, is embarrassed, saying that Mr. Tsunade, can you say less about this Tiger Wolf word bomb? Uzuke throws out 42. Tsunade's pretty face filled with ghost symbols was startled, and gritted his teeth and said, I can't afford it. Sorry. Zairionk Xiao Lori also tried to say, airplane. 3 belts and 1, sorry, done out. Uzuke threw out all the 17 cards in one go. Tsunade almost didn't mention it. I can do whatever I want tonight. Uzuke picked up the brush with a strange smile, and drew several more strokes on the faces of Tsunade and Uehong. I will never team up with Tsunade-sama again. Seeing the appearance of her little black cat, Zairionk Little Lori wanted to cry without tears. Mistake. It's just a mistake. One more. I will definitely come back. Tsunade never admits that he is an African. You, Lord Uzuke. At this time, Sarutobi Shinosuke's voice sounded from the courtyard. Since the end of the Second Ninja War, in Konoha village, In addition to the elders 4 and Sanin, other people including Haifeng Mizuman, including the big clans such as Uekaiho or Hyuga, all added honorary titles to Yuziuk's name, although the main reason is fear instead of respect. But Yuziuk is still very useful for this. Yunyin has come to catch the 9 tails, Yuziuk asked rhetorically without looking back. Sarutobi Shinosuke was taken aback. Did the news spread so quickly? Yuziuk's voice sounded again. Don't be so surprised. If you think about it for a little bit, they will know that they can't watch the 9 tails being retrieved by Konoha. When it comes to a half, Yuziuk toned to add a little smile. Presumably the Hokage already blew it, choose to avoid war and cloud hidden 2 months ago. And now the other hand, the results over the first strike, simply face was swollen. Even though his heart was raging, Sarutobi Shinosuke still did not dare to say a word. In the current Konoha village, even if it is his old father Sarutobi Rizchi, he has to bear the opponent's 3-pointer. What's more, his small and Captain Yuziuk got up and walked to the front of Sarutobi Shinosuke, smiling lightly. Yes, come and ask me to lead soldiers to deal with unions, right? Yes. Sarutobi Shinosuke lowered his head and dared not look at Yuziuk. I can understand that this means Master Naruto is going to go to war with Union completely. Yuziuk asked again. Yes. Sarutobi Shinosuke replied again. It just so happens that I have enough rest, so let's go. Yuziuk twisted his neck, but this time he agreed very simply. This is what he expected. The Second Ninja War has just ended less than 2 years ago. Has it already begun for the 3rd time? Ryong's little Alita, who had washed her face clean, had a lingering fear. Tsunade also wiped his face clean with a towel, and said nothing. Although this battle seems to be Yunyin's head, she promised that in front of her own eyes, this bastard definitely did not do anything less. The curtain of the 3rd Ninja War is officially opened. To see the underlined version, please download Felu 72. Don't need to know so clearly the 7th is more for subscription in the original work. The reason why Sarutobi Risen would abdicate in advance to make a good man. It was because at the last moment of the 3rd Ninja World War, Iwakura and Konoha were in a decisive battle. Danzo said that he wanted to fight with Iway into the end. But Sarutobi Hisaki chose to seek peace. This was mainly because Sarutobi Hisaki didn't want the village to lose more combat power in the war. Of course, there is also the reason why Bo Feng Shuiman, a civilian genius he likes very much, has grown up. But now that the situation has reached this point, Yuziuk does not intend to make detours. His plan is extremely simple and rude. Sarutobi Hisaki was to blame for the Kyuubi incident that he committed 2 years ago. Now only the last straw that crushed the camel was enough to crush him to death. What's more, even Oshimaru now expresses willingness to cooperate with Yuziuk and supports Sanami as the 4th generation of Hokage. The condition is to agree to your research requirements. It's simple, isn't it? A living person? Anyway, those people have nothing to do with you, so you can take as much as you want. After the war was over, he directly attacked the elders group represented by Sarutobi Hizen. But before that, absolute strength is required as a guarantee. It was for this reason that Yuziuk so simply accepted the order to fight Union 9-tailed pattern. Yuziuk must get the card that can make him break through from the peak of the shadow level to the super shadow. I really saw a few familiar faces at the main entrance of Konoha village. Seeing the 1000 Ninja World standing in front of him, Yuziuk felt as if he had traveled back to the Second Ninja World War 2 years ago. Soon, Yuziuk caught several familiar figures again, the most conspicuous of which were undoubtedly the 2 brothers Hyuga Nizu and Hyuga Nisashi. As the Hyuga family who has served as Konoha's investigation department since Konoha established the village, no matter which unit was in the war, they couldn't do without their eyes. It can detect all ambushes in a radius of 10 miles. Although the ability in battle is not as good as writing round eyes, it is not invincible with detection. No wonder the group of Union. The savages still tried to kidnap Hinata Hyuga to study the eyes. The Patriarch of the Japanese Foot and the Patriarch of the Japanese, after 2 years, Now we are going to fight together again. Yuzyuk took the initiative to step forward to say hello. The reason why he called together, it's because he can't tell who these two are. Master Yuzyuk praised. The last time you won the war was thanks to Master Yuzyuk, so please take care of it this time. The two brothers hurriedly bowed their hands. Master Yuzyuk, at this moment, the two made Yuzyuk some unexpected people walk over. It was Bo Feng Shui Men and Juxinna. Hey, isn't this kid supposed to deal with Yannian? But after thinking about it, Yuzyuk also felt that something was wrong. In the original book, Feng Shuiman had fought against the fourth generation of Raikage in the Third Ninja World War and Kairabi, who became a human pillar. Later, after Konoha and Union truce, he went to the Yannian battlefield. And Kushina is not to mention. Sarutobi Haizaki definitely intends to immediately after Yuzyuk catches Kyuubi let Kushina become a new pillar force. That's why I let her go to the battlefield with Bo Feng Shuiman. Naruto-sama asked me to act as Yuzyuk-sama's deputy to assist you in capturing Kyuubi. And halfway through, Bo Feng Shuiman glanced at Kushina with a distressed look, and after successfully capturing Kyuubi, he was responsible for sealing Kyuubi inside. Juxinai pulled the corner of Bo Feng Shuiman's clothes and smiled slightly, indicating that she was okay. Originally, she was sent to Konoha from Yuchao village, just to become human Zulai. She had already had this consciousness. Deputy, doesn't matter, you have to listen to me when you get to the battlefield. Understand? Yuzyuk somewhat doubted whether Sarutobi Risen sent this kid to supervise him, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, when he gets to the front line, Yuzyuk will only do what he wants. Yes. Hearing the demonstration in Yuzyuk's tone, Bo Feng Shuiman bowed his head and responded. Uzumaki Kushina also lowered his head after that. A few seconds later, Kushina hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked Yuzyuk, that Lord Yuzyuk, okay, excuse me, have we met before this time? Juxina couldn't help asking. It's as if Uzumaki Maito can judge whether the opponent is malicious towards him just by perceiving chakra. She and Uzumaki Maito have the same extremely keen talent for perceiving chakra. When they met Yuzyuk, she felt that the other party's chakra had a strange sense of familiarity. If you want to strike up a conversation, it's best if your boyfriend is not there, otherwise I won't be able to agree. Yuzyuk sneered. No, I didn't mean that. Juxinai blushed immediately, and turned his head in a panic towards Bo Feng Shuiman. Shuiman, you, don't get me wrong. It's okay, Yuzyuk-sama just likes to joke. Bo Feng Shuiman smiled slightly, indicating that he did not take it seriously. Prajanam, reorganize the team and prepare to set off, Yuzyuk ordered. Yes. Bo Feng Shuiman quickly stepped back and walked towards the center of the army. Just when Kushina was about to leave with Bo Feng Shuiman, Yuzyuk suddenly walked to her shoulder and whispered, Kushina, there are some things that you don't need to know so clearly. Less than 5 seconds after the whole sentence was spoken, Yuzyuk started to leave. Juxina was stunned and didn't speak for a long time. Juxina, what's wrong with you? When Bo Feng Mizuno noticed the strangeness of Juxina, he shouted several times, which brought her back to her senses. Are you feeling well? Bo Feng Watergate said with concern. No, maybe because of going to the battlefield. Yes, a little nervous. Kushina grinned reluctantly. It doesn't matter. I will definitely protect you. Bo Feng Shuiman is full of warm masculine taste. Kushina felt warm and smiled knowingly. But the faint chill that Yuzyuk had just spoken to him still made Kushina feel cold in his back. She didn't quite understand the meaning of that sentence, but the hunch in her heart faintly told herself if she continued to investigate the problem just now, even Watergate, will definitely not end well. 73. How about your village? Guanlas is as the 8th one is more seeking subscription the northeastern border area of the Land of Fire, because it is quite a distance from the central area of the Country of Fire. The environment here is not full of forests and surrounded by greenery. It is the mountainous area of Lunhai. At this moment, in the middle of the mountains. 2 years ago, Ninetales, who had escaped from the body of Mito Uzumaki, were not inferior to these mountains. His eyes were red, and his body was tightly bound by 9 chains. And at the end of these chains, a tall Union ninja clung to each chain. The leader is the 3rd generation of Reikage. Asshole. Ninetales jumped into thunder. He was sealed in the body of Uzumaki Mito for nearly 30 years. If it's been less than 2 years since you just regained your freedom, someone will actually look at yourself again. Let Ninetales not be angry. Feeling the struggle of Ninetales through the chain, the 3 generations of Reikage increased their strength, screwed the chain firmly, and said in a deep voice, as expected of Ninetales, "The power is terrifying. Drink." At the same time as he snorted, 3 generations of Reikage's strong muscles erupted with a high-voltage current visible to the naked eye. It is the Dun Chakra mode passed down from generation to generation in Union Village. Electric current quickly rushed through the whole body of Ninetales through the chain, making Ninetales' struggle strength weakened by 3.3. "Don't underestimate me." Ninetales roared in rage, suddenly increased their strength, and broke all the 9 chains. Hundreds of Union ninjas around looked at this scene in disbelief. This is a special ninja that can be specially built to suppress the power of the tail beast, and even bind the 8 tails. It will be abruptly broken by the 9 tails. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Nine-tailed, the strongest among the 9 big-tailed beasts, is really not so easy to deal with. 3 generations of Reikage threw the broken chain in his hand to the ground, then showed a grim smile, and said, "But because of this, after we get him, we Union can completely surpass Konoha and become the strongest in the ninja world." Ninja Village. Are the amber net bottles ready? The 3rd generation of Liang suddenly turned his head, and the opponent shouted, "Yes, Lord Reikage, it is ready to be completed." Jutai, the confidant of the 3rd generation of Reikage, shouted back. Beside him, there is a huge jar with the size of an adult. That is the secret treasure of Union Village. The amber purifying bottle that was once one of the 5 great ninjas owned by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. When the Golden Horn and Silver Horn rebelled against the village and hunted down the second 2 Hokage thousands of hands. The outcome of the battle between the 2 of them was 1 death and 1 injury. After the incident, the 3 generations of Reikage went to the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, and severely injured the horn at that time, killed and regained the 5 great endurance tools. One of them is the amber bottle. Not only people, but also the ninjas passed down from the 6 immortals in the tail. There is no way, in this case, I can only beat you down and take you back. The 3rd generation of Reikage squeezed his iron fist tightly, and the lightning on the surface of the skin broke out even more exaggerated. Since the method of dealing with your eye doesn't work, then I can only fight the 9 tails again, and then seal it into the bottle of amberjing and bring it back to Union. Who do you think you are talking to? Feel this in front of me. With human contempt, 9 tails raised their sharp claws and fell fiercely. Shoo! Exclamation mark. 3 generations of Reikage instantly disappeared in the same place, making Kyuubi grabbed nothing. Heavy current violence. Flashing to the side of 9 tails, thunderous fists burst out on 9 tails' ankles. Rao is Kyuubi, and he can't help but show pain for a while. In the Dun Chakra mode, the speed of the 3rd generation of Raking completely surpasses the level of his son's 4th generation of Raking, reached the uncompromising peak of the shadow level. Asshole thing. Kyuubi was furious, and swept the giant tail that could easily raise the mountain to the ground. All of you retreat. This is not a battle you can participate in. The 3rd generation of Reikage gave a reminder, and then turned into a blue flash and disappeared, avoiding the trick of 9 tails. Although there are 3 generations of Reikage's reminders, there are still many Union ninjas caught off guard. This time, the 3 generations of Reikage flashed to the top of 9 tails' head. His right foot was raised high, and then fell again in the next instant. Yeel sinks into anger and thunderacts. Don't let me get overwhelmed. After one move, He has become accustomed to the speed of the third generation of Raikage, and Ninetales has a claw this time, when the third generation of Raikage is flying. Although the strength of the 3 generations of Raking was indeed the top level of the pyramid at that time. But don't underestimate Ninetales, especially he has not been divided into 2 parts by Bo Feng Shui Men's sealing technique to become a yin and yang double body, and he is in his heyday. A truly super shadow level. Shoo. Boom. The 3 generations of Raikage's body flew upside down and crashed into the mountain wall behind, bursting out a burst of gunpowder smoke. Master Raikage, Master Aing. Are you okay? A kind of union ninja underneath shouted worriedly. It's okay. The 3rd generation of Raikage jumped out of the stone wall, and it was obvious that he was not seriously injured. Pushing his right hand on his neck and twisting it a few times, the 3rd generation of Raikage frowned and said, "But I really didn't expect the speed at which he could see through me. I used to fight against the Uchiha clan who owns the Writing Wheel Eyes, and none of them have this ability." Uchiha. Hearing this word, Kyuubi became even more angry. The first time he was controlled by humans, that was the good thing Uchiha Madara had done. Just like the wound on the mouth of the 3rd generation of Raikage hung, it is a shame for Kyuubi for a lifetime. The stronger the Kyuubi, the more I am it is to capture him back to Union. This is about our future for Union. The 3 generations of Raikage were awe-inspiring, and the surrounding Union ninjas thought that his eyes were full of longing and admiration, and Kyuubi's anger has reached a critical point. Your village and your future are all about Lozi. Why should Lozi be imprisoned in Renziali's body for decades? Because of your future. I will kill you, humanity. The fury of rushing into the sky caused the Ninetales to dance violently, and the killing intent like a tsunami has made everyone in Union's ninja army shudder except for the 3rd generation of Raikage. In the next instant, the 3 generations of Raikage and Ninetales burst out at the same time. And at this moment, a trigeminal kunai came and flew between the person and the beast. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 74. The 2 fastest people in the 9th world. The 9th one is more seeking subscription. The shadow flashed, and along with the afterimage of this trait suddenly appeared. A light and shadow appeared in front of him. Even the 3 generations of Raikage who are now known as the fastest in the ninja world will have time to react from this sudden change in the future. Thunder's breath. Fire and Thunder God. Thunder and anger merged on the short blade, and it had already slashed on the neck of the 3rd generation of Raikage. The moment it was unsheathed, boom boom. 3 generations of Raikage flew upside down again, this time directly into the river half a mile away, splashing violent water more than 100 meters high. Lord Raikage. The Union ninjas who had already hidden far away didn't react suddenly until the 3rd generation of Raikage was shot and flew out for 10 seconds. Looking at the place where the incident happened just now, his eyes stared like copper bells amidst bursts of exclamation. Yuziuk, the man called Butcher, has Konoha come? Tutai looked around for the first time. They crossed the country of Yano and entered the country of fire to capture Kyuubi, and they were already ready to go to war with Konoha. Therefore, he was not too surprised by Yuziuk's arrival. However, Konoha's army did not arrive at this time, because Yuziuk used the Flying Thunder God to run all the way. How could the rear army catch up with the skin is really thick enough? Yuziuk glanced at the white tooth blade in his hand, and there was no trace of blood on it. Then I looked at the 3 generations of Raking who had gradually risen from the middle of the river. Sure enough, there was no scar at all. Fire Thunder God can cut through the iron sands of the 3 generations of Fennying, but cannot cut the skin of the 3rd generation of Raikage. But when he thinks of playing the original Dirty Earth reincarnated weakened version of the 3rd generation of Raikage, Naruto's spiral shurikens are all failed to leave scars on the opponent's body. It is not surprising that he failed to cut off his head just now. Kyuubi frowned tightly, the one who released himself 2 years ago. Konoha's kid. But to say release, it's actually not right. At that time, Yuzuki, who had just inherited the inheritance of the white teeth, didn't have the confidence to play Kyuubi, mainly because Kyuubi had already made a lot of trouble and wanted to leave. Now you are the only one of the 9 big-tailed beasts and you are still free. Since the first generation of Hokage pillars created the first of human pillars, it is doomed to have a hard life for your tailed beasts. Yuzuke turned his head and said to the mountain like Kyuubi, "What do you want to say?" Although Yuzuke's words were true, but Kyuubi was upset. Just like 2 years ago, "Let's work together, you and me." Yuzuke's hand rested on Kyuzuke's hairy paws, and a sound was heard signing in, "Time remaining, 59 seconds." Puff. The system prompt sounded just now, and the electric light flashed in front of Yuzuke's eyes. When the eyes see, the big fist of the sandbag is less than 1 centimeter away from the tip of the nose. Bang! When a punch fell, even the air made a blast, which was enough to see the destructive strength of the punch just now. The 3 generations of Raikage who waved empty turned to look, and saw that Yuzuke had flashed behind him. At the feet, there is a "Take Flashenkyu, old lunatic." When the Sinin was interrupted, Yuzuke narrowed his eyes displeasedly. "Killing Lingran, is that the legendary god of thunder, who has been lost since the 2nd generation of Naruto Kainzujian? In the war between Konoha and Union many years ago, I was fortunate to have seen this trick." The memory of the 3 generations of Raikage is still fresh. As far as he knows, there is only one technique that can keep up with the Thunder Shadow Chakra mode handed down in the Raikage age. That is the Flying Thunder God technique developed by Kainzujian. You are about to die by this trick today. Yuzuke hadn't planned to let the 3 generations of Raikage leave alive, not for Konoha, but for himself, but also to prevent him from returning to the Land of Thunder. Take out a set of scrolls from the ninja bag and pull it aside. Yuzuke pressed the palm of his right hand. Then, there was a piercing sound like metal rubbing hiss. In the scroll, the special 3-pronged flying thunder god flew out in a row. There were hundreds of them, and they appeared in the air neatly and regularly. Each one is a special kunai for Flushin. It looks like a treasure of the King of Golden Pickup. This is magnetic escape. He is even capable of magnetic escape. Tutai said in disbelief. The Union also has a magnetically escaped blood inheritance limit holder, so it can be seen at a glance. Yuzuke raised his finger. The endless thunder god blasted towards the 3 generations of Raikage without a single breath. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Humphrey. The 3 generations of Liang snorted coldly, tightening the muscles of his body, and letting the Kunwu stings on him. But no matter how much suffering comes, it can't hurt the fur of the 3rd generation of Raikage. It's useless. There is no trick to hurt Master Raikage. The Union ninja on the outside exclaimed with excitement. "Will that work for you?" Yuzuke turned his finger. In the next second, the flying thunder god Kumo, who was flown by the 3 generations of Raikage bullets, did not land, and turned his head like a remote control plane, and flew towards the hundreds of Union ninjas. Melt escape protect Mobi. Seeing the soil platform, it quickly formed seals, and spit out a sticky substance like a mucous membrane from his mouth to try to defend. Humphrey. Yuzuke dismissed it, disappeared in place, and appeared in front of Taichutai at the moment of disappearance. For Yuzuke, these hundreds of flying thunder god Q are hundreds of space jumping points. He can use flying thunder god more flexibly and terribly than the Bofing water gate in the original book. You die first. Yuzuke's blade flashed through the thunder, and he wanted to pierce the throat of the earth platform, just like he killed Burubai. Okay. At this critical moment, a big hand came in from the side and used as a shield to block the pipe of the earth platform. It's not the 3rd generation of Raikage who is it so fast. Yuzuke raised his eyebrows. The 3 generations of Raikage defeated by Naruto in the original work are likely to be unable to exert their full strength because of being in a state of rebirth. Otherwise, even Naruto in Nine Tails mode is afraid that he will lose. 75 The imperfect nine-tailed pattern 10th more seeking subscription Master Yuzuke. At this moment, Konoha's second person has also arrived. It is the Bofing Watergate who also mastered the art of flying Thunder God. Like Yuzuke, a large force was thrown behind and hurried over. It's just that because the third ninja war in the original book is at least several years ahead of schedule, his yellow flash name has not yet been well known in the ninja. The current full god of the Watergate of the Wave, let alone rivals Yuzuke, even his peak level in the original book is far from reaching. But he already has two ultimatums, Fushin and Helix Maru, and he has advanced to the shadow level. It's just right, you support me a little bit, I want to do something. Seeing the arrival of Hefeng Shuiman, Yuzuke stepped back abruptly and motioned for him to come up. Bofeng Shuiman was stunned. Although he didn't know what Yuzuke wanted to do, he still took out 3 Fushin and rushed forward. This kid will also fly Thunder God. He noticed the kunai of the same style of Bofeng Shuiman and Yuzuke. The 3 generations of Raikichi's expression changed, and with a wave of the hand knife, he was ready to directly smash all those kunai. However, the moment when the 3rd generation of Raikichi's hand knife was less than half a meter away, Bofeng Watergate flashed out, and a spiral pill in his hand greeted the 3rd generation Raikichi's hand knife. Puff! The violent turbulence overflowed. Feeling the violent energy from the palm of the opponent, Bofeng Shui gritted his teeth to support. There was a stalemate for about a few seconds, and the spiral pill was suddenly split. 3 generations of Raikichi's on-strike knife was placed on the belly of Bofeng Shuiman. At the close of the battle, Bofeng Shuiman hurriedly used Fushin to flash to a position 10 meters behind to avoid the ending of his ribs being broken. Although I have heard of it, but the power is too great. Bofeng Shuiman was afraid of secretly saying, 2 little ghosts of flying Thunder God, if you two join forces, it will be really troublesome. 3 generations of Raikichi combined the 5-finger hand knife into 4 fingers, and shouted coldly, kill you kid first, and Yuzuke will be the next one. That was the stunt of the 3rd generation of Raikichi. Hell stabs the 4 Kanzu. The 3rd generation of Raikichi once used this trick to cut off all the tails of the 8 tails. Feeling the chakra on the 4 fingers of the 3rd generation of Raikichi that is as violent as the beast. After Bofeng Shuiman learned to fly Thunder God, it has been a long time since he felt the threat of death. On the other side, Yuzuke has already fallen in front of a long lost again, so he signs up first. The tag is in the middle, 59 seconds and seconds left. Kyubi, I didn't plan with you. While the system was counting down, Yuzuke said at the same time, no, the 3 generations of Hokage have explained that my task this time is to catch you, and plan to put you in that little girl in Juxin. Do you still remember the little red-haired girl who was at Senju Shrine Uzumomito 2 years ago? Humphrey, just rely on you to pay me back. 9 Tails snorted coldly. Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara are dead, and he has enough confidence to fear no one in this world. Hey, it's obviously already in a hard fight just now. It's really good face. Yuzuke shrugged and said, to be honest, it doesn't do any good for me to catch you. Now I want to deal with it first. It's the group of niggers. 14 seconds left at the end. Yuzuke raised his index finger. Just like 2 years ago, don't get involved in the battle between Shinobu Village. Yuzuke's unceremonious tone listened to Kanu extremely unhappy. Although he wanted to catch all those guys who would try to get himself into Renzuli's body in one fell swoop. But considering that Yuzuke and the 3rd generation of Raikichi are strong enough to threaten his troublesome guy, if you push them into a hurry and ask them to join forces to deal with yourself, you will be in trouble. Don't entangle them too much now, wait for a chance to solve these damn guys one by one. Humphrey Kyubi turned his huge body, turned and walked away from the battlefield. At the same time, a problem can't help but arise in my heart. In this world where all the other tail beasts are controlled by Shinobu and sealed in Renzuli's body, this is the only tail beast that escaped. And how should he go and never avoid killing all the ninjas in the world, even if you want to? I am afraid that you can't do it. Master Raikage. Nine Tails are going to run away. Seeing Kyuubi's back figure getting further and further away, the Union ninjas on the periphery exclaimed, "Don't worry about it. Now the important thing is the war with Konoha." Kyuubi waits for a chance in the future. Just halfway through the two-tide dialect, the sudden violent aura suddenly changed his face and turned his head to look. The three generations of Raikage and Bofeng Shuiman who were in the battle couldn't help but stop their movements. I couldn't believe it and turned his head to look. Even Kyuubi, who was about to leave, turned his head in disbelief after feeling the breath, because they all saw that on the surface of Yuzuu's body, countless blood bubbles gradually rose from the surface, and gradually formed a beast-like outline like a blood coat. There are tails that rise one after another and flutter in the wind. This form of Union's ninja has been seen in the former eight-tailed man's Uliburubai, tailed beast clothing. And the third generation of Raikage is still I have seen it in the other two people, the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. How is it possible? How can you use this trick? Even the three generations of Raikage who were used to seeing big scenes couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. The Golden Horn and the Silver Horn ate the meat of the Nine Tails and got the chakra of the Nine Tails. Has this kid also eaten it? However, Yuzuke didn't bother to answer the words of the three generations of Raikage. Looking at the tail beast coat on the surface of his skin, displeased secretly said, "Hey, system, what's the Nine Tails mode? Shouldn't it be like Naruto and Bofeng Shuiman ... The whole body glows?" Reply to the host, "This time I only got the nine-tailed chakra, which can be in the form of the nine-tailed tail beasts in location. Jill a second time in reward nine-tailed contract hint. Yes, before the 6 powers, you need to use it in conjunction with the 9 tails, otherwise you can't use the perfect 9 tails mode. Hey, say it early, I'm happy for nothing." Hearing the system's explanation, Yuzuke pulled out again ... White Tooth Blade. The perfect 9 tails mode is almost super shadow and 1 foot enters the level of 6 thresholds. Although I didn't get such an exaggerated power, at least if I broke through, then I will try this power first. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 76. I will let you see your brain's 11th more seeking subscription. As the tail beast coat on the surface of Yuzuke's body became more dense, the tail behind it became more and more. 4, 6, 7, after 6, when the tail of Yuzuke's body was still growing, the face of the third generation of Raikage was even more shocked. Even if I ate the golden and silver horns of the nine-tailed meat that year, it was only able to burst out 6 tails. And after using this trick, he will be in a state of losing his mind. And Yuzuke has grown a 7th, no, the 8th tail is here. But his face is still so unhurried. There was no sign of losing his sanity at all. The three generations of Raking really can't figure out what is going on with this kid's body. That guy, what is it? A few miles away, Kyuubi also stopped, and looked at Yuzuke, who had already begun to explode the 8th tail, in disbelief. This kid has eaten his own meat. Why don't I have this memory? Grumbling. Just like the sound of boiling water again, Yuzuke's tail coat has begun to explode the 9th tail. Woo, Master Yuzuke, you are all right. Seeing Yuzuke's posture, even Bofeng Shuiman couldn't help feeling cold. Coincidentally at this time, the Konoha pioneer army led by Hyuga and Hyuga finally arrived. When Kushina saw Yuzuke's gesture at the moment, he was also ashamed to cover her mouth in shock, and said in disbelief, "Then, that. The gesture is from Grandma Mito." Although Uzumaki Mito is not a fighting ninja, he also demonstrated the form of a tail beast before his death. But at that time, Uzumaki Mito just exploded a tail, and quickly suppressed the power of the 9 tails with a sealing technique. Now seeing Yuzuke's 9-tailed coat form, Kushina panicked even more. Master Yuzuke has become Renzulai. For a while, Juxinai couldn't help but have this idea. However, she immediately saw 9 tails who had already run far away. Stupid. Now, what's the matter? isn't Kyuubi either. Then why can Yuzuke use Kyuubi's power? Although there are too many things that I don't understand, the first thing to do now is to deal with Konoha. Tutai waved his hand and shouted, "The body is ready to welcome Shu!" Wow! The last war in Tutaiku word still. But his head has been separated from his neck. Until the head of Tutai landed, he still kept the expression of shouting. 2 seconds later, Tutai lost his head and weight and fell to the ground. All the talents reacted and saw Yuzuke, who was standing next to the earth platform, clearly. Tutai, seeing the difference between his confidant and body, the 3 generations of Raking who were originally hot character were even more angry. But along with the anger that came to my heart, there were endless surprises. At that moment, I didn't actually see it. At the fastest speed in the ninja world, I didn't actually see it. The whole army. At this moment, Yuzuke spoke slowly, proving that he did not lose his sense of reason because of the tail animal clothing. Wisdom. However, Konoha, the flying man, was all frightened by the sight in front of him, and he didn't respond immediately. "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear me talking?" Yuzuke suddenly raised his volume, and almost pierced the eardrums of Hyuga and others who were dazed behind him. Yes. After returning to their senses, the thousands of Konoha pioneers in the rear quickly yelled in response. "Kill all. Leave none." Yuzuke raised his hand and ordered. Standing at the forefront of the team, Hyuga Hippopotamus swallowed his saliva, barely suppressed the fear in his heart, and raised his arms and shouted, "Chong! Kill the invaders in union." Oh! The other Konoha ninjas also used the form of roaring to suppress the fear deep in their hearts. One by one, they took out kunai, saber and other weapons, and killed them at the opposite Union ninja. But ironically, this fear came from his own person, Yuzuke. Originally, many of them had seen the old purple-tailed beast on the Yanin battlefield 2 years ago. Yuzuke's current appearance is exactly the same as the four-tailed man Zulilazi who left them a nightmare on the battlefield at that time. How can they not be afraid of Kill Tutai? I want you to pay for your life. In the center of the battlefield, 3 generations of Reikage chakra broke out, and a long brown hair rushed up like a Saiyan. Yuzuke didn't even bother to fight with this ugly old man. He just tapped his horns a little, and said with a little interest, "Want to compare speed?" The moment the word was just uttered, Yuzuke had disappeared from the place and flashed in front of the 3rd generation of Reikage. The arm wrapped in the 9-tailed coat gripped the white tooth blade, exploded with the power of thunder and fire, and pierced the abdomen of the 3rd generation of Reikage. Not worth mentioning. 3 generations of Reikage gritted his teeth, used Dun chakra to protect himself, so that the blade can't penetrate his skin at all. "Is it?" Yuzuke joked. 9-tailed chakra exploded. Not only speed, but also strength rose several levels in one breath. Wow! The sound of the cloth tearing followed. The armor worn by the 3rd generation of Reikage was cut open, revealing the strong abdominal muscles inside, and a bloodstain. The Union ninjas who had been fighting with Konoha's army were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Many of them saw it for the first time in their lives. 3 generations of Reikage were injured. It was like a myth in their hearts, no matter what kind of enemy they faced, in how cruel battles. Except for the mysterious wound before Ikesung, there has never been a drop of blood from the 3 generations of Reikage. He was actually injured. The 3rd generation of Liang also changed his face and wiped the knife on his abdomen with his hand. Looking at the blood on the palm, the 3 generations of Liang said with emptiness, "The color of blood. The old man hasn't seen it for many years." "Then do you want to see the color of your brain?" Yuzuke smiled. 77 There is no need for existence. 12th More seeking subscription. A few hours later, the scorching sun above the head was gradually replaced by the waning moon. The moonlight shone on the battlefield, reflecting the tragedy brought about by the war. Baru's sound like boiling magma sounded again, but it gradually weakened. Yuzuke stood in the center of the battlefield, and the tail coat on the surface of his body gradually faded back into his body. At this moment, a ninja who fell to the ground at his feet let out a painful groan. Heck! Yuzuke waved his hand coldly, and the tail beast clothing that had not yet completely separated flew up and turned into a huge beast claw to grab the opponent. Just squeeze it directly into froth. To be honest, this trick is really similar to Suzuo. It's really thick-skinned. Looking at the direction where the 3 generations of Reikage and others had evacuated, Yuzuke muttered to himself unhappy. None of the Konoha ninjas who began to clean up the remains dared to approach. Yuzuke himself is a fierce name in Konoha, and now he can even use the power of the 9 tails, which makes people can't help linking him to the fierce thing Renzulai. Reminiscent of the battle between Yuzuke and the 3 generations of Reikage just now, the evil chakra and the violent fighting style. All Konoha ninja shivered secretly. The reason why they didn't dare to throw stones at Yuzuke like Naruto did in the original work is not because they knew that Yuzuke was not a real Manjilai, but the other party's fierce reputation is too strong. No one has the courage. Notify the logistics department to return the body to Konoha, and the whole army is ready to camp on the spot. Commander Bo Feng Shuiman with bandages on his forehead and arms shouted. All his injuries were suffered when he delayed 3 generations of Reikage just now. Even if relying on Flying Thunder God to obtain the speed to catch up with the opponent, there is no attack method to crack the 3 generations of Reikage's defense. Watergate. Yuzuke spoke suddenly. Yes, Master Yuzuke. Bo Feng Shuiman's body shook completely, and he quickly responded. Notify Master Naruto, send reinforcements, and Yunyin will definitely fight back. Now this number of people is not enough, Yuzuke ordered with his back to Feng Shuiman. Yes. Bo Feng Mizuno bowed his head and responded, and immediately thought of one thing. He couldn't help asking Yuzuke, then, Yuzuke-sama, how do you report the affairs of Kyuubi to Naruto-sama? Originally, Sarutobi Rizchi's task was to repel Yunin and retake 9 tails. But now things are getting a little complicated. Kyuubi ran away, and Yuzuke gained the power of Kyuubi, divided into power. Originally, things related to the tail beast were very sensitive, but now it has something to do with Konoha's #1 dangerous person, and it is even more difficult to deal with. You report that Kyuubi will be caught back, so he can send reinforcements quickly. Yuzuke responded and added a sentence at the end, no matter how much you talk, I will keep you speechless forever. Bo Feng Shuiman retreated with shame. There is no need for Union to exist at all. Right after the Bofeng Watergate retreated, Yuzuke stood alone, thinking secretly. Fighting against the 3 generations of Reikage, Yuzuke realized a problem. Is there any need to keep it? Yuzuke has decided to let Tsunade be the 4th generation of Hokage at the end of the 3rd Ninja War. But even if Tsunade became the 4th generation of Hokage, the other Ninimura powers represented by Union will continue to wage wars. This is really annoying. Although the 3rd ninja battle that came ahead of schedule was planned by Yuzuke and Oshimaru in order to obtain Konoha, but isn't it also a good opportunity to eradicate disobedient guys in one go? There is no need for a disobedient village. Yuzuke came to a conclusion and said between the mountains dozens of miles away from Konoha camp, in a deadwood forest, 3 generations of Reikage received medical ninja treatment, while at the same time an opponent ordered, assembled the village's reinforcements, let AI lead to the front line, and bring Bai also with him by the way. Originally at this time, standing in front of him should be the most trusted subordinate. But recalling the picture of the head of the soil on the battlefield just now, the 3 generations of Liang were even more annoyed. And the killing was Ling Ran. I must kill that kid. Yin Shangren, who was waiting for instructions, was suddenly startled after hearing the orders of the 3 generations of Reikage. Master Reikage, Kairabi has just become human's Yulai. Is it too risky to be on the battlefield so soon? Although Union was ready to fight Konoha when he passed through the country of Yano and entered the territory of the country of fire to capture Kyuubi, but he didn't expect that the war had just begun, and Kairabi would join the front line of the battlefield. You must know that once the strength of the human column is not well controlled, it is not the enemy that will be injured first, but your own person. Do you think those guys can defeat the opponent without taking a risk? 3 generations of Liang brightened where his arm was wrapped in bandages. The reason why he dared to do this was not only because of Konoha's display of power, but also caused him to use Union's full strength. It was also because he had faith in Kyarabi. Although he has only just become Renjali, his fusion with Yao is better than that of Renjali's cloth ratio for a few years. The 3rd generation of Reikage is confident that Kyarabi will become the first and most perfect human pillar in the history of ninja. But recalling what happened to Burubai, the 3rd generation of Reikage frowned once again. Yao rioted in Yanokuni, and he relied on the technique of heaven to arrive at the first time and suppressed Yao. It was not Burubai who discovered the riot, but Yao. Burubai is gone. If it is said that Yao broke through the iron armor seal and ran out by himself, then where is Burubai's body? I'm very sorry, I will go now. Shocked by the fierce and evil expression of the 3 generations of Liang, the Yunyin Shangren quickly retreated. Prepare to return to the village overnight and convey back the 3 generations of Reikage's orders. The 3 generations of Reikage remained silent, just sitting quietly beside the tree trunk, thinking about this issue. I always feel that there is still some truth behind this that I don't know. The 12 updates are completed on the first day, and there will be at least 8 updates tomorrow. Even if you want to get fat, please subscribe to the first few days, because it is related to the recommended position. It's about whether you can survive in Felu. Please support me in the future, thank you. Thank you. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 78 The Beggar. First more seeking subscription Naruto office building. In the meeting room of the elders group. Sarutobi Rizchi, Shimura Danzo, Shimura Koharu, Maito Menyon, the 4 who now hold the highest authority in Konoha, gather again. They just received a message from the front line of Thunder Country. The 1,000 ninja army led by Uziuke and the Union ninja army led by 3 generations of Reikage had just fought a fierce battle. With the retreat of 3 generations of Reikage, the first battle was won. As the deputy of the frontline commander Uziuke, how Feng Shuiman conveyed back Uziuke's war order 9 tails escaped. 3 generations of Reikage retreated, and asked for additional reinforcements. Oh people. As for Uziuke's use of his tail in the battle with the 3rd generation of Reikage, a matter of animalization. Feng Shuiman did not mention it. 2 people, looking at this number, Sarutobi Hizen couldn't help but trembled in his heart. Less than 2 years have passed since the Second Ninja War. New generations such as Kakashi have no time to grow up in the future. The entire Konoha can be used to dispatch an army, but there are only 6,000 people. Now 1,000 people have followed Uziuke to the front line of Thunder Country. Another 2,000 people, led by Oshimaru, rushed to the border between the country of fire and the country of grass, to prevent the attack that Iwano might come at any time. At this time, Uziuke asked to send another 2,000 people to support Konoha. There were only about 1,000 people left in Konoha's combat power. This made Sarutobi Hizen had to summon the 3 old men Shimura Danzo to discuss. It is estimated that Union's strength is about 5,000. It is indeed unrealistic to have that kid use 1,000 men to resist. It is rare for Danzo to not fall into trouble. This time, after a moment of reflection, he said coldly, reinforcements can be given to him, but not 2,000 people. Feng Shuiman claimed in the letter that he has the strength to repel 3 generations of Reikage. In that case, let him do more. Obviously, Danzo wanted Uziuke to work hard to make up for the shortage of combat power. Halfway through, Danzo stretched out his 5 fingers, 500 people, 500. Give it to him. Hearing the numbers reported by Danzo, the other 3 people, headed by Sarutobi Hitoshi, were also shocked. Turning to bed, Xiao-chan, the old woman who looked at Uziuke everywhere, was a little alarmed. Danzo, this is too little, right? You have estimated that Union has an army of 5,000 people, and you will only give you 500 reinforcements. Is this a joke? I mean, there is no need to give him so many soldiers at once. Danzo showed a conspiracy smile, and continued, reinforcements can't be given too much at one time. Otherwise, with that kid's character, he will only be passive and sabotage. To make him work harder for Konoha against the enemy, he only needs to force him. Enough force is enough. When he is about to be unable to hold it, then continue to give the soldiers. This way, Konoha's loss can be minimized, and the kid can fight with all his strength. Why not do it? When Danzo explained his thoughts clearly, both Haru and Maito Menyan's eyes flashed. As expected of Danzo, this idea is great. Indeed, that kid Yuzuki has always been a hot potato who obeyed orders obediently, and given him too much reinforcement at a time, he might even take advantage of the fire, and ask for more. Your method is just right for him. The enemy is currently thinking about how to deal with people. TSK, when did the eyes of Kaienzu Jianjian be blind, and actually chose these people to inherit Konoha? Day. Chop. What do you think? Hearing the flattery of Zwan Xiao-chun and Maito Menyan, Danzo was also very helpful, and turned to ask Sarutobi hi. Seeing Sarutobi risen hesitating, Danzo looked at him, and then said, you are too weak. If you took the initiative to attack Union last time, you won't be taken advantage of by the opponent. Bangzu is your biggest weakness. Understand? Sarutobi Hizen frowned fiercely. 2 months ago, when Ya and Yanokuni rioted, it should have been a great opportunity to launch a war and attack Union. But Sarutobi Izumi considered that Konoha needed more opportunities to recuperate shortly after the Second Ninja War, so chose to avoid the war. But now Yunyin has seized the opportunity. This is a major mistake of his. And Sarutobi Hizen also knew this shortcoming of his own, so he promoted Danzo to become his deputy, and made decisions for himself when he needed tough actions. Well, do this as you say. Sarutobi nodded. Danzo smiled contentedly. However, Sarutobi Hisaki has forgotten one thing. Yuzuki has no respect for them from beginning to end. If you dare to deal with him, wouldn't he dare to deal with you 5 days later? On the border of Yanokuni, in the Konoha barracks near the front line of Thunder Country, Yuzuki sat on the main seat in the camp. His eyes were faintly slit, looking at Nara Lukisa, Yamanaka Keiichi, Akimeki Syozo and others who rushed from Konoha to the front line did not dare to look at him. I didn't seem to hear clearly just now. You said how many reinforcements Konoha sent over? Yuzuki raised an eyebrow and asked. 500 people 500 inches 1 year away from Yuzuki, Nara Lukisa? The patriarch of the pig deer butterfly Nara clan looked up with an embarrassed face and said, Master Yuzuki, it is less than 2 years since the end of the Second Ninja World War. You know, sir, the damage caused to Konoha by the previous Nine Tails incident has not yet recovered, and the force is really lacking. Nara Shikahise himself expressed his grievances, with Hokage on one side and Evil God on the other, and he had no good life on either side of his offense. And the Hofing Shuiman standing on both sides, Hyuga Nizu and others were full of disbelief. This number of reinforcements is a beggar. This is Hokage-sama, or Danzo. But to the surprise of Nara Lukisa and others, Yuzuki did not show a trace of anger, but instead asked with a smile on his face. This subordinate is not clear, Nara Luja said in embarrassment. He didn't dare to tell Yuzuki that it was extremely disrespectful to call the members of the elders. If he dares to say that, Yuzuki will be the one who wants to fix him. Oh, forget it. Anyway, they both wear a pair of pants. It doesn't matter who has the idea. Yuzuki smiled slightly, picked up the frontline commander's seal on the dog's desk, and threw it directly at Bo Fang Shui Gate. Bo Fang Shuiman was taken aback and subconsciously caught it. Master Yuzuki, this is Bo Fang Shuiman looked dumbfounded, and didn't understand what Yuzuki meant. I'm sick, and now I have to take time off to recover from my illness. Yuzuki smiled and raised his index finger, and pointed at Hofing Shuiman. Now you are the commander-in-chief. 79 I really don't care. Second more seeking subscription. Now you are the commander-in-chief. After saying this, Yuzuki yawned and stood up from the main seat, and then walked out of the camp. Bo Feng Shuiman, holding the chief commander's seal, was completely dumbfounded. The Hyuga hippos, Hyuga Nissa, and even the pig, deer and butterfly trio headed by Nara Lukisa, who came as reinforcements, were completely stupid. The enemy is now, and the Supreme Commander will leave. Master Yuzyuk, please wait. Bo Feng Shuiman hurriedly ignored the seal in his hand, rushed out and stood in front of Yuzyuk, and said in a panic, please calm down. Not only Feng Shuiman, Hyuga Hippocampus, Hyuga Nikkei, and Zuludi, etc., all reacted, and hurriedly surrounded Yuzyuk's side, and quickly persuaded, Yuzyuk-sama, you can't go. Maybe Hokage-sama's approach was improper, but now Union is staring in the north, we can't mess around. Except you, who can resist the third generation of Raikage. Even Narashiji, who is now known as Konoha's first think tank, can't help but feel anxious. Although he has heard of Yuzyuk's style of acting. But I didn't expect to do whatever he wanted to such an extent. The war is coming. As the top commander on the front line, he actually said that he would not do it. Isn't he afraid that Konoha's thousands of ninja army will be slaughtered by the enemy country? Isn't he afraid that after returning to the village, countless villagers spurned the accusation? He really doesn't care. I am a person with limited talents and cannot take on such a heavy responsibility. Watergate has been appointed as the next candidate for Hokage. He is more suitable for this position than me. With that said, Yuzyuk smiled and patted Bo Feng Shuiman on the shoulder, saying I look forward to you emoji. Then he walked out of the camp without looking back. Master Yuzyuk. Bo Feng Shuiman still wants to stop Yuzyuk from leaving, and feels like he is about to cry. I provoke someone, it's so noisy. If you bother me, I'll get rid of you all first. Yuzyuk yelled, annoyed by the annoyance of the people of Fang-Shuiman. Nine-tailed chakra exploded, and the tail beasts instantly poured out of the body, and the power of the super shadow class swept like a tsunami, so that everyone did not dare to say another word. It's just right, make time to do business. Yuzyuk muttered to himself, took nine-tailed chakra back into his body, and walked out of the barracks swayingly. After Yuzyuk's back completely disappeared from the field of vision, everyone dared to speak. Dear Lujiu, what can we do about this? The little fat guy Kudao asked Nara Lujai with a bitter expression. When he heard that only 500 reinforcements were sent to Yuzyuk, he also imagined how Yuzyuk would jump like thunder. But he didn't expect Yuzyuk to be not angry at all. But the situation is more serious. The person left straight away. Since the establishment of the village in Konoha, Nara Lujai has also had a pain on his face. What can he do? There are only two ways to do it now. First, don't worry about Yuzyuk, let Bo Feng Shuiman act as the commander-in-chief and go to fight Union Mad. Is it possible? Bo Feng Shuiman has just advanced to the shadow level. The first battle with Union a week ago was completely crushed by the three generations of Raikage at the peak of the shadow rank. And now there are more than 1,000 people on the Konoha front line. Union speculated that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people on the front line, with a total military strength of more than 5,000. No matter how you look at it, you can't win. The only thing you can rely on is that man. This is also the second method. But Narashika had no guts to call Yuzyuk back. His style of action is well known in Konoha. Don't mention yourself as a small patriarch of the Nara clan. It was Hokage's son, Uchiha's patriarch, dared to provoke him, and he took corrective actions. And it wasn't secretly, but just drew you. The fact that Sarutobi Shinosuke provokes Yuzyuk and was violently beaten up has been the laughingstock of many people until now. Oh no. At this moment, an investigator from the Hyuga clan rushed in panic and reported, 3 generations of Raikage led 2,000 troops and attacked from the front. And his son Ai was with Rabbi the Eight-Tailed Man Zilikai. They led 500 men and horses to fight from both sides of the left and right wing. After saying this, Higashi Shinobu looked around strangely. Hey, where's Yuzyuk-sama? Hearing what he said, everyone's face turned dark, but they were speechless. Now we can only stop Union's attack first, and then report back to Master Naruto. Feng Shuiman gritted his teeth and shouted, "If we divide our forces, we must not be Union's opponent." Everyone gathers together to attack Kai, the son of 3 generations of Reikage. As a military officer, Narulujai immediately analyzed, if this is the case, the 3 generations of Reikage will lead the main force to outflank us. A reserve army must be left to prevent the 3rd generation of Reikage from copying our back. Feng Shuiman bit his lip and shouted, "Incoming!" The 2 brothers of Hyuga and Hyuga immediately looked at Haifeng Mizuman with unbelievable eyes. The look in his eyes seemed to say, "Aren't you just getting hit by 3 generations of Reikage before? Now I can only do this." Feng Shuiman gritted his teeth. When Uziuke is not there, he can only fight against the 3 generations of Reikage, and he has to fight if he can fight. Feng Shuiman shouted loudly. However, he himself is a little lacking in confidence, let alone his subordinates. When they heard the news of Uziuke's departure, even those who were extremely afraid of Uziuke were completely panicked. They were afraid that Uziuke was right, but at the same time they were very dependent on his power. Even a civilian ninja knew that without Uziuke, it would be impossible to stop the attack of the 3 generations of Reikage. As a result, Konoha's army went out in this state of extremely low morale. However, in just 2 hours, the Konoha army led by Feng Shuiman was defeated by Union. Konoha's army of more than 1,000 people. Nearly 500 people were killed. 500. In other words, the 500 reinforcements that Sarutobi hasn't just sent. As soon as he arrived at the front line, he was basically killed. Feng Shuigate was unable to resist, and could only order the retreat to the border of the Fire Country, relying on the train to resist the 3 generations of Reikage's onslaught. This news came back to Konoha 2 days later. Jukun is shocked. Please download Fellow to see the underlined version. 80 Who dares to catch him? Third more for subscription. This kid is too courageous. In the meeting room of the elders group of the Naruto office building, Danzo smashed the table in front of him in a rage. Uziuke left the front line without authorization, and Feng Shuiman led an army against the 3 generations of Reikage. When this news came back to the ears of high-level decision-making, the emotions of Sarutobi and Danzo and his group were first shocked, then angry, surprised, because they didn't expect Uziuke to have the courage to be the commander-in-chief during the Ninja World War. He actually dared to leave the front line directly, which is equivalent to abandoning thousands of people. His waterproofing is hundreds of times more serious than White Fang's abandonment of the mission to save him 2 years ago. For this alone, it is not exaggerating to call him the eternal sinner Konoha. The anger was because of Uziuke's arbitrary behavior, which caused great losses to Konoha. 500 people, 500 people, 500 people and 500 people were lost in one war alone. Now Konoha can deploy around 6,000 people. Only one battle, 500 people, 500 people are gone. This makes Sarutobi Hitoshi not angry. What do you think? What should I do now? Sarutobi Hizaki was smoking his pipe. Now he can only use nicotine to paralyze himself. Otherwise he feels that he will die of a heart attack sooner or later. Catch that kid back first. Tuanzang angrily said, such a crime, beheading him 10 times is not an exaggeration. Who can catch him turning to bed? Xiao-chan asked coldly. In an instant, Danzo was speechless. That's right, whoever is going to catch Oshimaru has been sent to the front line of the country of soil. And that, the relationship between Freak and Uziuke seems to be pretty good. Whether he will agree is still a question. Jai Lai hasn't returned yet. Don't even think about it. Soon Nade, the whole village knows what the relationship between these two people is. More importantly, even if these people are sent out, is that Uziuke's opponent? Danzo came up with another idea. It is to use public opinion. The white teeth of the year died under this trick. But as soon as Danzo made this proposal, Menyon Mita retorted, if anyone dares to scold me, does he care? Danzo was silent again. That's right, with Uziuke's current fierce name in Konoha, no one dares to accuse him of chewing his tongue behind his back. If anyone dares, he will see the king in the next second. Believe it or not. Not to mention that Yuzuke's situation is completely different from that of Fang. Baiya was accused at the beginning. He didn't fight back when he scolded. He couldn't fight back, and finally committed suicide in a gloomy manner. But Yuzuke is different. If he cares about what others think of him, you just scold him to death, and he won't care at all. Instead, he will hack you to death. Now this incident has been heard in Konoha's ninja circle, but there have not been many accusations against Yuzuke. It is for this reason. Everyone dare not, everyone is afraid. Even the ninja family who died on the battlefield, dare not treat you. Introduce a sentence of accusation. He is not a white tooth, and he will not let others scold him. That kid doesn't know where he is going now. Do you need to make him a traitor? Danzo was not reconciled yet, and came up with another bad idea. This time he was directly beheaded by Sarutobi and went back, yelling, "Are you trying to add another powerful enemy to Konoha? You can come up with this horrible idea." And Sarutobi Hisaki doubts whether Shimura Danzo is Shirakuzi. If he really dared to call Yuzuke a betrayer, believe it or not, Tsunade would follow a betrayer and then 2 shadow ranks to deal with Konoha. At this time, Danzo dare not speak at all. Now I am not thinking about how to deal with Yuzuke, but how to resist the attack of the 3 generations of Raikage. Sarutobi Hitoshi was the only one with a far-sighted among the 4 people present. Although Yuzuke's behavior annoyed them, there is no time to care about him now. The most important thing is how to resist the 3 generations of Raikage's aggressive attack. Isn't Jiraiya coming back? It should be okay to ask you to reinforce Fang Shuiman as his disciple, Mito Menyon suggested. Master Naruto. Suddenly, an AND member flashed in front of Siren 4, and reported, the 4th generation of Iztukage Lozi began to assemble the ninja army and began to attack the northwest of our country of fire. The visual force is 4,400. Lord Oshimaru requested dispatch reinforcements. Sarutobi Hitoshi's quartet of 4 turned pale. One wave has not calmed down and another wave has risen. Although they had long guessed that Yanin couldn't let go of this great opportunity, they didn't expect Yanin to be so ruthless. The war had just begun, and 400 people were dispatched for 400. Immediately, request reinforcements from Cheyenne, and inform Jiraiya to also go to the northeast front to reinforce Watergate. Sarutobi Hizen made a decisive order, and at the same time said to Shimura Danzo, "Let's go to the battlefield personally, and reinforce Oshimaru." Danzang's face changed. "It's been a long time since I went to the battlefield." "What about Yuzuke?" Turning to bed, Xiao-chan asked. Although it is a prickly hedgehog, it is the peak level of the shadow rank, and it is impossible to leave it alone. Sarutobi Hizen hesitated for a moment and said, "Send 2 Anbu teams to search for his signs and call him back." "Do you want Tsunade to help?" Mito Menyon suggested. She can't agree. Sarutobi Hizen was very sure. Not to mention that his relationship with Tsunade's mentorship and apprenticeship broke up many years ago. Not to mention that Tsunade and Yuzuke are completely sleeping together now. How could she help herself persuade her lover Danzo to immediately prepare to return to his root organization lair and prepare for the battlefield? Before leaving, Danzo muttered to himself with a sullen expression, "I have caused such a big trouble for Konoha. After the war is over, this account must be settled with that kid." But Danzo was simply impossible to predict. The settlement is absolutely necessary, but it is not his turn to settle with Yuzuke. But Yuzuke wants to count with him. 81 Konoha who is in desperate situation again. 4th more seeking subscription brings soil. You kid can be late for the exam. In the ninja school, watching Uchiha who rushed into the classroom and fell shit to eat soil, the head teacher hated iron and steel and yelled, "Yes, I'm sorry." Bringing the soil touched his red nose, scratched his head and said, "I saw an old grandma when I came." "Come on, get back to your seat quickly. The exam is coming soon." The head teacher didn't bother to listen to this kid's nonsense, and reached out to instruct him to get out. There was a burst of laughter from the whole class. He took the soil and returned to his seat with some embarrassment. He didn't care about other people's opinions. but worried that his goddess Lin Nohara would feel bad about him. Although everyone has been enrolled for less than 2 years, we still have to inform everyone. On the stage, the head teacher suddenly said, "Now ninja school allows everyone to freely apply for early graduation." As soon as this remark came out, the whole class was in an uproar. Speaking of graduating early, the first thing they thought of was naturally Kakashi Hagai, who had graduated early in the same class only half a year after enrollment. And a few months ago, the genius Suikai Hashishui, who successfully applied for graduation 1 month before enrollment, succeeded. I heard that it is because the frontline battle situation is tight now, so I need to go to the battlefield to join the logistics department more. It's time to transfer someone from the ninja school to help. Yeah, even Hokage-sama is dispatched. Don't you know? A family descendant from a prominent family whispered. Happiness. The head teacher patted the podium with the test paper in his hand. It's all right, it's all quiet. Start the exam. Graduate early Dita squinted at the goddess Lin Lin, who was sitting in front of her right, and then thought of Kakashi's nasty fisheye. It's been almost 2 years since that guy graduated early. Good. I have to apply for early graduation. However, what brought the soil did not know. Just now, he helped the grandmother carry. When she was carrying her luggage, one gaze kept locked on him tightly and have been following him for a long time. As discussed with these elementary school students, Konoha's current situation is not optimistic. The current situation is on the battlefield in the northwest. Konoha unites with Cheyenne to fight with Yanin. But if it is a joint, in fact, Cheyenne came here personally and only provided logistical reinforcement because there was something wrong with Sane herself. And just a month ago, Sarutobi Risen just contacted the 3 generations of Fennying to fight against Yanin, and the 3rd generation of Fennying himself mysteriously disappeared. Because of this incident, Cheyenne village is now a mess. I can take care of it myself. How can I have time to control Konoha? The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi had to go to the front line, and at the same time, the 3 ninjas and the Ozaki Maru and Shimura Danzo, a member of the Elders group, participated in the battle. The front line of the Northeast Thunder Country. The troops led by Jiraiya and Bo Feng Shuiman are resisting the Union army led by the 3 generations of Raikage. Same situation. Not optimistic. The immortal mode of Xylai can barely fight the 3rd generation of Raikage, but at the same time, Union also has 4 generations of Raikage, Kyrabi and other masters. More importantly, in terms of total military strength, the 3 generations of Raikage have more than 3 times the military strength of Jiraiya. Under such circumstances, the master and apprentice of Zilai and Bo Feng Shui men couldn't withstand the onslaught of the 3 generations of Raking, and they could only choose a defensive battle. In the Konoha camp on the northeast front of the Country of Fire. At this time, it is time for dinner. More than a dozen people from each team gathered around a pot, and mixed rice, dried meat, vegetables and other grains into the pot and boiled together. There was no smile on everyone's face. Konoha remained passive for several months, or it should be said that, except for the first battle Uziuke took them to a victory, they never won a victory. Even if Jiraiya is here, so is it. Main business. The main staff headed by Jiraiya, Bofeng Shuiman, and Zuludi are analyzing Union's next move. But even Nara Shikahiza, the patriarch of the Nara clan, who is known for his mind in the ninja world, can't think of a way in this situation. The difference in combat power is too big. Actually, all we can do is stand by and wait for help. Nara Shikaji smiled bitterly. Through the end of the storm in Cheyenne, we will distribute reinforcements so that we can have a chance. There is only this way. Jilai also touched the back of his head with a headache. At this time, Nara Lukisa smiled bitterly again. In fact, it is not us here, but the one that should worry the most. Speaking of this, Nara Shikaji pointed to the most southeast position of the map. Is the fog hidden? Bo Feng Shuiman said clearly. Yes. Nara Shikaji nodded and said, now Konoha can't draw more manpower. If the mist sneaks from the southern part of the Country of Fire at this time, who can resist it? Probably not. Do we and Yu Ain have A feud. Haha, Jilei also laughed dryly. But he didn't believe this, and the purpose of the war in the final analysis was to benefit. In the Second Ninja World War, Iwagura and Konoha had no grudges yet, so he still fought over as well. If Yuzuke-sama is here, Bo Feng Shuiman couldn't help but speak. Before he finished speaking, Bo Feng Shuiman immediately realized the problem, shut up quickly, and smiled dryly. Then, I'm sorry, let me just say it casually. No, Watergate makes sense. Hyuga Nisuke, who had cooperated with Yuzuke during the Second Ninja War, agreed. If Yuzuke-sama were here, the situation would indeed be completely different. As the only person who knows the inside story, the high-level political struggle, Jilei is naturally aware of the contradiction between Yuzuke and the old man Sarutobi, and for a while, he secretly sighs. Is it impossible for people to understand each other after all? But at the same time, Jilei can't help but think of another question: where is the underlined version of Yuzuke now? Please download Felu 82. Isn't it beautiful? Fifth more seeking subscription on an island across the sea from the country of fire. In the dense jungle, Kyuubi is lying in the middle of the forest, enjoying the rare afternoon sunlight. No one would have thought that this island was once the famous Uzumaki country, the place ruled by the Uzumaki clan. However, now this statement has to be added once: 2 words. At the beginning of the Second Ninja War, the two great powers of Water Country and Thunder Country united to annihilate the Uzumaki country. Among them, Union used the iron armor seal of the seal technique used on the body of the former ray-tailed man Zuliburubai. It was grabbed from the Whirlpool clan. Kyuubi left the country of fire and came here 2 months ago. As the first woman to seal it, Uzumaki Mito Kunio still has an impression. Now that her hometown has become a wasteland, Kyuubi sneered at the same time, but also a little bit sorrowful in his heart. Humphrey, human beings are simply stupid creatures that can't even match tail beasts. Okay. Suddenly, the expression of Kyuubi, who was lying on the ground lazily enjoying the sun, suddenly changed. The beast claw suddenly lifted, and slapped it towards the forest on the left. Boom! The land in a radius of 10 miles trembled. When Kyuubi moved his claws away, the broken ground was still mixed with a few ninjas who were photographed into flesh by him. The sign of protecting the forehead is Union. Damn it! It was discovered. Do you want to fight, idiot? What do you think? How can we win the fight and go quickly? Withdraw. Tell Mr. Raying the news that Kyuubi is here. More than a dozen Union ninjas sprang out of the forest, turned around and ran towards the land of the country of fire. Obviously, they are all ninjas of the Union detective team sent out by the 3 generations of Raikage to investigate the Trail of 9 Tails. At present, most of Union's combat power is in the northeastern part of the country of fire and Jiraiya. Bo Feng Shuiman is in a state of stalemate. However, Union has always been in the upper hand, and Konoha has been relatively calm compared to the situation. The 3 generations of Raikage never gave up the plan to capture Kyuubi, so they sent an investigation team to sneak into the country of fire to investigate the whereabouts of Kyuubi. Now I finally found it. Don't even want to run. Die to me. Nine Tails really didn't expect that he would all go to an uninhabited island, and there would still be people so lingering in the shadows. For a while, it was naturally burning with anger, and the giant tail behind it swept past, raising the forest to the ground. At the same time, they crushed those Union into flesh. Damn. Looking at those mixed in the scum, Kyuubi didn't feel a bit of anger. He didn't even seek revenge on these bastards, but instead they provoke him again and again. Puff! Suddenly, a sound of torn cloth sounded. Kyuubi turned his head to look. It happened to witness a scene of Yun Yin's body being split in half. You are too careless, Fox. When the Union ninja's body was split and fell to the ground, the owner of the knife also appeared, half squinting his eyes, and calmly said, unexpectedly, I didn't find anyone used a substitute technique. Yugai Kyuubi also narrowed his eyes, staring at the opponent hostilely. It's the first time to introduce myself, Yuzuke, this is my name. Yuzuke retracted the white tooth blade into the scabbard, and said, I know your name, 9 Llama Humphrey. We saw each other again after a few months, but Kyuubi still didn't have a good face, and said coldly, "What are you guys doing?" Yuzuke didn't answer Kyuubi's question at the first time. Instead, he looked around and joked, "But I didn't expect you to have left the country of fire and came here. If you didn't happen to meet Yun hidden guys, I don't know how long it will take to find you." After Yuzuke left from the front line of Thunder Country, he did not return to Konoha, but embarked on a journey to find Kyuubi. In a few months, Yuzuke basically walked the country of fire, but did not touch the shadow of the other party. When he was about to search in the direction of the country of rain, he encountered this group of Union troops who were sneaking into the country of fire investigating the whereabouts of Ninetales. After following all the way, it was discovered that Kyuubi was hiding in the ruins of the ruined Uzumaki kingdom. No wonder this guy has not been found. But it seems that humans do not intend to let it go, even if you hide. Yuzuke kicked the corpse cut in half by himself, raised his head and looked at Ninetales, sneered, "You are so powerful, everyone wants to come here for a while." "Shut up." Kyuubi became more irritated by what Yuzuke said, and patted it with a paw. Yuzuke flashed sideways slightly, causing Kyuubi's claws to almost stick to his ears to avoid the attack. Boom! The sharp claws fell on the ground, and the ground immediately trembles again. Yuzuke looked calm, and smiled lightly. "Don't be so murderous. I have good news for you today." Kyuubi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Just listen to Yuzuke again. Don't you think this land is too small for you? As the head of the 9 big-tailed beasts, you are willing to stay in this place." "Fart. Let it go," Kyuubi said impatiently. "Animals just don't communicate well." Yuzuke shook his head secretly in his heart, and said straight to the door, "Isn't the country of fire very big? How can I help me after I take down the country of fire, that? A large piece of land, free to move around with you, isn't it beautiful?" Hearing this proposal, Kyuubi's face suddenly changed, and the figure of Yuzuke in front of him slowly overlapped with the man who, "Boy, I want to learn from you, Akiha Madara. You think the old man will be fooled a second time?" Ninetales raised the beast claws violently again, and then fell heavily. The beast who doesn't listen. Seeing that Kyuubi was serious this time, Yuzuke was too lazy to reason with the other party, flashed into the air with Flying Thunder God, and looked at the beast condescendingly. "Fine. It seems that you have to be convinced before you can calmly listen to me." 83 Battle to destroy the island. 6th More seeking subscription. Do you think you can do it? Ninetales waved its body that was shaking like a mountain, although every time it moved, the whole country of Vortex would shake with it. Although Senjuzuma easily tamed the Ninetales, it also had the effect of Mutun's suppression. Kyuubi's power must not be underestimated, otherwise Yuzuke would not have spent so much effort trying to get him. It's just that Yuzuke doesn't have a mouth like Naruto. He didn't plan to become good friends with Kyuubi. Both parties only need to become a community of interests, which is enough. When he signs in and gains a stronger, even a 6th level power, Ninetales become inadequate and conspiracy. In midair, Yuzuke took a scroll from the ninja bag in his waist and pulled it apart, and in the next moment he pressed his palm to the center of the scroll's inner page. Boom! White smoke is filled. Countless Flying Thunder Gods rushed out of it. Ninetales instigated the dancing tail behind him, and swept away all the rushing Flying Thunder God Kyuwu. But Yuzuke's original purpose was not to fight Kyuubi with kunai. The right hand was already on the handle of the white tooth blade, and Yuzuke's whole body began to be flooded with electric light. Thunder breathes so fast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuzuke disappeared in an instant, flashed, disappeared, flashed again. The fleeting light of thunder hit Kyuubi endlessly. Although most of the attacks hit the Ninetales, with its amazing resilience, the enemy can recover without a second move. But between these hundreds of Flying Thunder God kunai, or hundreds of space jumping points, Yuzuke can cause hundreds of damage to Ninetales in an instant. No matter how fast the resilience is, It's useless. Smelly boy. Kyuubi waved his hand to catch the lightning and thunder shadows that kept shining around his body. But these lights and shadows are like nothingness, even if the nine tails catch it. They can't grasp it at all. In less than a few seconds, Kyuubi's body was densely packed, and he couldn't find a good piece of skin. Even a person with a kaleidoscope writing wheel can't see his attack line clearly. Not to mention the huge size of Kyuubi. Don't let me get overwhelmed. Suddenly, nine tails controlled the nine giant tails behind them and wrapped their bodies. There was a shock, causing the flying thunder god Kyu to fly to a height of 1,000 meters. In this way, it is avoided that Yuzuke uses the god Kyu jump point to launch an attack on himself. Roar! The moment when Yuzuke appeared with those kunai who was shocked to the sky. Above the ground, a devastated nine-blood basin had a big mouth, and the tail beast Jade quickly condensed in the mouth, and then burst out after 2 seconds. The blasting cannon, although it has not concentrated all its power, is enough to destroy a village. Then I will come too. Facing the tail beast Jade that was shooting wildly, Yuzuke's horns were slightly raised on both sides, and the tail beast coat instantly appeared on the surface of his body. Aha! Opening his mouth slightly, the yin and yang chakra condensed extremely quickly in front of his mouth. Boom! In the next instant, the tail beast Jade in front of Yuzuke's mouth also turned into a beam burst. It shot out and collided with the nine-tailed beast Jade. Compared with the nine-tailed beast Jade, the size of the tail beast Jade is much smaller, but it accurately hits the slightly lower end of the nine-tailed beast Jade. Boom boom. Because the lower part was impacted, two powerful forces rushed to the top of the head together. There was a deafening and terrifying truth in the entire sky, and the turbulent cloud flow broke through a huge hole, as if the end is coming. And taking advantage of the moment when the aftermath spread, Yuzuke had already taken out another flying thunder god kunai, and flashed to the other side to proceed. Dodge. I wanted to know last time, where did your strength come from? Seeing his tail beast Jade hit into the sky and the tail beast coat that trapped Yuzuke's body, Kyuubi asked in an increasingly unkind tone. And in this short span of less than 10 seconds, more than half of the wounds on Nine Tails have recovered. What a resilience! Who knows, you and I are destined. Yuzuke smiled lightly. Stop talking nonsense to me. Seeing that the other party was obviously amusing herself, Kyuubi became angry and attacked again. In just a few seconds, Kyuubi's injuries have recovered for the most part. No wonder that just relying on Kyuubi's chakra in the early stage can unruly hang and beat most people. Except for KOing, no one can cure him. It seems that it will take a long time to get serious, although I don't like to be this ugly. The moment the voice fell, the skin on the surface of Yuzuke's body quickly fell off, revealing the strange red skin that looked like fibers. That state is. Even Kyuubi couldn't help being surprised. In a flash, Yuzuke's skin on the surface of his body has completely fallen off. Instead, the scarlet blood coat, the face like a beast, and the nine tails dancing with the wind behind it. The real tail beasts. That look, it is just a little nine tails. It took a whole few months. He is not just traveling. Although it can't be like Naruto and Heifeng Shuiman in the later period, this level is simply easy. Let's start. Yuzuke revealed the blade of white teeth again, and his voice became thicker and hoarse. But it was proved from the beginning that he did not lose his sanity at all. Kaka kaka. When Yuzuke held his hand on the handle of the white tooth blade, a layer of bone-like substance appeared on the periphery of the entire arm. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the moment the beast-tailed Yuzuke burst out, the ground where he was standing was shattered. The blood-red arm covered with a layer of white bones swung out a knife, bursting with the attack power that even Kyuubi did not dare to underestimate. Wow! For an instant, Kyuubi was caught off guard, and a huge blood stain appeared in one of his entire eyes. The nine tails of the knife in the left eye exploded quickly. As chakra quickly healed the wound, Yuzuke, who was in the animalized state of the opposite tail, had already rushed back again. Nine tails didn't have any time to slowly recover from the wound. so he could only show his fangs and concentrate on the tail beast Jade to counterattack. With this wild battle between the big and the small monsters, the entire island of Uzumaki Kingdom began to collapse and collapse. Please download Fellow to see the underlined version. 84 Konoha learned 7th more seeking subscription for several months. Konoha did not completely ignore Uzuka's whereabouts. As early as a few months ago, when Sarutobi Hizen went to the battlefield, he sent 2 ANB teams to search for Uzuka's traces across the country. How about Black Teeth? Do you find the breath of Uzuka-sama? A masked ANB member asked a ninja dog that was as big as a tiger riding under him. In Uzuka-e, a member of the ANB, used to be the same period of Heifeng Shuiman. After Bofeng Shuiman quit Anbu, they did not quit, but continued to hold important positions in Anbu. Now he is carrying out the task of searching for Uzuka. Named Black Teeth, the ninja dog sniffed on the ground, looked up at the coast, and said, "The breath is gone." Hearing the words of the shinobu, Inuzuka and Kyudao Tangdong and others raised their eyes to look in the direction the shinobu said. "What you see is the endless sea." Could it be that Uzuka-sama crossed the sea? Guessed Inuzuka. Rumble. Suddenly, the violent tremor caused the ground under everyone's feet to tremble violently. Inuzuka was careless for a while and almost fell off the back of shinobu. "Why? What happened? What happened?" Kuduotang shouted. "Hey, you, look at it. That." Another ANB member pointed towards the coastline. All the members of ANB who had just condensed chakra on the soles of their feet to stabilize their bodies looked up. I saw one after another, as high as one after another, 100-meter soaring tsunami, constantly roaring toward the shore. What happened to the tsunami? How could it happen? Withdraw. Without saying anything, Kuduotang directly ordered everyone to retreat. But there was more than one tsunami, but one after another, they continued to blast towards the shore. Boom 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 boom. One wave hasn't settled, another wave rises. The tsunami was not over yet, and there was a deafening explosion at the rear of the coastline. At the same time, there was also a shock wave that seemed to be real. This time Inuzuka and the others didn't have time to escape. The moment they heard the tremor, they all flew out completely backwards. Buzzing huge spiral clouds stretch all the way from the coastline to the sky. To be precise, the sky was exploded, and the impacted clouds were scattered because of the impact, forming this incredible picture. "Why, what's the matter?" Falling on the devastated ground, his jaws covered his bleeding forehead, stood up dizzy, and looked at the scene on the other side of the coastline inconceivably. "The ruins of the country I remember over there." At this time, Kudao Tangdong reluctantly got up from the ground, recalling, "The country of Uzumaki is the small country that was made good with the Konoha era, but was destroyed by the country of thunder and water a few years ago." Other Anbu climbed up from the ground one after another. Although not dying, all of them have injuries of light or serious. This is too exaggerated. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Kudao Tangdong couldn't believe what he saw. This is by no means a natural disaster, but it is even less likely to be something humans can do. "Go and investigate," the Kudao Tangdong decided to say. Hearing this, many Anbu players were in awe. But the iron rule of Anbu is that the task must be completed, so everyone hurriedly suppressed the trace of fear in their hearts, and crossed the water. Ruins of Uzumaki country. The whole piece of land can no longer find a good piece of land. Uzuka and Kyuubi stood opposite each other, and both of them were in a state of devastation. Even if it is the head of the tail beast, it seems that there are times when the chakra runs out. Noting that the wound on Kyuubi's body no longer had the effect of rapid self-healing as before, Uzuka couldn't help but joked with a smile on his face. "You seem to be fine." After Ninetales finished speaking, he opened his blood basin and mouth, and the dark purple and black yin-yang chakra condensed in front of him, and formed a high-density chakra sphere. The tail beast Jade is needed again. Uzuka also took a deep breath and placed his right hand on the handle of the blade of the white tooth. After using too much great power ninjutsu, there is not much left in his chakra. Next, it is the last move. Several members of the ANB, headed by Kyudao Tangdong and Inuzuka, had already arrived, and they happened to see the confrontation between Yuzuke and Kyuubi. Master Yuzuke, and that is Kyuubi. Could it be that the shock just now was caused by their battle? It's terrible. What kind of battle happened to destroy this place like this? The ninja dog under in Yuzuka's body was shivering constantly because of the killing intent that was enough to make people feel horrified to vomit. Are you going to decide the outcome? Kudao Tangdong also felt that his voice had been dumb at some point. Watching both sides were bruised, and posing a posture of parrying, he said inwardly, who will win? In an instant, chakra broke out at the same time on both sides. Nine-tailed beast Jade turned into a beam of light and burst out, while Yuzuke's entire body turned into a scarlet flash, flashing past nine-tailed body. Boom! The nine-tailed beast Jade swept away on the sea, and burst out, a tsunami of hundreds of meters in the sky. Yuzuke had already flashed behind Kyuubi, and the white tooth blade in his hand had already been sheathed. Who won? In Yuzuka felt that he was almost suffocated by this dignified breath. Yes, damn. At this moment, Kyuubi uttered an unwilling roar, his limbs crooked, and his huge body fell heavily. 1. In Yuzuka Kudao Tangdong and others were overjoyed. Whispering sound. However, just as they cheered, Yuzuke let out a disdain, and his feet staggered, almost falling to the ground. Immediately, Yuzuke threw his saber and lay on his back on the broken ground. 85. Do you want moral kidnapping again? 8th. More seeking subscription. The medical ninja in the AMB squad who rushed over crossed his hands, facing Yuzuke's abdomen, and said, Yuzuke-sama, I will immediately treat you. At least one medical ninja needs to be deployed in each action team. This was a proposal made by Tsunade at the beginning of the Second Ninja World War, and ANB is no exception. Just wait for treatment. Yuzuke raised his hand to stop the opponent's actions, forcibly resisting the severe pain from the wound on his body and the mental exhaustion. He walked in front of Kyuubi. Then he jumped directly on the bridge of the opponent's nose, and sneered, how about going to continue? Kyuubi glared wide, but because his chakra was exhausted, naturally he couldn't automatically repair the wound, so he could only stare like this. If you continue to be stubborn, I will stuff you into Juxanai's belly as before. Yuzuke pulled Kyuubi's eyelids and sneered, I hate negotiating troubles the most. It's the second time now. After a short pause, Yuzuke said again, whether you choose to cooperate with me, enjoy freedom while helping, or continue to live the life like being locked in the whirlpool Mito, you choose yourself. After several minutes of silence, Kyuubi finally spoke, you won't control me. Control is not control, it depends entirely on your subjective assumptions. Yuzuke calmly said, I didn't write the wheel eyes. At least I won't directly control you mentally like Uchiha Madara. I don't believe in humans. After a short silence, Kyuubi said again, as long as I find that you have a little problem, I will kill you immediately. Dead fox who doesn't understand the atmosphere. Yuzuke cast aside his gaze, but hearing Kyuubi's words meant that it had agreed. In this way, it means that the goal has been achieved. Originally, I didn't intend to be friends with it like Naruto, so that was enough. Sannin is completed second time for 9 llamas. Sannin reward. 9-tailed contract ninjas have their own contact information. The group of people in Union has died, and the 3 generations of Reikage have not heard from them for a long time. We'll send someone to investigate again, and you will be found out soon. The Sannin success reminder from the system sounded, and Yuzuke jumped off Kyuubi's nose and said with his back to Kyuubi, come to the country of fire, where I can guarantee your safety. Not far away, in Yuzuka, Kudao Tangdong and others were shocked when they heard the conversation between Yuzuke and Kyuubi. What's going on at this time? Hokage-sama's order is not to catch. How Yuzuke will take the other party to the country of fire. Kyuubi raised his eyebrows, still a little unspoken. Konoha wants to catch me. There is one of the 5 great nations in the ninja world that doesn't want to catch you, and wherever you stay, someone will come to you. Yuzuke replied, and then he began to be impatient. How come a fox shit so much? What good is it for me to seal you? Come on, or not come. Cut. Nine Tails made a displeasure, but did not refute it. After staying in Uzumaki Mito for nearly 30 years, it has already seen the sinister conflict in the ninja world. As Yuzuke said, no matter where it stays, there are always people who want to catch. It is the ultimate weapon of the village. In this case, it's better to fight this monster who can use his own power. At this time, the chakra in Nine Tails had recovered a lot, and the wounds on his body were obviously healing gradually. If Yuzuke didn't reach an agreement with it just now, Nine Tails would definitely not say anything at this time, and another tail beast Jade blasted over. But now, Kyuubi chose not to move. Obviously, it has been persuaded. After all, it has been shut down once, and it is not as psychological and abnormal as it was during the Fourth Ninja World War. Otherwise, Yuzuke, who doesn't have Naruto's mouth, really can't fool this dead fox. Now, I can go home and have a good night's sleep. After finally getting Kyuubi, Yuzuke was in a good mood for a while, stretched out and prepared to cross the sea to return to Konoha. Master Yuzuke. At this time, Inuzuka's group came over and stopped talking. Before the other party could say anything, he had already spoken first. The situation in Konoha is so serious now, and the third generation of Hokage still has free time to take care of me. This is really a bit unexpected. In the northeast, the Union Army headed by the three generations of Raikage is trying to break through the defense line held by Jiraiya and Bofeng Shuiman. In the northwest, the Yanian Army, led by the four generations of Tuang Laos and Huangtu, was bent on paying for the three generations of Tuang, Ongnoki, who died in the last war. As Konoha's ally, Shane also fell into civil strife because of the mysterious disappearance of the three generations of Fennying. Uin has no action for the time being, but once a surprise attack is launched, the country of fire will face a superb view of life and death. In the original work, Konoha also resists Yanian, Union, and Mistyan, three villages with the strength of one village. But that was carried out without experiencing the Kyuubi incident, and the village was in a state of prosperity. What's more, today's Third Ninja World War is at least 3 years ahead of the original. Konoha hasn't regained his vitality at all, and I don't know if he has any troops. Half of the original book's Third Ninja War. In this way, you can imagine how severe Konoha's situation is. At least in the original work, Yuzuke remembers that Sarutobi Hizen did not personally go to the front line. But now that he personally ran to the land of the earth to show up against Yanyin, it seemed that he was indeed pressed. You are right, Konoha's current situation is very dangerous, but it is precisely because of this that you need to take action, Lord Yuzuke. Master Naruto also said that he is willing to apologize to you for his previous decision-making mistakes. Please return to the battlefield as soon as possible. As the captain of this Anbu team, Kudao Tangdong took the initiative to ask. And when Kudao Tangdong finished saying this, Inuzuka and others behind him also said at the same time, please return to the battlefield. Not only for Konoha, but also the tribesmen of their own family who are fighting hard on the front line. If Yuzuke goes one day late, they are more likely to die in battle. However, the words of Kudao Tangdong and others made Yuzuke smile again. Yo, there is a moral kidnapping again. The next day, 8 more bursts of subscriptions. Tomorrow is the recommended day. It's dead or alive, in one fell swoop. To see the underlined version, please download Felu. 86. I have a showdown first. More seeking subscription now. Konoha, or whether your people are alive or dead, does it have anything to do with me? Yuzuke suddenly smiled and asked. As soon as these words came out, Kudao Tangdong and the others were completely stunned. When I was sent to the front line, I tried every means to suppress it. Really, when I am a volunteer, I call when I need to use it, and get out when I don't need it. Yuzuke smiled sideways. Is there anything good in this world to contribute to Konoha? Well, I have a showdown. To be honest, I have no feelings for Konoha at all. What I like is Konoha's wealthy man. The expressions on the faces of all the members of the Anbu squad led by Kudao Tangdong froze. This kind of thinking is not without Konoha. but Yuzuki is definitely the only one who dares to speak publicly. If it were changed a few months ago, Yuzuki hadn't fully grasped the power, he really wouldn't dare to say this publicly. But things are different now. Now he has completely reached the level of Super Shadow, although it didn't reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju back then. The level that he entered the 6th level threshold with 1 foot. But in the current world, no one is his opponent. Unless the shadows of the 5 great Shinobu villages are assembled, like dealing with the dirty spots, that's pretty much the same. But that. All sorts of things are simply impossible in this era. So now, Yuzuki can also begin to gradually show his ambitions. But I am not the devil either. Konoha is my hometown after all. Now it is in distress, how could I just sit back and watch? What suddenly, Yuzuki turned around and said with a smile. Kudao Tangdong and the others came back to their minds one by one, and didn't know how to respond, so they could only sneer and said, since this is the case, it would be better, thank you Yujida. Don't be eager to be happy, I haven't finished speaking yet. However, Yuzuki suddenly shook his fingers again, causing Kudao Tangdong's smile to disappear in an instant. Mada, can you say it all at once and make us feel like riding a roller coaster? It's fun, isn't it? A few months ago, I only sent me 500 reinforcements for this genius idea, who thought? From Yuzuki asked with a smile like Aizen Soyazuki. This should be a few of the elders, right? In Yuzuki he was sweating profusely and responded with a trembling voice. In fact, he doesn't know it, but as Anbu, he can guess something like this. Konoha is only qualified to transfer troops to the top 4. Even if this proposal was not made by the 3rd generation of Hokage, at least he agreed. It doesn't matter. You go back to the front line of the land of the earth and inform Master Naruto. Yuzuki raised his horns even more powerfully. Tell him that if you want me to go to the front line for reinforcements, let the person who came up with this idea kneel at 5 steps, and ask me every 10 steps. Otherwise, no discussion. After leaving these last words, Yuffie Thunder God disappeared. And the AMP players who stayed in place were collectively stupid. Big eyes staring at small eyes staring at each other. Until a few minutes passed, everyone came back to their senses one after another. I just heard it right. Right, he said, 5 steps, 1 kneel, 10 steps 1 tap. How is this possible? It must be the elders who proposed this idea. One of the members so terribly agreed to this request. They don't know who the idea came from, but it is definitely one of the 4 who now control Konoha's highest power 4. That is, Sarutobi Hisaki, Shimura Danzo, Koharu, Maito Menyon, one of the 4. If according to Yuzuki's request, he would ask one of these 4 people to kneel and beg him, no matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Okay, Tangdong, what should I do now? Yuzuki was completely anxious. Although the task of searching for Yuzuki has been completed, now it has caused a bigger problem. It's no longer something people like them can handle. The soldiers are divided into 2 groups. I will go to the front line of the country of soil and report this to Master Naruto. You return to Konoha and report the incident to the 2 consultants Zwanji Xiuchun and Maito Menyon who stayed behind in the village. As the team leader, Kudao Tangdong decided to say, the matter has developed to this point, and it is no longer what they can handle. They can't control it, and they don't have that ability. After the AND team also left, Kyuubi disdainfully lay on the ground, running chakra to recover the few scars left on his body. His eyes filled with disdain. Humans are really a group of selfish guys. Yuzuki had already prepared for Shenkyu at home before rushing to the battlefield a few months ago. Many coordinate points were left on the way, although like the multi-shadow avatar, the ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God is also a forbidden technique that consumes a lot of chakra, a forbidden technique that will overdraw life if carelessly. It's just that these shortcomings are ignored because of the reason why the opponent can't escape death once this trick is used. Ninjas of civilian origin like Heifeng Shuiman would not dare to use Thunder God to use them too exaggeratedly, let alone use Thunder God to drive the road. For the 4th Ninja World War, It was because he was an unclean reincarnated body, so he could use it casually without lack of blue. Time and space ninjutsu is too expensive for chakra. But for Yuzuke, there is basically no such burden. I had already obtained the chakra physique of the Thousand Hands clan, plus the chakra of the Nine Tails. Originally, even Shangnin would take nearly a week's journey, but Yuzuke had already rushed back to Konoha that night before it was dark. Well, very good, very good. I can take a shower tonight and play some flying chess with Tsunade. Woo, Lord Yuzuke. The few dragons guarding the main gate of Konoha could bear to see Yuzuke's return, and while 1 and 2 were dumbfounded, they quickly recovered and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Comrades have worked hard. Yuzuke smirked and played the official prestige. It's not hard, it's not hard. The guards nodded quickly. Don't be sad. Take soil, that is to say, there is still a chance next time. Yes, but everyone except me passed. Just before Yuzuke stepped into Konoha's main gate, he saw several familiar figures walking in front of him. Rin Nohara, Uchiha takes soil, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shishui. Teacher. Shishui was the first to find Yuzuke walking towards them, and hurriedly said hello. 87 The gradually exposed ambition. Second more seeking subscription. Mr. Yuzuke, Master Yuzuke. When Rin Nohara, Uchiha Daito and others saw Yuzuke, they bowed and saluted immediately, but Asuma, the little devil, turned his head to the other side. But Yuzuke doesn't care too much. Anyway, it's someone who is about to finish. What's the matter? You got green? Noting that Daito was full of grievances, Yuzuke couldn't help asking curiously. Nothing. Bring the soil. Suffocated and shouted. Rin Nohara smiled helplessly, and explained, that's it, Yuzuke-sama, today the school held an early graduation assessment, only with soil. At this time, Yuzuke noticed that Nohara, Linazuma and others were wearing forehead protection. Only Uchiha's head with soil still had the same goggles as Naruto. Why do you want to graduate early and you want to go to the battlefield? Yuzuke asked suddenly. Yes, Konoha's front line is tight now. I want to be a medical ninja who can contribute to the village. Nohara Lin crossed her hands and said with a look of yearning. Daito is obsessed with her face next to her, and she deserves to be her own goddess. Teacher, do you have anything to do when you come back from the front line? Shishui asked curiously. These little ghosts, they still don't understand the dark struggle between Yuzuke and the high level, and they are in a carefree and ignorant period. I didn't know that I had been away from the front line for a whole few months. Haha, Master Naruto is going to give me a big gift, and I will go back after I get it. After Yuzuke left a word mysteriously, he turned and walked towards his family land. Nohara Lin, Daito and the others looked at each other. What is the big gift? Along the way, the ninjas who passed by Yuzuke, whether from family or civilian origin, when he saw Yuzuke returning, he first showed a look of shock, and then quickly turned his head to the other side, not daring to look at him at all. If you change to white teeth, you will already be cursed by pointing your nose. But for Yuzuke, none of them have the guts. This is people are good at being deceived. The truth. When Yuzuke returned home, he found Tsunade lying on the tatami like an otaku, flipping through the magazine with Jiro's legs upright, and was a little surprised. You didn't go to the casino to fool around. Hearing this, Tsunade gave him a slap in the face, and the little Yui Honglori, who had already put on his forehead, came out in time and said, Tsunade-sama was driven out of the casino. It was said that she was allowed to enter after returning 50 million in arrears. Tsunade said angrily, it's only 50 million. Those bastards will drive me out. Too inhuman. Yuzuke said that if you don't cry this prodigal tonight, you will be worthless. That night, Tsunade didn't know how many times he called Dad after that. Yuzuke stopped. With the moonlight reflected in the courtyard, Tsunade lay lazily on Yuzuke's side, and he didn't bother to move his fingers and said, why have you gone these months? I heard that Sarutobi sent someone to look for you everywhere. Yuzuke playing with Tsuna. The two dice on the hand smiled strangely. I will show you a surprise tomorrow, and you will know. Tsunade was too lazy to say, and was beaten by Yuzuke's trotters with 2 dice. She doesn't have the strength to move her fingers now, and she feels that her bones are falling apart. The next day, it wasn't until the afternoon that Tsunade managed to get up. When he changed his clothes and came to the main hall, he happened to see Yuzuke playing flying chess with Yui Thonglori in the living room. Well, real flying chess. You are really leisurely. Yunyin is about to break through Jiraiya's line of defense. Tsunade walked by the two of them and took out a box of papaya milk from the wooden box and poured it into his mouth. That thing was bought by Yui Hong Little Lali, and 80% of them were stimulated by Tsunade. Isn't this good? The more difficult it is, the more they need to ask me for help. After the war is over, the higher the probability that you will be in position. Yuzuke calmly stood up and said, "I'll show you something good. Come here." Ziraiong Little Lori muttered with curiosity, but still followed Yuzuke obediently. Tsunade picked up and embroidered his eyebrows, but he was also curious about what the other party wanted to do, so he followed. The trio 3 just walked out of the family land and walked on Konoha Street. Tsunade raised his eyebrows and said, "Mouse." Mouse. The simple little Lali tilted her head without understanding. Gen, a bunch of brainwashed dudes. Yuzuke took out 3 flying Thunder God kunai from the ninja bag, and suddenly turned around and threw it out. Puff, puff, puff. In the next second, from the shade of the trees on both sides of the street, 3 masked ninja throats were pierced and fell directly from the trunk. Yurong's Little Lori was completely stunned. The members of the Uchiha Police Department who happened to pass by were also stunned. They just happened to be passing by on patrol, and they saw something like this. Master Yuzuke, this is several Uchiha people trembled. These people are all spies sent to Konoha from another village. Do you understand? Yujiu has a long heart, and he speaks. It was another spy, and the Uchiha police officers were ashamed. When Yuzuke beat Sarutobi and Shimura family members in the street a few years ago, he seemed to say that those people were spies. But that time it was just beating people. This time he was even more ruthless and killed people directly. And those people are also suspected to be Anbu. How this is handled by the police department, that is Uchiha's own business. Just when they were at a loss, Yuzuke had already left with Tsunade and Yui Hong. In desperation, the police department could only carry the bodies of the 3 ninjas, and report to the 2 consultants who are now acting as Hokage, Koharu and Mito Menyon. There is no way, if you change to someone else, they will definitely arrest people directly. But this master, even Uchiha wouldn't dare to provoke him. Yuzuke is notoriously lawless. As the commander-in-chief of the front line, he said he would not do it. What is even more horrifying is that the 3 generations of Hokage have not yet cured him. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu. 88 9 Tails coming again. 3rd more seeking subscription. Boom. In the Naruto office, when the people from the Uchiha Police Department sent the 3 bodies of the ninja with the God of Thunder and kunai stuck in their throats to Naruto, Koharu and Mito Menyon, who were Naruto agents. After turning to bed, Xio-chun was furious and scolded, "You openly killed the ninja in the same village, and you are still a root person. Your police department actually let him go directly. Why didn't you get him back? This is not the duty of your police department. Where is it?" None of Uchiha answered. They all bowed their heads and said nothing. "But I already scolded my mother." Mad. You can't talk while standing. There is a kind of you to catch it yourself. In fact, these ninjas are not used to monitor Yuzuke, but to monitor Tsunade. In the original novel, Nakazuna suffered from panicemia, so he did not participate in the 3rd Ninja War. But now she still didn't participate because of Yuzuke's attitude. Sarutobi Hizen has never given up the idea of letting Tsunade participate in the 3 battles, but he has no alternative to Tsunade's repeated rejections, and can only let the opponent stay in his own clan. However, Shimura Danza has always been at odds with Tsunade, the last descendant of the Senju clan, so he sent his people to monitor Tsunade. As soon as Tsunade leaves Senju's clan, he will follow. However, in the past few months that Yuzuke left, Tsunade has been in the dead otaku mode. On weekdays, I go out to the casino, and when I come back, Xiaolori cooks for herself, like a salted fish. Today is the first time she has left the clan land after a few months, and the three ninjas of Gen quickly followed. Then, he was slaughtered by Yuzuke, his elders. This matter is beyond the capabilities of our police department. After turning to bed, Xiao-chan's constant insults, a member of the police department finally raised his head and retorted, "Since the elder said so, please trouble you to arrest yourself." Turning to bed, Xiao-chan was furious when he heard that. Mad, if my old lady had the ability, would he still shrink here? That guy Yuzuke is not obedient. You guys Uchiha dared to talk back. Just turning to bed, Xiao-chan is about to explode twice. At that moment, Menyon Maito stepped forward and stopped. "Calm down, Xiao-chan." As he said that, Menyon Maito asked several people in the police department, "Just now you said that Yuzuke brought Tsunade and Yui hung out of the village. What are they doing out of the village?" "I don't know, we are busy bringing the corpse back, so we don't have time to ask." Member Uchiha replied, "No time to hum. I have no courage to turn to sleep." Xiao-chan secretly said in his heart, "I don't know what he is going to do, but just in case, let's check it out." Menyon Maito suggested, "In any case, it is impossible for him to attack our two consultants in public. Bring a guard." Turning to bed, Xiao-chan pondered for a moment, and decided if it was indeed the case if he changed to a normal person. But when would Yuzuke press? If the routine played cards and annoyed him, he was afraid that he would dare to do everything. It is better to be prepared. Seeing the awkwardness of turning to bed, all the people in the Uchiha police department were amused in their hearts. "I was so happy when I was scolded just now, but when I asked you to go by yourself, it was not the same as well. It should be almost the same here." In the Konoha forest about 5 miles away from Konoha, Yuzuke looked around and was satisfied. Nodded. "Hey, stop selling it. What do you want to do faster?" Tsunade Yuzu shouted. Along the way, she asked Yuzuke more than once what he wanted to do. But if the other party didn't say it, they would only keep their appetites. "Don't worry, I will show you now." Yuzuke crossed his hands and 10 fingers, and was about to get the seal. However, the first seal has not yet been completed, but it abruptly pauses. A cross appeared on Tsunade's forehead. Scolded his mother, "What's wrong?" "A guest is here." Yuzuke looked around. Immediately, the ANB team members wearing masks and silver vests walked out of the shade one by one. "There are 20 people in a small number." These guys. Tsunade embroidered his eyebrows slightly, and subconsciously blocked the evening red little lorry behind him. "What is this going to do?" Yuzuke Ruaya smiled and said, "I want to die, isn't it?" Even wearing a mask, it is obvious that when Yuzuke said this, the bodies of many ANB players shook suddenly. "We have something I want to ask you." At this time, with the support of a group of ANB members, Xiao-chan and Maito Menyon walked slowly. "Why killed a ninja in the same village?" Turning to bed, Xiao-chan said in a bad tone. Yuzuke looked at Zwin Xiao-chan with the look of a fool, and said nothing. Turning to bed, Xiao-chan frowned fiercely. "I'm asking you why." "Yeah?" Yuzuke spread his hands and said helplessly, "I really can't find the reason why I should explain it to someone weaker than me." "What did you say?" Turning to bed, Xiao-chan stared angrily. "But so many people are just right. Only Tsunade and Hong-2 audiences are still a bit small, and there are many people that are enough." Yuzuke bit his fingertips and quickly formed a seal on both hands. That ... Jian is. Seeing Yuzuke's seal, Tsunade Jiarong's expression suddenly changed. Psychic art. Yuzuke's right palm suddenly pressed against the grass. An almost endless evil chakra. Even non-sensing ninjas can feel the horror of this power. The size is comparable to a hill, the eyes are bloodshot, and the tails behind it are dancing with the wind. For countless Konoha ninjas, it is undoubtedly a lingering nightmare. Nine Tails. The monster that destroyed most of Konoha 3 years ago. Nine Tails, How come? He was summoned by psychic technique just now to subdue the nine tails to the psychic beast. Is this something humans can do? Everyone below, whether it was Tsunade, Yurong, or Koharu, Mito Menyon and others, all stared. Doubt if you are in a dream. Hey, you fellow. Kyuubi disdainfully scanned the dumbfounded human under his eyes, and then glared at Yuzuki, who was standing on top of his head. It's okay to tell me what to do. 89 qualifications? Ha ha ha. Fourth more seeking subscription. Well, don't be so angry. Standing on top of Kyuubi's head, Yuzuki stretched out his arms and smiled at Kyuubi. You look at how good the environment is here, like spring all the year round. It is the most fertile land in the ninja world. Which big country does not covet the land of the Fire Land is definitely the most. It's a place for you to live. Isn't it, Humphrey? Looking around, Ninetales snorted coldly, and said no more. With its character, not speaking is equivalent to acquiescence. Yuzuki, what the hell is going on? Can I think that you are obeying the order and arresting Kyuubi? At this moment, Mito Menyon below shouted. Jiwei's eyes were fierce, and immediately he wanted to slap this guy to death. However, Yuzuki has already jumped off the ground and stopped Kyuubi. If you want to talk about catching, you can indeed say the same, but the situation is not the same anymore. Yuzuki smiled and said, now that I have signed a contract with Kyuubi, I can guarantee that it will not cause chaos in the village, and it will provide me with the strength to protect Konoha when necessary. Speaking of protection in the second word, Yuzuki also emphasized the degree of tone, and, in the future, Kyuubi will have the right to move freely within the Fire Country. Of course, Konoha's ninja is not allowed to arrest him. Everyone is now a companion, right? Speaking of the back, Yuzuki smiled and looked at Kyuubi. Whispering sound. Here companion when the word was two. Ninetales didn't know whether it was disdainful or awkward, and tilted his head to the other side. Hearing this, Xuanxiao-chun and Mito Menyon's face changed. For people of their age, they still clearly remember a ninja with the ability to control the Ninetales Uchiha Madara. And now Yuzuki can do the same thing, and they have to make them think of two people together. More importantly, the power of Kyuubi is too strong. With just a Yuzuki, their elder group is already difficult to control, and now that such a monster is added, it is really unforeseen by the elder group. No way. Turning to bed, Xiao-chun shouted sternly, Kyuubi must be sealed in Renzuli's body to be the safest. You wanna die? Kyuubi was furious when he heard the words, and directly slapped the slap towards Xuanxiao-chun. Her own strength is just the elite of Shangnin. How can the old woman who is more than half 100 years old can avoid the attack of Ninetales? After turning to bed, Xiao-chun's face changed drastically. Fortunately, she brought a lot of Anbu men and horses over, took action, and immediately rushed to stop it. Roll. Kyuubi's eyes were horizontal, his claws rolled, and all the Anbu players who rushed up were cut into pieces with ease. Is it really so floating? Yuzuki raised his head and shouted, Lama, calm down. Now Konoha has no ninja that can block you. Of course, I'm not in it, but if you offend Konoha, it won't be great. Be kind. I make sure they won't catch you. It's best to be like this. Ninetales retracted their paws in a cold voice. Turning to sleep, Xiao-chun was already frightened and stunned. Renzuli's safety is a real laugh, and I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Yuzuki raised his thumb, pointed at Kyuubi behind him, and said, in short, from today, Kyuubi has the right to move freely in the country of fire, and Konoha ninjas are not allowed to be arrested. You a ninja who doesn't have a position or a position, what qualifications do you have to order Konoha? Although he was frightened by Kyuubi, the superiority brought by being in a high position for many years still made Xuanxiao-chun couldn't help but ask angrily. Qualifications? Yuzuki gave a funny laugh, and the next moment it was like chakra roaring when Shura was born. The entire body is wrapped in the nine-tailed chakra coat, and a huge nine-tailed chakra entity rises on the surface of the body, which looks like the nine-tailed version of Suzhou. Zheng stalked his facial features, and stared at turning Xiao-chun with his teeth, as if he wanted to swallow her into his abdomen. Can this be the qualification? Yuziuk, who activated the nine-tailed chakra, grinned with scarlet eyes. This time, Zwan Xiao-chun was directly frightened and fell to the ground. Nine-tailed chakra. Even Tsunade couldn't believe that she had seen her grandmother Uzumaki Mito use nine-tailed chakra, but the risk was extremely high. If you are not careful, you will be backlashed by the power of nine tails. But Yuziuk seems to be able to use this power as much as he wants. The dozen members of Anbu who were still alive around were frightened and chilled, let alone speak. They didn't even dare to breathe. Immediately, I summon all the high-level personnel inside Konoha to explain this matter. I am not proposing to you, but ordering, understand? Yuziuk controlled nine-tailed chakra, grinning grinningly. It doesn't matter if you want to summon the whole village to deal with me, as long as you have the guts. 4 days later, a news spread quickly throughout Konoha's village. Kyuubi, the tailed beast that destroyed Konoha over 3 years ago, is now wandering in the forest less than 10 miles from the village. After learning about this, the whole village fell into panic. After all, the Nine Tails incident 3 years ago caused them too much damage. As a result, more and more villagers have made mandatory demands from Konoha's senior management that Kyuubi must be arrested as soon as possible. However, in response to this matter, Konoha's senior management is already in a state of desperation. Under the threat of Yuziuk, Koharu and Mito Menyon had no idea at all. With the only remaining combat power in Konoha village, it is impossible to compete with Yuziuk and Kyuubi. They could only use Shinoga and what happened in the village to inform Sarutobi Hizen, who was on the front line of the country of soil. However, what they don't know is, on the other side, Sarutobi Hizen, Shimura Danzo, and Osamu, who are on the front line of the land, have just received a report from Kudao Tangdong. They told them that Kyuubi had been tamed by Yuziuk. At the same time, it was also reported that Yuziuk's request a few months ago, the man who proposed to suppress the soldiers should kneel at 5 steps and beg him with 10 steps before he considered going back to the battlefield. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 90 Master Danzo. Please kneel down. 5th more seeking subscription. As one of the frontline commanders of the land of the country, Osamu couldn't help laughing after listening to Kudao Tangdong's report. After subduing the Nine Tails, he also asked the elders to kneel down and admit their mistakes. This guy really surprises himself every time he meets. It's the opposite. He thought he was someone who would dare to make such a request. To Anzangchi almost wanted to draw a knife to kill. This proposal was made by him. Isn't it necessary to kneel down to this kid and admit his mistakes? Even if it is doing shameful work, Shimura Danzo also wants face. Is Sarutobi all solemn, and asked, "You said Yuziuk, is it true that I subdued Kyuubi?" "Yes, this is what our team has seen with our own eyes, for sure." Kudao Tangdong nodded and said, "At that time, Yuziuk-sama and Kyuubi were fighting at the Uzumaki Kingdom ruins, and finally won by a narrow margin. But Yuziuk-sama didn't seem to have plans to seal Kyuubi in Renjali's body. I don't know how he plans to deal with it." Nine Tails. Just as Kudao Tangdong just finished speaking, a Zongren who was responsible for intelligence collection quickly walked into the camp and reported to Sarutobi, "Master Naruto, this is an urgent letter from the 2 elders of Konoha!" Sarutobi risen, took the letter and opened it to look at it. After a few seconds, his face suddenly changed drastically. "What's happening?" Danzo couldn't help asking. There are not many lessons that can make Sarutobi Hizumi show such a surprised expression. The wrinkles on Sarutobi's face were twisted together, and he said nothing, but silently handed the letter to Danzo. Shimaru was also curious about what was written in the letter, and was able to scare his teacher like this, and moved his head over. Immediately, Danzo also showed the same astonished expression on his face, and then angrily tore the letter to pieces. On the other hand, Oshimaru smiled even more exaggeratedly. Ha ha. Summoned the nine tails to Konoha, and gained the power of the nine tails. This is getting more and more interesting. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Danzo roared furiously. They openly threatened Konoha's senior staff. They clearly did not have any positions, and they forced all Konoha to act. Such behavior. 10 beheadings are not enough. Osamu Danzo said, but from another perspective, as long as Yuzuki-kun joins the battlefield, won't Konoha's situation be completely reversed now? Halfway through, Dashimaru faintly fainted his eyes, and said with great interest, he has such a powerful power, and now, plus the chakra he who can master the nine tails, he must reach the legendary lord between the pillars of the ninja world. The level is just around the corner. In the audience, no one spoke. Originally, the birth of such a powerful ninja in a ninja village was undoubtedly a thing that should be happy. But this is just the opinion of outsiders and grassroots personnel. For those in power at the top, is it a good thing to be born a strong person, or a genius? And whether to take a strong person can follow their instructions. If this strong man is not obedient, or not following them, it will even threaten their dominance. They are often more willing to choose a strong one. White teeth are the best example, because if the white teeth continue to develop, the position of the fourth generation of Hokage is likely to be his. And Fang has no feelings with the current Konoha high level or elders. Sarutobi Hizen was also unwilling to pass Hokage's location to him, and then Uchiha Shishui did the same. The other gods are too strong and can control Uchiha, which means that they can also control the high-level Konoha. Danzo cannot tolerate such things. And Sarutobi Hizen, after Uchiha Shishui died, he also didn't hold Danzo too much accountable. And Yuzuki is undoubtedly the top representative of this type of powerhouse. He is strong, indeed strong, but at the same time it is powerful. It does not obey the orders of decision-making at all. And now Yuzuki has completely exposed his ambition, and doesn't put the elders in his eyes. He used to pretend to be polite, but now he is directly threatening. Master Naruto, Master Danzo. Yanin is attacking again. At this time, another Shimura family member Shinobu rushed in and reported on Sarutobi in anxious manner. Damn it. At once, ready to fight, Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and roared. Today's form is simply internal and external troubles. Union and Yanin continue to fight against each other, and Yuzuki inside is endless. If you take a wrong step, the consequences may be unthinkable. Sarutobi Hisaki also felt that his head was about to explode. How to deal with this matter? The main Yuzuki is just like a robot, and you can't find his weakness. Ha ha. Oshimaru sneered twice and walked out of the battlefield quickly. He is in the mood now, just want to watch a good show. Teacher, how would you choose? Right now Iwagaki commits a crime again. Sarutobi Hizen and Shimura Danzo can only temporarily put Yuzuki's matter behind, and first repel Lao Zipwang and others before making a decision. Master Danzo. Just when Sarutobi Hisaki and Danzo were about to rush to the battlefield, Kudao Tangdong suddenly shouted. Okay. Shimura Danzo curled his eyebrows and looked at him. Kudao Tangdong gritted his teeth and said, please, kneel down. What did you say? Danzo couldn't believe his ears. What did this kid say? Kuduotang said cruelly, now Konoha is in the state of autumn of survival and death. You can only ask Master Yuzuki to go out to save the defeat. Your dignity, compared with the survival of Konoha, which is more important? You should be very clear. When Kudao Tangdong reported Yuzuki's request to Sarutobi Hisaki and the others, and saw Danzo jumping like a thunder, he had already guessed who made the bad idea before. Since it was your Danzo, then you should bear this responsibility. Kneel down. Smelly boy. You. Danzo was furious. However, Sarutobi Hisaki stopped him and shouted, this matter, wait until this battle is over. Sarutobi Hizen did not refute this opinion of Kudao Tangdong. 91 When I get used to fear, I am paralyzed. 6th More seeking subscription. If the elders bow their heads, it is by no means a simple matter. The second generation of Naruto Senjuku passed away, and the 4-member group of Sarutobi Hiji, Shimura Danzo, Mito Menyon, and Koharu has been in charge of Konoha for nearly 30 years. In the eyes of many ninjas in the village, the elder group is almost equal to Naruto. It is also equivalent to the face of Naruto. Let the elders kneel down and apologize, let alone impossible. It is simply something that I can't imagine. More than 2 months passed, and the result was exactly as Yuzuki expected. Don't say that Shimura Danzo knelt down, he didn't even give a response. But you are not in a hurry. Anyway, there is time. In the Third Ninja World War, Mizuki also intervened under the planning of Uchiha Madara. He wanted to see how long the dignity of these old foxes could last. Konoha village. In the ninja school classroom. Take soil, why are you guys here? Asuma looked at the soil lying on the table happily and asked. Today the school gathered all the graduates to prepare for group distribution and guidance to Shangren. The graduates in the classroom are of different ages, and many of them graduated early. In their class alone, there are many students such as Rin Nohara, Yurong, Metkai and so on. But the guy with soil, in the previous early graduation assessment, failed. I successfully graduated through the makeup exam. Starting today, I am also a Konoha ninja. Bringing the soil raised his thumb, pointed at the forehead guard on his forehead and smiled. Congratulations, bring dirt. As one of the future teammates, Lin Nohara cordially came forward to congratulate her on bringing the soil. Hey Lin. It would be nice if we were in a small team. Seeing the goddess close at hand, brought the soil and blushed immediately. Well, I hope so. Nohara-in nodded gently. At this time, another person walked into the classroom, and suddenly the noisy classroom was silent. The person who came was Kakashi, who had passed the Zongnin exam and became a Kakashi of Zongnin. Seeing Kakashi appeared, Lin's face instantly turned red. This guy, hasn't he already become Zongren? What are you doing here? Noting the strangeness of Yuan Lin, she whispered secretly with the earth. Now start a group, and you will read the name of the 3 people. 3. In the future, you will be a 3-person team, led by a Shangren, and perform tasks together. At this time, the head teacher walked into the classroom and said, but now in Konoha village, you will be sent to the front line. Although you are in charge of logistics work, it is also very dangerous. If you don't have this awareness, you will guard. It's okay to stay and wait for graduation in the next year. It's not a shameful thing. Anyone who is conscious on the battlefield, let's go. Hear the war in the class teacher's mouth. A group of kids in the classroom who hadn't killed anyone before, suddenly turned pale with fright. A few seconds later, a 10-year-old kid immediately took off the forehead guard and ran out in a stride. And with the first one, naturally there will be a second and third. 5 minutes later, there were more than 30 graduates in the original classroom, and only less than half of the number remained. Haki Kakashi, Uchiha Daido, Nohara-in, Sarutobi Asuma, Metkai. Then the rest of the people are all enlightened to go to the battlefield. The head teacher looked at the remaining dozens of people, nodded, and said, then start sorting. Teacher, why didn't Zairayong come here at this time? Asuma, who hadn't been able to search for the figure of dreams in the classroom for a long time, couldn't help but ask. The head teacher glanced at him, and replied lukewarmly, Zairayong does not participate in the division of classes, and conducts tutoring alone. This is an order from above. Asuma was stunned, and subconsciously wanted to ask, but was stared back by the head teacher. Class 1, Metkai, Ebisu, Shiran Yui Genma. The second shift, Sarutobi Asuma no, Kashi Hagai, Rin Nohara, Uchiha Belt Soil. When he heard about his division group, Taita really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Of course it couldn't be better to be in the same class with Lin. But why add a nasty ghost Kakashi? Well, from today, you are Konoha's official ninjas. The head teacher yelled, you will be sent to the battlefield very soon, so make yourself aware. Rumbling less than a second after the head teacher finished speaking, Konoha's ground suddenly shook violently. Bringing the soil was so scared that he hugged the tabletop with both hands, and said in horror, Earth, is there an earthquake? Are you here again? The head teacher stabilized his body and explained to Kakashi and others in the classroom, Don't worry, it's okay. It's Master Yuzuki who is practicing ninjutsu. Ninjutsu training. Kakashi, Metkai and others looked at each other with incredible expressions. What kind of ninjutsu was able to produce such a power during the training, which shocked Konoha? The head teacher was bitter, and even Mito Menunan's one Xiao-chun didn't dare to talk about this matter. During this time, the news that Kyuubi was wandering around Konoha has long been known to everyone. However, the senior management has always ignored this, causing many residents to complain. But fortunately, during these 2 full months, Kyuubi really didn't do anything, and the complaints of the villagers gradually decreased. It's just that I don't dare to leave the village. It is not so much no longer complaining, as it is gradually paralyzed by fear. Well, you all go back and wait for the notice. In a few days, you will be sent to the battlefield for logistical work. At that time, there will be a guide, Shinobu, who will be responsible for teaching you. The head teacher cleaned up the lesson plans in his hand and left the classroom. Hey, what is that? At this moment, Watermelon Head Metkai was panicked and pointed out the window and shouted. When everyone in the classroom heard it, they turned their heads in the direction of Matkai's fingers. A fox the size of a mountain suddenly appeared directly above Konoha. Just when everyone was frightened and screamed, thinking that the monster was going to fall, the 9-tailed fox disappeared in midair in an instant. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 92 Soft 9 Tails 7th More Seeking Subscription. Haki Kakashi, Metkai, Sarutobi Ebisu. These little ghosts can be said to be the original version of the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang. Because most of Konoha's shinin has already rushed to the front line, there is no spare time to distribute instructions to shinin to teach them slowly. Instead, let them go to the battlefield and participate in the logistics of the war. Although he will not face off with the enemy head, there is also a high risk of death. After all, during wars, everything can happen. Lin, the one just is 9 Tails, right? When I left the ninja school, I brought the soil to find a topic and said, recently, everyone said that the big guy is staying near Konoha, right? Let's go and see if we can go together. Are you crazy? Kakashi, who had been divided into one group, sternly scolded. The upper echelons have strictly forbidden to leave the village, not to mention how dangerous the Kyuubi is. Don't you know what to do if something goes wrong? It's just to look, and nothing will happen. You guy, you only talk about rules and regulations all day long. Unhappy with the soil. In this ninja world, anyone who violates the rules is waste. Kakashi Leng said his mantra of this period. Okay, everyone will be a classmate in the future, don't make a noise. No, Harlan hurriedly stood between the two of them to persuade her. I feel that for a long time in the future, she will be the peacemaker between the two people. Everyone, is the division over? At this moment, a familiar voice came to everyone's ears. Everyone turned their eyes and found that Zai Ryong was waving towards them with a basket of bamboo baskets. Red, long time no see. No, Harlan happily greeted her, holding the opponent's hands. Red, where are you going? Daita curiously said, I don't even participate in class. Yurong smiled shyly. I'm going to send lunch to brother Yuzuki. He has been practicing with Kyuubi all this time. With Kyuubi. When Konoha Xiaoqiang of this generation heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Cultivating with the tail beast. What kind of cultivation is that? It seems very interesting. Lin, let's go see it together. Bring the soil. Can't wait to say. Kakashi scolded coldly. I said, now it is stipulated that you cannot leave the village without authorization. Kakashi, you guys don't bother you if you don't go. Let's take care of what we do. Daita suspected that this dead fisheye was deliberately sabotaging her chance to get along with the goddess, and couldn't help but yell at her for a while. Seeing that the two people were about to quarrel again, Nohara was in pain, and he wanted to step forward to stop it. It's okay, I can go out. Everyone come with me. Zai Ryong patted it, and there were no two fleshy moons at present, and she smiled confidently. Listening to Zai Ryong's words like this, Zai didn't say much anymore. And for Yuzuki, who had a special relationship with him and was once the most trusted subordinate of his father during his lifetime, Kakashi still has an inexplicable concern about him. Asuma looked at Zai Ryong's face-effacing expression with a look of displeasure. But after tangling for a while, he still followed in the forest a few miles away from Konoha. Yuzuki sat cross-legged next to Kyubai's ankle, gathering chakra to repair. When his chakra was almost recovered, Yuzuki got up and looked at Kyubai above his head, and said, "Sure enough, it is too exaggerated to use my chakra to move a fellow like you. You still have to take your chakra with you. I can share it." 9 Llama. Yuzuki originally thought that the 9-net-tailed contract provided by the system was at most psychic 9-net-tailed. But it's actually much more than that. In the most popular way, it is equivalent to turning Yuzuki into a 9-net-tailed man with no 9-net-tailed power in his body. He can drive the power of Kyubai, but it has the same shortcoming as the original Naruto. That is, whether you can perfectly control the power of the 9 tails depends on the subjective will of the 9 tails. In the original book, when Naruto was taught by Kairabi at the beginning and was able to initially control the power of 9 tails, 9 tails were still reluctant through his chakra, devouring Naruto's vitality. This behavior was not stopped until the other party was approved later. Whispering sound. Kyubai, who was lying on the ground, curled his mouth unhappily, twisted his teeth and said, "I don't want to fight alongside you very much. After all, I and you are just using each other." For Yuzuki, of course Kyubai couldn't do such a thing as using chakra to devour the opponent's vitality. But if it is reluctant, then this power cannot be perfectly stimulated. Dead fox, don't give some sunshine to it. So hurry up and work. Or say you want to stay in a woman's belly for decades. Yuzuki raised his eyebrows. Hearing Yuzuki's threat, Kyubai suddenly unhappy and stared at the opponent. However, Yuzuki's eyes were harsher than his. Humphrey. In the end, Kyubai chose to back down. After seeing the sun, naturally no one is willing to blend into the darkness again. The birth of Anne's birthday during this period is something that Kyubai has not experienced for decades. It really doesn't want to return to the Dark Seal. Okay, try again. Yuzuki jumped to the top of 9-tailed head, and one person and one beast sealed at the same time. Wow! A special chakra coat condenses on the surface of Yuji's body. Unlike the previous tail beast coat, there is already a hint of the complete 9-tailed pattern of Heifeng Mizuman and Naruto. During the 4th Ninja War, Brother Yuji, the sudden call made Yuzuki's attention that had just risen diverted again. TSK eat first. Yuzuki shook his head helplessly and put chakra away. Cut. 9 tails slumped back to the ground unhappy. I just got called, and now I don't do anything. If it didn't want to be sealed again, it would have wanted to scold it a long time ago. Amazing. Bringing the soil who followed Zai Ryong's eyes widened in exclamation. This is Kyubai. 3 years ago, I was taken out of the village before I could see it. The tail beast that once destroyed most of Konoha. Kakashi, Yu Lin and others were also in shock, staring blankly at the behemoth in front of them. Cut. 9 tails pulled their horns displeasedly. This feeling of being seen as a monkey is really uncomfortable. 93 No longer hidden ambition first more seeking subscription. It was really hard to be sent to the battlefield just after graduation. Sending the rice ball sent by Euron to the entrance, Yuzuki couldn't help laughing and teasing after hearing the news from Taitoku that they had graduated early and were ready to rush to the battlefield. 9 tails were too lazy to carry. A group of little ghosts looked around like monkeys, got up and walked to the other side of the forest. It's spectacular. Looking at the back of 9 tails, bringing the soil secretly swallowed, Yuzuki couldn't help but slap him. Your kid has done things to manipulate it in the future, so don't be scared like this. Why doesn't Mr. Yuzuki go to the battlefield? Rin Nohara looked curious with a hint of worry. Konoha's situation is very dangerous now, but if there is Mr. Yuzuki, there must be a chance to regain the situation. There are not many civilians in the village who are not aware of the high-level political struggles and discuss this matter. I didn't understand that for several months, Yuzuki was not on the battlefield at all. just staying in Konoha. There are also accusations. It's just that these words only dared to read in their hearts, and no one dared to say them publicly. Lin Yuziuk rubbed the top of Nohara Lin's head twice, and looked at it with admiration. It's my subjective freedom to not go to the battlefield, right? Whoever stipulates that the strength is strong must go to the battlefield. Yuziuk Rinpoche was speechless, and Yuziuk asked immediately, what's more, what will happen to Konoha? What does it have to do with me? But you can rest assured that if Yunin or Yanian hits home one day at the door, I will take care of it, so don't worry. Having said this, Yuziuk smiled sinisterly, but by then, Hokage's position will change. The kids with an average age of 8 were immediately stunned. This kind of thing, can you say it so publicly? Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, bearded kid. Yuziuk noticed that he was staring at his future beard with indignation, and sneered, your father, the position of the third generation of Hokage, will never be able to sit for the end of this war. The substitution of Hokage has already made it clear. Why are you so sure? Kakashi couldn't help asking. Because I am strong. Yuziuk smiled and gave a reason that even an 8-year-old could understand. Now Konoha has been beaten up like this, relying on a strong enough person to open the situation, plus the 3 generations of Naruto adults who have made so many mistakes in these 2 wars, I think he is in a stable position. Speaking of the last, Yuziuk couldn't help but patted Rin Nohara's pouch with a smile, and said with a smile, in short, you guys should work hard and don't die on the battlefield. After Yuziuk's words of Kakashi's generation, the worldview was about to collapse. So grandiosely claiming that he wants to take the position of Hokage, this master is definitely the first person in the past. 2 days later, orders were issued to the Xioqiangs. Kakashi, Lin Nohara, took the Tuban to the front line of Thunder Country to be responsible for food transportation. Ape, Flyasma, Silent and others went to the front line of the Land of the Earth to be responsible for logistics and chores. Metkai, Ebisu, Shire and Ui Genma squad went to the southern coastal area to assist in the garrison work. Maybe this world really has a kind of correction power. The energy exists. Even during the war, Kakashi, Rin Nohara, and the 3 of them were still accepted as disciples by Bo Feng Shuiman. In the free time when he was not at war with Union, Bo Feng Shuiman personally came out to guide them. You have just graduated and been assigned to the battlefield. Your luck is really bad. At the corner of the camp, Bo Feng Shuiman stood in front of the 3 people, smiling and said, from now on, I will be your guide. The Ninami Feng Shuiman, so for the first thing after the establishment of our Prachinambanam, please do yourself first. Tell me about it. Teacher, you'll come first. Bring the soil. Can't wait to raise his hand. Seeing this, Bo Feng Shuiman nodded with a smile. I am Uchiha. I was born in Konoha, the strongest Uchiha clan. Bringing soil raised his thumb and pointed to the forehead guard on his forehead. One day, I will become Konoha's first Uchiha ninja and carve my face on Naruto rock. The Uchiha family members who are Hokage Upper Fengmesa's brows twitched darkly, and on the surface they encouraged a few words. He really didn't want to hit this child, and told him that it was basically impossible for the Uchiha clan to become Hokage in the current Konoha. However, Yuzuki-sama said that he has decided to elect a new Naruto. I may not be the 4th generation, so I will aim for the 5th generation. After speaking, Bring to talk to herself again. Hearing this, Bo Feng Shuiman's complexion suddenly changed. With soil, what did you say? Seeing the sudden fusion of Bo Feng Shuiman's expression, the soil was also taken aback, and he was puzzled. Hey teacher, don't you know? Lord Yuzuki said that he intends to let the 3 generations of Naruto masters step down after this war and let others be Hokage. Bo Feng Shuiman was completely stunned, and quickly asked, what the hell is going on? Please explain it to me. Hearing this, Taita had to repeat to Bo Feng Shuiman the words that Yaozuke had said to them some time ago. After hearing the words with soil, Bo Feng Shuiman took a deep breath, sighed inwardly, and said in secret, you have not hidden your ambitions at all. Master Uziuk, and it was at the same time that he conveyed the words of Uziuk to Hafing Miziano. Far in the battlefield of the land of the earth, Sarutobiasma also told Uziuk's remarks to his father, who was over 5,050 years old. Sarutobi Hirazi had a solemn expression on his face, and said nothing. Danzo was very angry and laughed. I don't hide it anymore. Have you disclosed your ambitions? Good. It's really good. As usual, dear Shimaru smiled and looked at the state of the two, as if watching a good show. Leave that kid alone. Danzo shouted angrily, I won the battle myself, he has nothing to say. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 94 Union. Break into the border. Second, more seeking subscription. This generation of cubs headed by Kakashi rushed to the front line one by one, and under the guidance of the upper ninjas such as Fang Shuiman, they quickly became ninjas in their own right. Compared with the generation of Naruto Sasuke, who is doing the task of pulling weeds and catching cats all day in the next 20 years, the growth rate is indeed much higher. It's just a comparison of that generation. In the later stage, Naruto Sasuke's opening speed, Kakashi brought soil and they were thrown on the battlefield. Even if they were born, it was useless. But even if the freshmen who just graduated from the ninja school are thrown on the battlefield, the effect is minimal. Konoha is still facing tremendous pressure. Even Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain, wanted to take advantage of Konoha's back. When his belly was attacked, he took the opportunity to stab Konoha from behind. After all, during the previous Ninja World War, the Liangzai of the two sides had already been formed. But this incident was taken care of by Danzo. I don't know what method it uses, but it does have a good hand in things like tricks, and it can be regarded as reducing a tricky enemy for Konoha. At the same time, in the country of Rain, an organization led by 3 young people, who called itself Xiao, gradually emerged in the country of Rain. They gathered the wandering ninjas who had lost their relatives due to the war within the scope of the Rain country, and gradually formed a force that cannot be underestimated. It even attracted the attention of Sancho Fish Hanzo, the leader of the Rain country. Not long after this incident, it also reached the ears of Jiraiya, who was on the front line of the Kingdom of Thunder. But apart from a gratified smile, Jiraiya really couldn't do anything else. Yan Yin's number of troops is more than 5 times that of the men he leads, and the strength of the 3 generations of Raking itself is better than his own. Since the start of the war, he has not sought any advantage to prevent the opponent from invading the country of fire, which is basically the limit. Puff. The sudden violent earthquake made Jiraiya almost fall to the ground. Jiraiya quickly walked out of the camp and asked the surrounding men, what happened? See, Lord Jiraiya. You, look over there. Naruto handed a telescope to Jiraiya and pointed it in the opposite direction. Jiraiya also picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction of Naruto's fingers. In the mirror image, I saw a huge shadow slowly approaching Konoha barracks. What is that? Jiraiya was also taken aback, and then his pupils were slightly dilated, trying to be able to see more clearly. Immediately, Jiraiya saw the true face of that giant shadow. Yao. At this time, Yao was shook his head and rushed towards them. When the mountain wall that was a hindrance along the way was hit by Yao's body, it was as fragile as tofu, and it was easily crushed into residues, which could not be resisted at all. My uncle Kairabi wants to crush you all. Yao hummed a strange voice and ran towards Konoha, saying, it can be judged just by the weird tune he sings. It is not a completely beast like Kairabi, it's a little out of control, Dad. Behind Yao, looking at the divine Kairabi, the 4th generation Raikage frowned and said to the 3rd generation Raikage, it's the first time to be completely tailed, and it's pretty good to be able to achieve this level. Compared with his son's worries, the 3 generations of raking up performance. Quite satisfied, Chirabi shouted towards the beastly-tailed Chirabi, bye. Can you hear it? Attack Konoha. Use Yo's power to defeat Konoha's line of defense. Chirabi Yao did not answer, but continued to rush towards the Konoha barracks, getting closer. Obviously, he still can't control the posture perfectly. But it is enough to be proud to be able to do not go crazy, and it only takes less than a year. In the army camp opposite Konoha, the Konoha ninjas were already shocked when they saw Yao moving towards him like a mountain. Retreat. This is not an opponent you can deal with. Fang Shuiman immediately guarded his 3 disciples behind him. At this time, even Kakashi, who is called a genius, was shocked and froze in place and did not dare to move. Is this the real battlefield? Teacher, can we still win this? The soil was also scared and his teeth trembled. Psychic art. Jai Lai did not hesitate to bit his finger and summon Toad Bunter. Wentai, who had originally planned to complain, immediately shut up and stared at the other party when he saw Yao. Chilia, you guy, you're asking me trouble again. Is it Yao again this time? When Tu wished to slap the dead old man on his head to death. There is absolutely no good thing every time you call him out. Don't say that, Wentai. After all, I can only rely on you now. Jai Lai also pleased Dao Humphrey. Wentai didn't talk nonsense, and pulled out the stick knife from her waist, and rushed towards Yao Wei. The 8-tailed monster screamed and slammed out with a punch. Wentai saw this and quickly protected him with a stick and knife. However, Yao's punch still knocked him hundreds of meters above the air, which shows how exaggerated his power is. Damn it, this dead octopus is too strong, right? Wentai cursed. After all, it is the second most powerful guy among the 9 8-tailed beasts. There is no way. Jai Lai also smirked. And the next second he looked at him, and Jai Ian shouted, let's go together. Fire escape fire dragon flame bomb. Ninfa toad oil. Fire escape toad oil fire bomb. Facing the sea of fire that suddenly descended from the sky, the 3 generations of Raikage looked calm as before, calmly said, I will leave it to Bai, let's defeat Konoha's defense line, and we must attack the fire today. The border of the country. Dad, give me the guy who calls himself Yellow Flash. The 4th generation of Liang sternly said, I want him to know which one is faster between me or him. Don't fall in love with war. After all, this is not a single challenge, it is a war. The 3 generations of Raking thought for a few seconds and did not object, but also reminded his son not to be obsessed with personal victory. Understand. The 4 generations of Raking turned into an electric light and rushed directly towards the Bofeng Shuiman. On this day, Konoha and Union went through a full 12 hours of fierce battle. In the end, this battle ended with Union's victory and Konoha's defeat. Jai Lai also led the army to retreat. Union officially entered the border of the country of fire. 95 Danzo. Kneel down. 3rd more seeking subscription between the land of the earth and the land of fire. It is in an underground cave near the bridge of the gods. Beige slowly emerged from the stone wall, and said to the aged spot sitting on the withered wooden chair, Master Madara, that guy named Yuzuke has already begun to control 9 tails. I don't know if it will treat you if this continues. Plan is hampered. Hearing this, the eyes closed and the pseudo-sleeping spot, his face changed slightly. This kid who thought he didn't have the blood of Senju or Uchiha, Dingshin reached the level of, but I didn't expect that. The growth rate was completely beyond my expectations, and he had even begun to control the 9 tails, which made Madara have to start paying attention to Yuzuke. But even if he can control Kyuubi, Madara is only concerned about Yuzuke, and he is far from alert. After all, for him, Uchiha heighten in terms of controlling the 9 tails, it is not something to show off at all. He cares whether it will affect the soil. That is the key piece of his plan. If it wasn't for Madara, who couldn't leave the grotto at all now, otherwise he really wanted to take care of this trouble himself. It seems that the action has to be launched in advance. Madara muttered to himself, and after bowing his head for a moment, he decided to say, Beige, go and prepare. It seems that something must be done. The frontline battlefield of the land of the earth. Today, the riots caused by the disappearance of the 3 generations of Fenning in the Kingdom of Wind have gradually returned to calm. The Quasikage Ninjarosa, who served as the guardian of the 3rd generation of Kazekage, takes over the position of the fourth generation of Kazkage. He is also the owner of Magnetic Escape Blood Succession Boundary. Although Lyosha has not yet failed to achieve Shadow with the strength of Magnetic Escape, failed to possess the terrifying destructive power of the Iron Sand of the three generations of Fennying. But his Magnetic Escape Gold Sand technique is more effective in the attack range, especially on the battlefield. Almost all enemies below the upper 9th level can be killed in seconds. But even so, the situation in Shane Village is not optimistic. 3 generations of Fennying disappeared, and Chu's sister and brother retired. Today's Shane Village does not even have a Shadow Ninja if Lyosha is not counted in it. I have to say that this is really a tragedy. It is precisely for this reason that Shane is destined to only be able to make soy sauce in this third Ninja World War, and the assistance given to Konoha is also very limited. At this moment, another piece of news came to the ears of Sarutobi Rishan and the other front line of the Kingdom of Thunder, and the army led by Xylia was defeated and retreated back to the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. Union Preston across the board, and the fire had already been suppressed. A considerable part of the land in the northeast of the country is occupied. Puff. When Danzo sitting in his seat heard the news, he squeezed the armrest beside his hand to pieces. Asshole, asshole, Union. Leing. We Konoha remember. He just used diplomatic means to persuade Hanzo to avoid him taking advantage of the leaves. Not happy for 2 days. I heard that Jiraiya was also defeated. Union's army has already invaded the Land of Fire. Although his Danzo has been happily tossing Konoha, killing Konoha one after another. But Danzo will never allow Konoha to be destroyed. Once Konoha is ruined, his Danzo is nothing. I am afraid that there are no more people to reinforce Jiraiya now. Daishimaru stands on the other side, arms around Jisung. Before, he calmly looked sideways at Sarutobi Rizchi and asked, "How about Sarutobi teacher? Do you want to surrender to Union?" "What nonsense are you talking about, the big snake pill?" Hearing Dashimaru's proposal, Rao was furious with Sarutobi's city government's mind. "I'm just telling the truth." Dashimaru spread his hands to express his innocence, and then said, "You are also very clear about the current situation. With Xylia and Watergate, Union can't stop Union's attack. And our side is not very optimistic about the situation in Yan'an. The gap in military strength is too great. It's big. I really can't think of any other way to break the enemy and win. There is only one way out: by surrendering." Everyone at the scene was silent, and no one spoke to refute Oshimaru. Although this is awkward, it is an uncompromising fact. At this time, Oshimaru smiled again. However, it would be different if a strong man with a surpassing shadow rank carried 9 tails to help out. Everyone's expressions suddenly changed. You don't need to guess to know who Dashimaru is talking about. The terms Yuzuki can offer are big and not big. Oshimaru looked at Danzo with a sullen smile. "Danzo-sama, please kneel down. Isn't it you who proposed the idea of suppressing soldiers last year?" "Oshimaru, are you going to fight the old man too?" Danzo roared. "I am for Konoha." Onoshimara's face was as calm as the old, and said calmly, "Compared to Konoha's safety, is it possible that Danzo-sama's knees are more important? Don't you often say that ninjas should be sacrificed as your own responsibility? Now it is your self-sacrifice. It's time." Danzo was blue and red, but he didn't expect that Oshimaru would slap himself in the face with his own words. Danzo wanted to crush his own teeth, suddenly turned his head to look at his old friend Sarutobi Risen, and shouted, "Risen, what do you think about this?" It's impossible to ask him to kneel anyway. Sarutobi Hisaki is also deeply entangled, and Konoha's situation has reached the point where he has to ask Yuzuki for help. But he asked Tuanzang to kneel at 5 steps and beg him with 10 steps. Didn't this make the elders and the decision-making Sorrow's face? It's not good. Lord Naruto. At this moment, Uchiha Tomitake, the head of the Uchiha clan, rushed into the camp and reported to Sarutobi, "Just received news that Uin village, headed by the 7 ninja swords, and 7 people, sent 2,000 ninja troops to the south. Kill it. The 3 nations attack." For a time, Everyone present lost their feet, collectively dumbfounded. This union has just attacked, and Uin is here again. The land of thunder, and the land of water are attacked by the three countries. How should we resist, Master Hokage? Please make a decision as soon as possible. Even big clans like Uchiha and Hyuga were anxious after hearing this news. In the 5 ninja villages, there are now 3 threes attacking Konoha together. In the current situation, use at risk, it's not an exaggeration to describe it. And the news of Uin's offense has also become the last straw that crushes Sarutobi. Danzo, you kneel down. In the end, Sarutobi Hitoshi said a word. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 96 Konoha Pot King online. 4th more seeking subscription called from Uin village. Uzuki, who was born in Konoha, heard the news. The first thought that came up in his heart was Uchiha Madara. In the 3rd Ninja War in the original work, Konoha was fighting the 3 villages of Iwagura, Union, and Mizuki. However, it did not specify whether the order of engagement should be 1 by 1 or 3 threes together. But it is basically certain that Mizuki was the last to attack Konoha. Whether it's the 7 ninja swordsmen and the 7 crowds surrounding the Metkai group, or Uchiha Madara's plan to kill Rin Nohara, blackening the soil. These things were all carried out at the end of the 3 wars. But now Uin has launched a war ahead of time. Although this is indeed a good time, Uzuki always feels that there is Uchiha Madara's old immortal behind it. Hey, if there is a way to get rid of this old guy, otherwise there won't be so many troubles, Uzuki said to himself. But in fact, it is not enough to solve Uchiha's spot, and the black should be solved. Otherwise, the freak who was suspected of instigating Indra and Azura to break the Millennium pedophilia would have to keep doing things. Teacher. Suddenly, a tender voice sounded in the courtyard. Zishui Huo scorched into the room, and said to Uzuki out of breath, that, outside, outside, outside. Uzuki glanced at him and placed the water glass on the table in front of him. Shishui took a sharp sip in his mouth, and then pointed out the door and shouted, Master Danzang. Oh no, Danzang is back. What? Uzuki raised his eyebrows. Now that the front line of the battlefield is tight, although the strength of Danzang has already begun to decline, it is basically no problem to maintain a quasi-shadow level. How could he come back from the front line during this period? Except for that reason, Uzuki really can't think of any other reasons. Thinking of this, the smile on Uzuki's face gradually perverted, and said, go and help me watch. If the old Yinbi is going to come to me, and there is no 5 steps to kneel, 10 steps to knock over, let him go. Zishui couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He had heard Uzuki talk about this matter. Originally, I just listened to this incident as a joke, and felt that even if Uzuki really made this request, it is impossible for the Yizi village group to hide under Konoha and tens of thousands of people. But things seemed a little unexpected. Konoha was at the gate. Danzo has taken a dozen ninja village. His 2 old friends, Koharu and Mito Menyon, who are now temporarily serving as Hokage, rushed to the main entrance of Konoha as soon as they heard the news of Danzo's return. When the 2 met with Danzo, they heard a fact from Danzo that they could not believe. Sarutobi Hitoshi's Antinii agreed to Uzuki's request, let Danzo kneel down and admit his mistake, and ask Uzuki to go out. How can he be like this? Turning to bed, Xiao-chan filled with indignation and said, in this way, where is the face of the elders? Well, in fact, even if Sarutobi Risen disagrees, she wants to write a secret letter asking Sarutobi Risen to agree. Danzo knelt down, but he didn't let her come anyway. Now Union is about to hit the door of his house, in addition to casting. If you drop, you can only ask Uzuki to take action. There is no other way. It's just that in front of Danzo, Xiao-chan still needs to behave when she turns to bed, and she is very emotional. Alas, these old yins have been longer than actors, and they always think about acting skills. The villagers and ninjas in the past noticed that the three top decision-makers of the Konoha elders gathered at the front entrance. Under the curiosity, more and more people cast their attention here. It just so happened that at this time, he lost everything in the casino again, and Tsunade, who went to the street to buy alcohol and behaved drunkly, happened to pass by and notice the three old foxes gathered at the door. Suddenly, Tsunade remembered what Yuzuke had said to himself after hesitated in the evening, that his request to Sarutobi Hizen. Could it be that those old things really agreed? Thinking of this, Tsunade had a bad heart, and quickly leaned forward to observe in secret. Yanni Umaito slapped Danzo on the shoulder earnestly. "I'm sorry for Konoha." Seeing Zwinxio-chun and Maito Menyon pretending to be sympathetic gestures, Danzo really wanted to slap them twice. Maid said that it was easy. Co-authoring is not about you kneeling, right? But thinking of Sarutobi Hisaki's repeated instructions to him before. In the end, Danzang gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his legs and pressed his knees to the ground under the gaze of hundreds of villagers who had gradually gathered around him. All the villagers in Konoha were in an uproar. Even some ninjas who don't know the truth have their eyes widened in surprise. What is this Tuanzang doing? Shishui, who just arrived, looked dumbfounded. I even admire Tuanzang. This, the elder who is more than half 100 years old, can really do it. And Tsunade, who was standing on the other side watching the play, almost bent over with a smile, while holding both hands. The side shouted, "Don't forget, it is 5 steps to kneel, 10 steps to knock." As soon as he said this, Danzo and others looked at Tsunade. I have the desire to kill. But now it has been done and can only be implemented to the end. Tuanzang got up and walked 10 steps, then knelt down, kowtow. At this time, the whole Konoha boiled. Countless people are discussing what is going on. Is Shimura Danzo crazy? Although Danzo was kneeling down, Koharu and Maito Menyon, who turned to sleep as a member of the elders group, were also embarrassed at this time. But he didn't dare to flee like this. Otherwise, you will definitely be hated by Danzo. And looking at these incredible elders now look like this. Tsunade couldn't help it, and burst into laughter. Tsunade-sama, what is going on? A ninja from the medical department nearby couldn't restrain his curiosity and asked Tsunade. Hearing that, Tsunade smiled and quickly explained the reasons for the matter to the people around him. The people around were shocked. He told other people around him the reason for the time at an extremely fast speed. After only 10 minutes, Konoha knew what was going on. However, Shimura Danzo walked less than 100 meters. After all, this method takes more time. It is nearly 10 kilometers from the main gate of Konoha to the land of the Kaienzu clan. 97 Too much bullying. 5th More seeking subscription. At noon, almost all the villagers in the village ran to the street to watch the performance of Tuanzang. Although Danzo wished to kill everyone present, since he did it, he could only swallow it. Otherwise, you will have to end up with an unpleasant result. Time gradually came to dusk. Although the villagers have been discussing this matter, they are getting tired of leaving. After all, firewood, rice, oil and salt at home are the most important to them. Regardless of whether you kneel down or eat shit, for these people, it is just a post-dinner conversation. Although Tsunade was the most exaggerated laugh at the beginning, she got tired of leaving after only 5 minutes of watching it. But I believe this incident can definitely add a strong stroke to Konoha's history. The great hero Tuanzang gave himself up as a village, knelt and walked for 10 miles, begging Yuji, maybe he would clean up this matter. The main gate of Konoha was only 10 miles away from the land of the Senju clan where Yuzuke lived. Instead of walking slowly as an ordinary person, it's almost time for 2 hours. But at this time, Danzo is not only kneeling at 5 steps, and knocking at 10 steps, but he has already started to tremble when he walks halfway. As it approached the evening, I finally saw the gate with Yuzuke's name and the Senju clan logo engraved on it. Danzo, hold on a little longer, It will be here soon. Come on. Konoha's future is growing on your knees. For 6 or 7 hours, I have been walking by the accompanying run beside the group hideout. The members turned to Koharu and Mito Menyon encouraged them. Danzo wanted to hit someone. At this moment, Tsunade was passing by the clan's gate, watching Danzo's kneeling feet shaking as if suffering from epilepsy. He couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. Oh, old bones are quite a bit of trouble. Danzo staggered and suddenly fell to the ground. Master Danzo, are you okay? The ninjas hiding in the darkness burst out one after another, trying to raise Danzo in a panic. That, Danzo-sama. At this time, Uchiha Shisui, who stood on the eaves and monitored Danzo for more than 7 hours, said, "The teacher said that if you cheat, you have to start from the door again." In an instant, the hands of the ninjas who just wanted to help Danzo froze in the air. It's too deceiving. At this time, even after turning to bed, Mito Menyon and the others couldn't help but swear too much in their hearts. Yuzuki's actions not only insulted Danzo, but also trampled his self-esteem under his feet. Even if he turned to bed, Koharu and Mito Menyon were bystanders. It is natural to imagine how Danzo himself feels at the moment. If Yuzuki was in front of him, he was afraid that he would splash 3 feet of blood on the spot. But now it has come here. If you give up, give up. That is the worst outcome. Thinking of this, Danzo got up again, limped out 5 steps, and knelt down. He got up again, staggered out, and bowed his head. It was a short distance of less than 200 meters, and it took more than half an hour to walk. In the end, the moment Danzo's hand was pressed on the threshold of the Thousand Hands clan, slap, 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 a burst of applause followed. I saw Yuzuki, who was dressed in white casual clothes, smiled, and clapped his hands as he walked. Awesome, amazing. As expected of Mr. Danzo, he easily did what we couldn't do. Danzo lay on the ground, not to mention getting up. He didn't even have the strength to raise his head. At this moment, Tuanzang's eyes, who bowed his head and panted, were about to spit out fire, and he wanted to draw a knife to smash the asshole in front of him. But Danzo never dared to do this, because once he shot, he would definitely die. Zishui, come here. Yuzuki waved his hand and called Shisui to his side. He didn't know where to take out a pair of cameras, walked to the Tuan hiding place lying on the ground, raised his scissors hands, and said with a smile, "Come, bring me one." Puff. Zishui was almost choked to death by his own saliva, but still obediently raised the camera under the strict order of his teacher, and gave Yuzuki and Tuanzo lying on the ground a world-famous picture. It's too deceiving. At this time, even Shisui and Tsunade, who was watching the excitement, couldn't help but raise these 4 words in their hearts. Ahem. At this time, turning to bed, Xiao-chan coughed twice, trying to change the subject. Yuzuki, your request, we have done it. Danzo has also admitted to you. You should also abide by the agreement and return to the front line. Agreement. Yuzuki seemed to have heard some great joke, and laughed. The agreed content is that if the Danzo-sama can do it, I will consider a turn to the front line, and didn't say. Yuzuki focuses on consideration and promise. The 2 words are emphasized. Shisui and Tsunade gave a look. It's amazing. The expressions of Xiao-chan and Mito Menyon, who can still play like this, are even more shocking. You bastard. At this time, Danzo, who was tired and lying on the ground, finally broke out with his uncontrollable anger, and suddenly got up and took out a handful of Kyukyang Yuzuki stabs. Yuzuki calmly turned sideways slightly, stretched out a foot, and blocked Tuanzang's instep, and then banged. Danzang fell a dog and ate shit. Calm down, Danzo-sama, don't be so impulsive. Yuzuki shrugged. It's just that the atmosphere is too serious, so I made a little joke. Joking. Tsunade rolled his eyes. Your joke is a bit murderous. This, so to speak, you agree. When she turned to bed, Xiao-chan's voice began to tremble. She was afraid that Yuzuki would say another joke. Everyone can tell now that Yuzuki is playing with them. But they have nothing to do, let alone refute them. Of course, Jixia has always been willing to do his best for Konoha. He has only died. Yuzuke laughed. Everyone is full of black lines. I believe you a ghost. Well, you guys from the root department, let me go. What kind of a ghost name you get? It sounds like a second child. Yuzuke looked disgusted and said to the ninjas, hurry up and take your master away. I will be annoyed when I see you. Hurry up. The ministry didn't dare to make a mistake, so he quickly carried to Anzang on his shoulders and retreated quickly. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 98 Rainbow Fart of Bo Feng Shuiman. 6th more seeking subscription members of the Elders Group, Shimura Danzo, who is second only to the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi in Konoha village, goes to the gate of the Senju family at the main gate of Konoha, kneeling at 5 steps, tapping at 10 steps, apologizing for asking Yuzuke to return to the front line. It's not that the elders didn't want to hide it, but everyone in the village saw it at that time. How could it be possible to hide the news in just a few days? And it spread throughout the country of fire, and even many neighboring countries knew the news. I am afraid that Danzo will not dare to perform missions publicly for a long time. But it also fits his positioning. Root, this kind of stuff should be buried in the soil. There is no need to come out. And this incident naturally spread to the front lines of Jiraiya, Bo Feng Shui men and others. This kid Yuzuke actually did something like this since the death of the 2nd generation of lords. When the elders have been in charge of Konoha for nearly 30 years, I am afraid that he still loses such a big face once. If you change to an ordinary person, Danzang will definitely have a murderous heart, but unfortunately he can't do it this time. Jai Lai also touched his chin and couldn't help laughing. Anyway, he doesn't like the group of Danzo very much. The old foxes who don't contribute to Konoha helping all day, only know how to play with power. This incident can also increase their memory. Don't say why everyone can provoke them. Nara Lukisa, Akudo Dingzel and others were also nearby, sighing. Yuzuke left the front line without permission a year ago. They thought that Yuzuke would be held accountable from the top. But I didn't expect the fact to be completely opposite. The 3 generations of Naruto did not hold Yuzuke accountable, but instead asked Danzo to ask Yuzuke to return to the battlefield in such a way that was tantamount to humiliation. For a while, I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. After all, this ninja world still speaks by strength. Master Yuzuke's purpose is probably not just to humiliate the elders. Bofeng Mizuman shook his head slightly, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and said, just like the others said before, Yuzuke-sama's real purpose is still Hokage's position. Not bad. Naruto, who has the best brain in the village, said, Yuzuke-sama humiliated Danzo because of his personal desires. He thought that in order to let the people see the incompetence of the elders, the real goal is the position of Hokage. Does Yuzuke want to be the 4th generation of Hokage? Kudao Dingzuo asked curiously. No. I want to recommend someone I trust to take up the post. Naruto shook his head. As far as I am to Yuzuke Dali, he is not interested in Hokage's position. What he's interested in is the power that Hokage has, and this power does not have to be his own. As long as it is someone he trusts, it's enough. Ha ha ha. As expected of Konoha's number 1, you really understand me. A burst of hearty laughter came from outside the camp. Everyone in the tent was suddenly startled and turned to look. Master Yuzuke. Everyone reacted quickly and saluted in unison. Master Yuzuke, I just said casually. Naruto was sweating for a long time and tried to explain. What are you doing so nervously? What you said is the truth. Yuzuke patted Naruto on the shoulder, and said with satisfaction, not to mention this is not a shameful thing. Just say it. Many people looked ashamed. The 3rd generation of Hokage hasn't died yet. You just want to find the position of Hokage. How can this be a topic that can be said publicly? Only you will be so unscrupulous. And Yuzuke, who clearly saw everyone's thoughts, smiled again and said, anyway, the position of the Hokage, his/sama, is already unstable. What if you can sit by someone who is capable? and the survival of the fittest is justified. Yuzuke seemed to be talking about the usual rebellious things, and some Sarutobi and Shimura family ninjas secretly gritted their teeth in the presence, but did not dare to refute. Well, Senior Jiraiya, Yuzuke turned his gaze to Jiraiya, Konoha's situation is not so good now, can you explain it? Jiraiya also nodded, and walked to the map hanging in the center of the camp to explain the situation of the battle to Yuzuke. In short, the current war between Konoha and Union has been completely in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous state. Although Konoha has a lot of talents, there are not only two Shadow Masters, Jiraiya and Bofeng-Shuiman. The famous family of Hyuga, Pig Deer Butterfly, Inuzuka and other secret arts families are also extremely powerful. But this can't hold back the fact that the gap in the strength of the two sides is too large. Especially Union is not a fuel-efficient lamp, just a shadow rank ninja. The other party has three people, three generations of raking, and Kairabi. Among them, the three generations of Raikage are still strong at the peak of the shadow level. That's it. I understand how bad the situation is. No wonder Tuanzang would rather kneel down to tell me to return to the battlefield. Bo Fengman interjected, it is you, Yuzuke-sama. It is very difficult to repel Union's army in the current situation. I think the best way is to be smart. It doesn't matter to outsmart me. I don't care how many people die anyway. Yuzuke's first sentence threw the thunder from everyone present. Bofeng-Shuiman smiled awkwardly, and continued, although Union has already invaded our country of fire, but because of this, their front line is very long. So we can divide our troops around behind them, carry out two sides, flanking attack. Therefore, I propose that Teacher Jiraiya leads a troop and Master Yuzuke leads a troop. How about? Naruto frowned and said, Union has completely blocked the road that can detour a back road, can't get through. Ordinary ninjas really can't make it, but Flying Thunder God can. Bofeng Watergate Self-Channel. Even so, Hyuga Nissa questioned. It's only Yuzuke-sama and Mizuman that can fly Thor. Enough. Bofeng-Shuiman offered a rainbow fart and said, Master Yuzuke is enough to be comparable to a unit, I am just helping me. Haha, you can talk, Prajanam. Yuzuke smiled and said, no matter how you flatter me, the candidate for the fourth generation of Hokage has been decided, and you can't take it away. Bofeng-Shuiman was embarrassed. Master Yuzuke, I didn't mean that. 99 If you don't obey, just kill 7th more seeking subscription the next day, at the northeastern border of the Land of Fire. Right now, because Union's army has occupied a considerable part of the northern part of the country of fire, this place is at the rear of Union's army. The practice of outflanking the back road proposed by Bofeng Watergate is absolutely unworkable for ordinary ninjas. Because Union had expected this possibility a long time ago, and completely blocked the road. Only Yuzuke and Bofeng-Shuiman relied on the technique of Flying Thunder God to avoid the attention of Union line of defense. Through time and space ninjutsu, he shuttled all the way to the rear of Union's army. On the top of a mountain, Bofeng-Shuiman knelt on one knee, pointed his right index finger on the ground, closed his eyes and said to himself, slowly. Bofeng-Shuiman slowly opened his eyes, then turned to Yuzuke and said, Master Yuzuke, a distance of about 3 miles from here is Union's backline, but I don't know if the people guarding there will be who. Yuzuke, who looked at Yukong in the distance, heard the words, and after a moment of indulgence, he slowly said, I suddenly felt that it was just not necessary to copy Union's back path. Hearing this, Bofeng-Shuiman couldn't help but stunned. What do you mean? Yuzuke raised his thumb and pointed in the direction facing the two of them with a smirk. Isn't it more convenient to attack Union Village while I'm attacking the Thunder Country now? Bofeng-Shuiman's expression suddenly changed. The two of them dared to attack the ninja village of other countries with the courage. Looking at the entire ninja world, I am afraid that only the grandfather in front of him dared to do it. After a few seconds, Bofeng-Shuiman calmed down and said with a wry smile, Master Yuzuke, that is impossible. Bofeng-Shuiman explained, Even if we can really bypass Union Ninja's defense, at least thousands of ninja troops are deployed to guard the village in her and their village. When we rush over, we will launch an offensive and make the news feed back to the third generation of Raking. It is at least a week later. Teacher Jile, I can't stop it. There is another reason Bo Feng Shuiman didn't say, that is, he doesn't think that only 2 people can take a big Shinobu village. Not to mention that it is Union whose military strength is second only to Konoha in the 5 major countries. Then there's no way. Yuzuke shrugged with regret, then let's go. The 2 turned into red and yellow flashes respectively, and rushed towards Union's defense line at an extremely fast speed. However, there are too many people alive in this ninja world. In the flashing state, Yuzuke spoke again, making Feng Shuiman look at him. The restless guys should disappear completely, just like Union's group of people. Don't you think so, Watergate? This Bo Feng Shuiman didn't know how to answer for a while. Suddenly, a blue flash rushed from the opposite side. Turning his eyes, he appeared in front of the Bo Feng Shui gate, and the big fist of the sandbag was only less than half a centimeter away from the bridge of his nose. Bo Feng Shuiman's eyes suddenly changed. She disappeared in place, making the opponent's fist vacant. At the same time, deep in the forest, a few octopus legs flew from all directions, and no dead ends caught Yuzuke. Yuzuke's corner was slightly raised, and his right hand was on the handle of the knife. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Can't even see him. How did the knife come out? A few silver lights flashed, and the octopus feet in all directions were cut into minced meat in an instant. What I said to the old man is correct. As expected, he has come to attack the backline of defense. The true face of the blue flash is indeed the 4th generation of Raikage. When he saw his old opponent Bo Feng Shuiman in this war, he couldn't help but snorted. Moreover, a troublesome guy came. With that, the 4th generation Raikage turned his attention to Yuzuke again. As the 4 generations of Liang's voice fell, the depths of the forest were all around. One after another, Union ninjas walked out of it. At least 200 people, 200, already surrounded Yuzuke and Feng Shuiman. Big brother, these 2 guys are not easy. Kairabi walked out with a strange tone. Behind him, several octopus legs that had been cut in half slowly retracted into the body. Don't underestimate that guy. Compare. In the last ninja battle, this man killed 3 generations of Tukijo-no-ki, and severely inflicted 3 generations of Fukage. The 4th generation of Liang said to his righteous brother who has never been tuned. But after finishing speaking, the 4 generations of Liang's talk front suddenly turned, and sneered. But I didn't expect that only 2 people came to take the back road. It happened that after you have solved both of you, this war will undoubtedly be. We have won Union's victory. Did you expect it and also sent Union in one breath? Second only to the combination of the 3 generations of Raking. It seems that I really underestimated the wisdom of the 3rd generation of Raking. Just now relying on Fulshen to avoid the 3 generations of Raikage's raid. Bo Feng Shuiman secretly gritted his teeth, turned his head and shouted at Yuzuke, Master Yuzuke, do you want to retreat? Enclose it. When the 4th generation of Raikage heard Bo Feng Shuiman's words, he sternly scolded. Hundreds of Union ninjas immediately formed a circle, surrounding the 2. Retreat. Yuzuke seemed to have heard some fantasy, twisted his neck, made 2 crisp noises, and sneered. This brash man can be said to be one of the people I want to kill the most in this war, and now he sends it to the door by himself. Come, isn't it just right? The moment the voice fell, Yuzuke's body was instantly wrapped in the fiery tail beast coat. In less than 2 seconds, the skin of Yuzuke's body completely turned into a dark red fiber-like form. Half-tailed beasts. The expressions of the hundreds of Yunyin who were present changed. Especially the 8-tailed bull ghost in Kairabi's body, his eyes condensed even more. This chakra can never be wrong. It is 9 tails. Ya yelled in a low voice. I did hear the old man say that this guy is not a human pillar, but can control the power of the 9 tails like a golden horn and a silver horn, but I never heard that he can use the tail beastization so perfectly. The fourth generation of Raikichi's expression suddenly became more solemn by 3 points. He turned his back to Kairabi and said, "Bye, can you deal with him? Use your 8 tails." Kairabi opened his mouth slightly, just about to answer. Boom! Before Kairabi could say a word, the half-tailed animalized Yuzuke burst out. The blade of the white tooth swung out. Kairabi looked shocked, and instinctively raised his saber to resist. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Kairabi was shot and flew out, and he broke how many trunks he didn't know. Trunks. To see the ununderlined version, please download Felu 100. The concept of Super Shadow 8th more seeking subscription. Bang, bang, bang. After breaking a lot of tree trunks, Kairabi finally stopped after flying a few hundred meters. If it weren't for those tree trunks as a buffer, he would at least fly thousands of miles away. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Kairabi rubbed his waist and stood up. His brows curled up and said, "Is the 8-tailed and 9-tailed gap that big?" At present, he hasn't fully communicated with Kairabi, but the 8-tailed bull ghost, who is already more agreeable, heard Kairabi's words and felt that he was insulted. He shouted, "No, idiot. There are 2 main reasons. The first is that his own strength is far above you. 9-tailed chakra is just a support for him, just like an adult who can't beat bare hands even if a child holds kana. Same. Second, you haven't fully grasped my power yet." After saying that, Yao still has some lingering fears, but the power and speed just now are too exaggerated. He is not a human's Yulai. What method did he use to apply the 9-tailed chakra to this point? The Union group of ninjas who surrounded Yuzuke and Heifeng Mizuman were even more surprised and at a loss. Odd, Sir Kairabi, who would actually be beaten like that? Master I didn't have time to react to this. How could this be possible? The rumor that that person left a wound on Lord Raikichi's body is true. Even if it is the Bofeng Shuiman who is his own person, a drop of cold sweat can't help dripping from his side at the moment. This is too exaggerated. It seems that for most of the half year since leaving the front line, Yuzuke is not doing nothing at his leisure. On the contrary, for his own ambition, he didn't let go for a moment. At this time, the surface of Yuzuke's arms in the form of tail beast began to rise with white bones that fit on the skin. That is the bone of the tail beast. It means that the strength of the human column is closer to the shape of the tail beast. Strength, speed, and mental power will be greatly increased in all aspects. Hu, countless flying thunder god Q, under the control of magnetic escape, began to sprinkle everywhere in the forest. In the next instant, everyone saw the tail beast Yuzuke, who was in the center, suddenly disappeared in place. Puff, puff, puff. Everyone's eyes still stay where Yuzuke originally stood. Then, they don't know anything. Because the first level of these people, without exception, all have been cut down. The 4 generations of Raikichi led the hundreds of Union ninjas in ambush. In such a short moment, all the heads fell to the ground. And at the very moment, the 4th generation of Raikichi felt a deadly murderous Sora coming from behind. The Ldun chakra pattern broke out, and the arm of the current hissing instinctively slammed backward. Heavy current violence. The swinging Raiden arm hit a scarlet pattern blade head. That was the blade of the white tooth that was stained by 9-tailed chakra. The collision of the 2 knives is ear-piercing. At this moment, the wrist guard on the 4th generation of Raikichi's wrist began to shatter. The 4 generations of Raikichi's complexion suddenly fuse. Although his Ldun chakra mode is slightly inferior to his father's 3 generations of Raikichi, he also has a high self-esteem. But now, it was easily penetrated. Let me go, big brother. Bagayalu, Klolu, Kairabi, who had just been beaten into the air, rushed up. And at this moment, a trigeminal kunai of the same style as Yuzuke fell in midair. When he flew to the bridge of Kairabi's nose, Bofeng Shui gate flashed out, and a spiral pill appeared in his right hand. Don't forget that I am here too. As soon as the words fell, Helix Maru directly covered Kairabi's face. Helix Maru. Kairabi frowned, and the tail of the 8 tails came out again behind him. forming a shield to stand in front of Kairabi. The spiral pill exploded violently and involved the two together. Aha! The tail beast Yuzuke opened his mouth slightly, and a one energy ball quickly condensed in front of his mouth. In less than a second, Yuzuke swallowed the ball in front of his mouth into his abdomen again, causing his stomach to bulge. Boom! In the next instant, a dark red beam of light roared out and bombarded the fourth generation of Raikage. Virtual Dog Cannon. The previous version of Tail Beast Jade. Compared with the Tail Beast Jade, the strength is weaker, but it does not require much time to concentrate. With Yuzuke's current Super Shadow level strength, he has the mastery of 9-tailed chakra, can be completed instantaneously. Big Brother Kairabi, who was hitting Helix Maru at the moment when Hao Feng Mizuno screamed in surprise. You can actually use the chakra of the 9 Lama to this extent, Yao thought secretly. Do you died? Bo Feng Shuiman stared. Block that octopus. At this time, Yuzuke-tailed beast's thick and hoarse voice sounded. Hao Feng Mizuno looked at the other person in amazement. Yuzuke-sama, you were talking just now. Boom. Yuzuke didn't care to talk with Bo Feng Shui men at all. The whole person burst out, and the chakra with the dual attributes of yin and yang in front of his mouth condensed extremely quickly. This time, it was a genuine tail beast jade. Damn it. Big Brother, I'll help you stop it. The tail beast clothing quickly covered the surface of Kairabi's body, and in the next second he entered a half-tailed beast-like form covered in dark red fibers. It is very similar to Yuzuke's state at this moment, but the difference is that Kairabi has not yet been able to perfectly control this force. Once the tail animalization is used, he is already in a state of losing his mind. The Bo Feng Shui gate flashed in front of Kairabi, and after a slight sideways avoiding the opponent's punch, his hands turned into an afterimage of extremely fast seals, seal of the 4 elephants. The 5 fingers of Bo Feng Shuiman's right hand curled up and slapped Kairabi's abdomen abruptly. The sealing technique from the Maelstrom family caused Kairabi to lose his action for a short time. And taking advantage of this short gap, Yuzuke has rushed to the 4th generation of Raikage, who will not be able to get up in the future, and the tail beast jade in his mouth is ready to go. The moment he jumped to the top of the opponent's head, he twisted his neck and shot out. Don't underestimate the son of Raikage. The 4th generation Raikage got up angrily, raised his right arm, and burst out a violent chakra that was not inferior to the beast. Plow hot knife. Boom. The next moment, within a radius of 10 miles, a ground-moving and mountain-shaking eruption broke out. The continuous shock wave completely razed this area to the ground.